Surprise, motherfucker.
Maple U bile jam, maple U bile jam, maple U bile jam, maple U bile jam, maple U bile jam.
Yo, good morning, everybody. Bird Raptor, thank you for the resub. What up? What up, everybody? Good morning. Luna. I don't know where Luna is. I saw her, I fed her, and then she walked away. Looking pretty sharp today. Oh, thanks. I'm sorry I'm late. Today's excuse. I got lost in the shower, dude. I don't know, it's one of those mornings where I literally just got lost in the shower. I don't know how that shower gets so large some days. I literally got lost. Crazy. I got lost. Ugh. Not always do I get lost, but sometimes you just get lost in the shower thoughts, and it's just like typical millionaire problems. Okay, it's not that kind of lost. It's like lost in your head, you know? What up, Infinity? W's. Oh. I was like, dude, why is the music so loud? I forgot I was recording a video yesterday. Boom.
Boom, what up, Mr. Streamer?
Boom, what up, Mr. Shawarma? How you doing, buddy? How you doing? Good morning, good morning, good morning. We need a shawarma emote. What would the shawarma emote even look like? Oh, God. That's so cool. I love that sound of, like, the laser in the distance. So cool. So fucking cool. Alright, what's going on in the Galactic War? So... the gambit failed, but, you know... Are we that surprised? I guess I'm not that surprised. Taking a planet in like less than 24 hours, that's a tall order. That's a tall... that is not an easy task to convince a community, especially when we have the new bots right here. Like, yeah. Yeah. Arrowhead literally spelling it out in the dispatches? Yeah. I mean... we had B Vitamin in our chat yesterday, and they were just saying, like, at a certain point, they can't do more without just, like, handing it to us. And it is what it is, right? Like at the end of the day, a lot of people just want to play the new content, and the Galactic War is, like, second to the content. And when they put the new content on the planet that is inversely affecting the gambit, I mean, it is what it is. B Vitamin is like in Discord, their title is I think they're under the support desk. So they're not like community, but like support desk. So, yep, it is what it is, dudes. It is what it is. The MO will most likely fail on both fronts. Oh shit, it looks like it's gonna be both fronts. What's the Twitch name? I VIP'd them just so we didn't lose track of them. I think I did, at least. I think it did. It's B_Vitamin. They've been by the stream a couple times, but they came by today. I tried my best to mark the devs and the Arrowhead staff with VIP, just so we know who they are and nobody impersonates, but I don't know all of them. Sometimes they come in and just message one thing and then they move on. But like when Shams dropped by, I'm pretty sure I grabbed him. Unless it was someone impersonating Shams. Did not get to watch the end of the stream yesterday. Were you able to share the situation about the kills on armor? No. I have not heard back from Baskinator about the kills on armor. Like what I can and can't say. Like, I'll just reiterate, it's a difficult situation and they're working through it. But it's not that they're just being slow. Right? Like, there's stuff in the background. Who's Misty? Misty, I believe, is part of the... not the community team, but I think also the support team. Correct me if I'm wrong. I'm forgetting off the top of my head. It's one of the two teams. I don't think Misty's on the community team. I think Misty is part of the support team as well. Oh, Misty is community. Oh, okay, my bad. There we go. Misty was the person that helped us get all the content. So they were the one enabling all the WARBONDs yesterday. So that, yeah. Misty is my cutie pie kitten. I know Misty also dabbles with support tickets. It sounds like a lot of the community team were originally support team, because that's what Mishaps was. Mishaps was part of the support team, and then he got, you know, propelled upwards, right? So it seems like that is the progression. So some support staff might also be part of the community staff, and then vice versa, I guess. Dual rank. Invasion of Malevolent Creek soon? Actually, I didn't really think about that. We are getting closer and closer. Where's the creekers? I'll find it. I'll find it. Creek is right there. We're Discover ping. All right. Okay, okay, relax, relax. We're distracted. We were distracted. All right. Everyone, we live day 2 of the excellent WARBOND, doing more testing. This time against bots plus squids. Nice song. Let me grab the link. Dun, 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 dun. Consider dropping a like on the live stream. Helps out the stream. Spread democracy. Thank you to those who already have. Appreciate you very much. You wonderful people. All right. Oh, good morning, Congruent. How are you? Low-key annoyed seeing the enemy spaces growing so large. Well, they need to compensate for what happened with the last, you know, the the automaton reboot. They needed to compensate for what happened there. I like it to some extent, right? Because we did gain like what? How many planets so fast? So my biggest thing right now is the Terminative front kind of sucks. I hate the Terminative front right now because it's a bunch of planets that are like repeats, right? And they're not always the most fun to play on. I don't mind playing on them for an MO, but like for fun playing on them, I'm not a fan of like repeating planets, right? Because like honestly, like this one and this one, like the two treed planets, they're so similar that it kind of just feels the same playing on them. Occasionally I'll be like, okay, I prefer playing on this one. Occasionally I prefer playing on this one. But if I play a lot on this planet, I don't exactly want to play on this planet because they're so similar. Then this planet, I'm kind of just over. It's one of the few planets that I absolutely agree with the I can't see divers. And then there's another treed planet. And then there's another treed planet. It's just like, oh my god. So many tree planets. Luckily we got a 4E Prime over here. But like, dude, I just feel like this side of the galaxy is too samey. It's way too samey. What's nice about the Illuminate is they're constantly going to a new planet. So at least there's the freshness of a new planet. Right? What up, Ash? The bots have a really good collection of different planets to play on, which is nice. Right? They seem to have a better time with it, I guess. It's not always the best, but like, I don't know. I feel as if the bot planets tend to be a bit more varied. Did you get a haircut? Like 2 weeks ago? Thanks for noticing. Annie needs tech support? What's going on? Annie, you trying to talk in Discord? Oh no, mic not working? What's going on? Yeah, it's not lighting up. Bugfriend needs fewer planets. I don't know if it needs fewer, because like I don't mind that there's lots of planets active. Sometimes I feel like there's maybe too many planets sometimes, but like when the game's popular, I think it's fine. Her Discord's probably changed the mic input. Yeah, so Annie, go into the input settings, like the mic settings, and just check if Windows has like changed your like the default. Because sometimes when there's a Windows update, Windows changes whatever the default device is, because it's like when they reconnect with new drivers or whatever, and then Discord sometimes takes that default and runs with it, and it might be the wrong one. No, it's right. Okay. Make sure everything's on. Oh, Luna's here. Good girl. She's been zoomed in. Look at those stripes on her. Such a cutie pie. Will they bring back from this time? I don't think we'll get it in time, unfortunately. It was a tough gambit, right? Like, regardless of if the incineration corps were over here, it was a tough gambit. Taking a full planet, even with low enemy resistance, in 24 hours is tough for a community. Like, we've only done it on a couple occasions. Like, it was most likely not gonna happen. Hey chat, bets on someone saying it? What are the bets, chat? It's like it's a daily thing that I just, you know, it's just fun at this point. Streamer, just press the left arrow. Streamer. Streamer. Dude, we're failing all the defenses. It's crazy. Donating is a scam.
Left it makes it max streamer.
Thank you, Mr. Schwab. Oh, I had an interesting terrain layout on the bot mission earlier. Not even kidding. Was 4 levels of elevation, like full plateaus of each one, level 2. Was it a city map? I find city maps do that. I know what you're talking about. City maps are crazy when they do that. Like, you'll have the plateau, or like you'll have the plain of like city, and then you'll usually have like a mountain biome, and then you'll have like a mid like step, and then you might, yeah, it's hilarious. I love it. I've seen it a couple times on Illuminate missions. But I think it's because like bot missions, the map, or like the installations, like the fabricators are so large compared to some of the installations of the Illuminate, that I think maybe they might modulate the terrain more. I don't know. Gambit, is this a Destiny 2 reference? Sort of. Basically, when there's a planet and there are multiple attacks originating from it, well, there's typically always a gambit. If you go for the planet that is originating the attack and you take that planet, their attack is immediately thwarted, and you defend the planet and take the planet at the same time. So it's like high risk, high reward, right? But if you're unsuccessful, you've lost this planet, and then you could take this planet and cut this planet off, but you still lost both these planets, right? Did they change the arrow thing? Because I didn't do that before. The red arrows? They changed that, like so long ago. No, the donations. Oh, no, it's been like that for a while. I just don't do it because I like the sound of, like, you know, going over to the right. I just like that. I think it's been in there from the start. People just didn't really know. What are you testing? Today we're going to be doing a bunch of bots and a bunch of Illuminates. Just using the new weapons and seeing how the jetpack feels. stuff like that. We already played a lot against the bugs yesterday, so now I want to do like bugs and eliminate. I just want to see the breakpoints and how they feel generally. Because I think the next video I'll be making is I want to do an updated stratagem tier list for all the factions. It's been 3 months or so since we've done that, and there has been quite a few changes. And honestly, just meta shifts as well. So I think I'm going to update the stratagem videos. I tend to do them every 3 months, so. Did she physically mute her mic? That's a good question. Annie? It's so weird. It's going through Focusrite, right? I believe that's what it's called. That's your, preamp. There's no physical mute. The dials, maybe, technically count as a physical mute. 3x's on bugs feels so good. Yeah. 3x's on bugs is, like, extremely powerful. 3x's on bots has definitely bumped it up a little bit, right? Like, I saw, like, Benzie doing pretty damn well with it the other day. And when I used it, I was like, okay. Yeah, I could see the viability of bringing mechs now on bots. You still have to play, like, a little, like, pansy, and you gotta, like, be very careful. But, and it's definitely still high risk, high reward, but it makes more sense. And then, obviously, mechs are already pretty damn good on Illuminate. Just be careful of jet troopers. Those and harvesters. Jet troopers are terrifying to your mech. They actually kill your mech quite fast. What about Alpha? I'm just kind of waiting to see if Annie's okay with her mic. You could always... Like, Annie, did you restart your computer yesterday? Is that maybe what happened? Why is this song so loud? It's so damn loud. I did restart it all. Okay. You can try the test button for your mic when you change settings to see if it's working all of a sudden. What is this song? Yeah, I'm not sure about the mic setup, Annie. Other than, like, making sure that Windows is already setting them up correctly, right? So, with the mic thing in the bottom right, open up your sound settings. Make sure things are set up here, maybe. Recognized. I know it's a bit unorthodox to do, but do you think the reload on the sidearm is a bit slow? I think it's pretty similar to other, like, radiator swap weapons. Damn, we're getting close to Ivis already. Holy shit. I just realized we're, like, pretty close already. Mechs had a... If Mechs had a portable shield, we need to steal the Illuminate attack. That'd be pretty great. We were talking about that the other day, like a melee mech with a sword and some kind of energy shield, like Reinhardt style. Basically just a large directional shield. I don't think Annie installed any of that. Her brother probably helped her. Give us the flamethrower mech. I want them to change flamethrowers or buff flamethrowers before we get that mech. Because I don't want the flamethrower to come out and then just be like the current flamethrower we have. Unless it has a shit ton of ammo. Then I'd be like, okay, fine. You know? It would need a lot of ammo for me to be like, okay, okay. What gun would you put on it? Would you just put like the bigger autocannon? Or would you put like the anti-tank destroyer? Like the anti-tank emplacement gun on it? Like the lumber... Because, like, the lumber in the first game was more of, like, a larger autocannon, right? Or was it closer to the anti-tank emplacement, would you say? It's kind of like... Like, I feel like it was, like, almost an AT emplacement cannon. You'd probably have to, like, reduce the damage so it's not, like, insanely overpowered. Or, like, limit ammo for the anti-tank emplacement. But, it'd be pretty cool. I'm wondering why is Mars not considered in danger? Yeah, we said the same thing. It's literally on the path. Like, you could say it's, like, just as close to the line as New Haven. Unless, like, it's just skirting by, like. But, like, you could argue that this planet is farther from the line than Mars. Like, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know what I can do to Discord. It's not hearing the mic. It was fine yesterday. Yeah, it was fine yesterday. It sounded great yesterday. What he truly needs is a laser mech. A laser mech would be very cool. I noticed with the new sidearm that when the projectile hits the ground or enemies, there's like a plasma effect. I mean, it's not a big deal. Yeah, I think that's just a new trait of that kind of laser weapon. It's some kind of like laser plasma round. Even when you fire it, there's more of like a almost plasma effect, but it's a different color. It seems like it's a different type of laser, I guess. It's not a plasma effect, it's just lighting hitting. I think what they mean is like there's just more of a splash than when you just shoot like the sickle at the ground, which is technically the closest thing. Does not have any spread? Yeah, it's not an explosive weapon. It's just, it looks different, which is cool. Never asked you, but what's your favorite weapon stratagem? That's a tough one. I'd say stratagem-wise, probably FRV. It's like my favorite overall stratagem. It's just extremely fun to use. Favorite weapon? Honestly, the Deadeye is like extremely, like, you're probably going to see me using the Deadeye a lot. It's, typically in video games, like shooters, I love precision weapons. So, I do love a good precision-based, like, lever action in a game. It's very fun. Annie, do you want us to just dive, and then you can just keep looking to try and fix it as you play, or what's going on, Annie? What do you think? Deadeye makes me sad. There's no, like, medium siege ready armor. Yeah. Yeah, because, like, with the Deadeye, I feel like I really want to use siege ready all the time. Like, you could definitely use it without. Doesn't matter. This is so annoying. I don't know. Yeah. I don't know how to help Annie. Other than, like, check windows, make sure everything's plugged in properly, make sure the Focusrite is on. You could try, like, unplugging the Focusrite, plugging it back in. Does it work? Mic work in game? That's a good question. Try using it in game, Annie. No, we can't hear you in game, unfortunately. There's just something in her audio that's not working. Is it a Focusrite Scarlet? I'm not sure. On Focusrite, it hears me. Okay. So make sure everything's plugged into the computer from the Focusrite. And if anything, unplug it, plug it back in. Mic muted. She says there's no physical mute. I turn it off, turn it on. Good, good. Nice. That's important. Try closing Discord, or try closing the game and using it. No, because she doesn't use push to talk, so that I don't think that might be it. Because, like, sometimes if you don't have Discord in admin mode, Discord, like, doesn't realize your mic is there, or, like, push to talk is there. Mic was messed up earlier too. This is something different, but that does happen. You gotta... Sometimes the cloud sync doesn't work. Is push to talk on? That's a good question. Annie, is your push to talk on for Discord? Nope. Okay. I had to do it with a friend with the new emote. You sit pistol.
Hello.
Wait, I can hear her. I can hear you. What happened? What was it?
This is like on push to talk, but is voice activity maybe?
Oh, wait. It could be voice activated. It's just buggy.
And I turned off Helldivers.
Yeah, so we'll have to make sure that you run the game in admin.
What does that mean?
Turn on admin. So like you can right click on the program on like Discord and you can bring up run administrator, or like you just bring up the properties window. And then in there, oh my god. What the? Why is it doing this? Specified the start box is not valid. Make sure the folder exists. What? Anyways.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Do you like the Deadite? Love it.
Okay, well, I don't want to do that. I don't know how to do that. It's too complicated.
Well, I mean, okay, so when you go to voice activated again, just turn up the sensitivity.
This is voice activated.
Turn up the sensitivity of voice activated in the settings.
What?
Turn up the sensitivity of voice activated.
Turn up?
Turn up. You know how to do this. You do this all the time on your phone. You tell me about this. You know how you can set up the sensitivity of...
Yeah?
Yeah. Just turn up
How's this? You
What?
want more?
No. We'll either be able to hear you or not hear you. It won't change the sound of your voice. So when you turn on voice activated, turn it back on and see if it works.
This is voice activated already.
Okay, is it working again?
Yes.
Okay, so launch the game and let's play.
It is launched.
Oh.
I am in your party.
So everything's fine.
Wait, can you show that video? Reminds me of you and me.
Okay.
It's hilarious.
Video from Anytime. Quiet in the back.
We want more of this. Season 2? We want more of this. Season 2?
I do launch it Tuesday.
The Ilaria show.
No. I think we're gonna see. You know, we're gonna see how it feels to have it be out there.
It's gonna be great.
This
You're a
season-
winner.
Oh my God! When I'm talking, you're not talking.
Sorry.
No, when I'm talking, you're not talking. This is why, yes, we'll have to like just cut him out of the show. No, no. I mean, I think this is a really raw show, and it's very real, and we took a lot of chances.
Damn,
That's
dude.
Maple.
That's me. Wait, are you also saying I killed someone?
Wait, no.
The hell?
He was the guy
who-
not charged. Or he was charged, but then he's whatever. What do you ever call that? Swizzy.
Love your green dress, Maple. Thanks, man.
You know how you always say it's an acting show.
What up, Obi-Wan? What's up, Annie?
When I'm talking, you're not talking.
Oh, my bad. I'm so sorry. I'll walk away.
This is why we have to cut Maple out of the stream.
Annie doesn't like it when I'm listening to her. I say, yeah. Oh, okay. Oh, I get that. Right? Like, I feel like so I don't know if you guys ever did this, but I had a teacher in like grade 4 that, I don't know why I remember this lesson so much, but they kind of like taught us how to like be an active listener. But Annie doesn't like that. She wants to
That's how you do it.
She doesn't like it when, like, I, in particular, am an active listener. She gets very sensitive. She thinks I'm trying to cut her off.
No. No, you do not say sensitive. Oh.
Oh my god. Yo, what up, Addy? It's good to see you, buddy. Yeehaw, brother. Yeehaw. Alright, so I think I'm gonna do this.
Surprise, motherfucker.
Has it been 1 month already?
Time flies.
Wait, what's a just sponsored? Why does it do... I'm not sure. Thank you, Hadu. Appreciate you. I do. Thank you so much. Welcome back, buddy. Appreciate you very much. Very, very much.
No. God, I hate this thing.
What's wrong?
Nothing.
Tell me what's wrong.
It's really annoying.
Tell me what's wrong, baby.
No.
Tell me.
Thing.
Oh no.
Oh, I don't like it now. It's messing up my stratagems.
Oh no. Alright, so I think we're gonna do light armor, we're gonna do Deadeye, we're gonna do light
No.
peak physique. We'll take the grenade pistol, I guess. Nah, fuck it, we'll have Talon. And then we'll have dynamite for blowing up the ships. Yes, yes, yes. What time is it over there? It is 3:51, Mr. Friend. Drepsky, does it ever bother you when people just, like, bring up the friend thing? I'm just curious. You don't have to answer if you don't want to. I'm just, like, does it ever bother you, or you, like, you embrace it? Not at all? That's good.
What friend thing?
Drepsky is the infamous individual, well, not infamous, he's the famous person that was like shared over like mostly Reddit and the Discord, where there's like a clip of him joining a game into like a lobby, and the players in there are like, hey, sorry, we need the spot, we gotta kick you, we have a friend who's joining, and then he types in chat, but I am friend, and he like misspelled it slightly, so he wrote just friend, or just shortening it.
And people actually did something about that?
Well, it's like the community kind of rallied around him. We're all his friend, and that's him, chat.
Yeah.
He's a celebrity.
Dempsey's
Oh, that's satisfying.
nice person.
Yeah, Drepsky is great.
Sometimes I pop by his stream.
We're all friend.
Always.
Yeah, I don't know. Deadeye just feels great, man.
Oh.
I feel like I'm a Deadeye. But do you want to try it?
Oh, oh, sorry.
Annie, I'm not a bug. I'm not a bug, Annie. I'm not a bug.
I thought I couldn't reach you like that high. I don't know what happened.
Yeah, I definitely am Alec Baldwin.
Ow! Oh. How do you use it? How do you use this, Maple?
Your mantle key, the one that you use for jump packs. What is it on by default? I don't know.
I don't even use it.
Yeah, the problem is I don't know what it is by default. I've changed mine to left alt.
Maybe. No.
She stole my backpack,
No.
chat.
You asked me though.
What did I ask you?
If I want to try it out.
I never said that.
Oh, I thought I heard you. I thought you said you want to try it. Okay, I'll take it off. I don't even know how to use it anyways.
Is it space? Try it with space.
No.
No. 5 is default? Try 5.
No.
5 is default for backpacks to like use the backpack, not to like, not the same thing though.
Here, I'll take it off. I can use it.
Yeah,
Oops.
I don't know what it is by default for you. And I know you changed some bindings at some point, so.
I change a lot.
You'll have to go into settings and check it out. Like under keybinds.
Well, I don't have enough medals anyway. I'm broke.
Well, you can use mine next time if you don't kill me.
I swear I heard you say that. Did chat not hear that?
Oh, I asked you if you want to try it, but it's different when you kill me for it. Miss?
No, I didn't mean to kill you. Ooh, super credits.
Really? Uh-huh.
Always making me bad guy.
Well, Annie, you did kill me. Mm-hmm.
I didn't mean to.
Hadu. Thank you again, Hadu,
I'm sorry.
for the resub. It's okay. Didn't we just hear this song?
What song?
The Space Cowboy song?
No.
Wait, I swear I heard it the second time. Whatever, Rohan. Margot!
Hi, Margot. Margot?
Margot? Margot!
Where?
Margot? Margot from the Fargo. Okay, so apparently... So, like, Takibo in the creators thing was like, apparently if you have your weapon out and you do the emote, it, like, shoots both weapons if you do the draw. I think you have to, like...
Oh yeah, do you want to do that draw thing? How do you do it again?
I don't know how he was doing it.
Here.
I did it by accident. It's high noon.
Is it that?
No, you're trying to shake my hand.
Is it this? Like this? And what I do? Like that?
Ah! You have an ultimatum. I'm surprised you didn't kill me with it. A little bit different of one. Wait, Trina, when did you subscribe on YouTube? Why did I just notice this? When did that happen? Oh, that feels great. That one tap just feels really nice. Trina, when did I miss? I missed this. When did this happen?
Yeah, even I haven't subscribed to you on YouTube.
Oh, that feels so good. Yeah, I mentioned that yesterday when we were recording our video that it one taps against overseers. Yesterday? Oh, my bad, brother. Thank you, Trindle. It's very kind. The double support. Which one did I miss? Oh. It feels so good, man. Yeah, yesterday on my video, I was like, I theorized that like it should be able to kill Illuminate, if you tap him in the head. So, I'm glad that that worked out, because this weapon feels very good. It feels better than the counter sniper in that regard, because you can one tap overseers, right? With the counter sniper, it's a two tap. Dominator, it's a one tap. Slugger, it's a one tap. But it's easier to one tap when you have a good scope, right? Like the Slugger is not the easiest one tap, nor is the Dominator. So totally forgot I had a recon vehicle. I'm like walking everywhere. You want to ride, babe?
Yeah. I'm just here for the medals.
Okay, next Sunday, I can make the stress test for the bot. Hopefully, if it works out, Twitch side. Yep, we'll just run both back to back, so there's like no stress if it has any problems or anything. Yellow beam. You want to grab that, honey?
What?
I'll grab it. It's okay. My princess, my passenger princess can stay in the car.
I'm just here to get medals, to be honest with you.
I'm just here for medals, honestly.
I played a lot with the boys yesterday.
Yeah, I saw you guys in Discord.
And like I did the thing again where we were trying to extract.
And you killed everybody?
And I don't know what happened. I tripped. Okay. Was
She
what
tripped.
happened, and I dropped my cluster bomb.
Press
And
exit
then
out.
I was like, oh shit, guys. I'm so sorry. And then they all looked behind them and they just saw a red light. And I don't know what happened. I fell off the cliff.
L plus
into
ratio.
my own napalm barrage. And it was over. They were all dead. I was the only one who got to extract. It was an accident.
Mm-hmm.
It's funny. But Cronus can't play today because he ignored his wife. So he's spending time with her.
Oh, so he's in a
That's why I'm
doghouse?
here.
I get that.
That's why I'm here.
How many Deadeye shots is it to kill a harvester joint? Unfortunately, I haven't seen a harvester, so I can't tell you yet. But the hope is that I can tell you when I see one. I think we have a variant of Illuminate here where it's mostly just overseers, so... But my goal is to tell you. That's why we're here. So it's a one-shot to the chest of a Volus, which is great. And it's one shot to the head of an Overseer. I think it's about 3 or 4 to the chest. If you're not headshotting. That guy was weak. Kind of depends if you hit their arm or their leg or whatnot. Those guys were weak because of the eruptor shot, but yeah. Nope. Kage with the big Luna bigger.
Of course, XCage always requests that.
No, it's Kage. Kage.
Mario, so how do you like the eruptor now? It's still not as good, right?
Wait, what? Not as good as what?
Like before, obviously. Before the change.
Oh, like the very first change?
Mm.
Yeah, no, it's not as good then.
It's better.
Is it better?
Well, it's
I'm
better.
just debating if I should try and use it again.
It's better in the sense that if you have a good hand, you can kill a Hulk now, right? Double tap it in the eye, which is cool. Which is cool. And then it will
I
be
like the ricochets though.
the ricochets.
Like when they didn't
But-
touch it, when
but-
it was just so
but-
freaking uber powerful.
Yeah, I mean it's not as powerful as when it first came out, and the shrapnel was doing stupid amounts of extra damage. Okay, it's slightly more than 8 shots to get the shield. Slightly more, unfortunate.
There. I got it.
Good shot.
Let's go.
This jetpack,
Didi's probably must be using this hover pack thing, right? XCage?
yeah, probably.
Have you seen him play it? He loves this. Like, he's really good with jump packs.
Are you saying I'm not good with them?
Well, Didi's really good at jump pack. He makes it look really easy.
I don't make it look easy.
Oh shit! Wrong gun.
I'm not a bug, Annie. I'm not a bug.
Wrong.
I'm not a bug.
I'm very sleepy. I didn't get a good nap today at all.
It felt weird that you mod me and I wasn't a member, so now I'm a tier 2.5. Wait, did I just land on you? I actually
Yes,
didn't.
you did. It wasn't
okay,
just like a
okay,
joke.
okay.
You did it purposely.
No, I didn't. In my defense, I literally was just reading Trindle's message. I actually had no idea.
You're lucky. Oh, whoops! I
Wait, what are you laughing at? Did you almost kill me again?
No, I almost killed Patrick.
He's not a bug, Annie. He's not a bug.
Trindle is to blame.
Trindle is to blame. Trindle? It's your fault. And did you still have ammo for your eruptor? Or, sorry, your ultimatum?
Yeah,
Can you shoot at that building down there?
What building?
That building down in the crater? Right here.
Oh, that thing now? Yeah.
Ooh, we got it nice.
That?
Yep, perfect. Perfection.
Is there ammo down there?
Nope. There's like no enemies spawning right now. It's really weird. I think I saw Commissar Kai mentioned in the Discord that was happening for them as well, where for some reason enemies just stopped spawning on Illuminates. Like no patrols, no spawns whatsoever. And it seems like that's happening. Because there is no patrols around us. They should be spawning from that direction, since we've got all the fabricators. And there's nothing. 1 minute 30 left? Yeah, we got time. When someone is being reinforced, I always look up.
Who said that? You know what I realized, Maple? I almost
Yo.
submitted you to something.
What do you
so
mean?
I found out, like,
What did
my
you almost
friends and
submit
I
me
were
to?
talking about, like,
To a psych ward?
okay. No. There's a website where you check.
I don't know.
Uh,
Is anyone else nervous?
oh, what is it called? There's a page out there called Wiki Feet Mech.
I've never shown my feet, so how would you submit me?
Or would I? No, I haven't.
Well, would you take
But
a
this is
picture
a-
of your feet and submit it for my face or something?
No.
Why
But
is
it's for celebrities, right? It's usually for like well-known people.
Are you? Oh, so I'm not well known nor a celebrity. Oh, I see. I see what you're saying. She's just digging at my arm. Could be Illuminates are losing numbers and are reserving. I don't think so. I believe this is a bug. Damn, we didn't see one harvester all match. That's insane.
Yeah, this was really boring.
I don't think I've ever seen that. I think there's something wrong with Illumina. I think they bugged it out.
I had one. I killed it.
Oh, okay. We saw one. Why is the game in German? Oh, if you don't like German, bro, I'll swap it. I apologize. I didn't know you hated German so much. My bad, dude. I'll swap it to French. But honestly, down below, as you watch the stream, you gain like channel points on Twitch, and you can spend those points on redeeming things, and one of them is change the language of the game. So if you would like to hear the game in a different language, you can request that. Or you can request hydrate. Do you like Deadeye? Oh, I love it. Oh yeah. I love it. We'll be having, I have like a review. I recorded it yesterday at the end of the stream. But I'll have my review for the WARBOND out hopefully a little bit later today. Maybe after stream or during stream. We'll see if I can get the video back from accurate in time. But it's just like my thoughts after like playing it, and I gotta say that I'm quite happy. I am quite happy with the Deadeye. I think it's a solid A tier. It just kind of goes up and down depending which faction. Like I think it's like maybe a B plus to an A minus for bugs. I think it's like a solid, you know, A versus bots, and then versus Illumina, I think it's like an A plus, maybe even S tier depending on your accuracy. Right, I still need to kill a harvester and see what the damage is like versus a harvester, but it feels good. It feels very good versus Illumina. I would definitely bring something for the voteless, because it's not particularly amazing versus voteless, but versus overseers and harvesters, it should be fantastic versus both. Don't worry, Trindle. You don't have to use it for the ping reminders. It's okay. I get there, dude.
I don't know how to use that new side on too. I don't feel like it's doing anything.
Does the jetpack by overseers get one-shot by everything? No, you need a certain amount of damage to one-shot the jetpack. I'm forgetting what the damage threshold is on jetpack, but it's usually like a couple shots from a regular AR. One shot from like a Devastator. It should be one shot from this gun. Just farmed SE for 4 hours. Finally got enough for the new WARBOND. Nice, nice. I definitely recommend trying to find some like a group of people to do it with. It goes even faster if you didn't already do that. Only 550k points to go for me. You get a free orbital position. We do get a free orbital position. That's interesting. Yeah, I would if I could. Friends were all asleep. Damn. That happens. You can always check in our Discord, though. There might be some people also looking for some SC farmers. I know a lot of people were doing it yesterday with Annie and such. What up, Stone? How are you?
Oh, I felt really bad. Someone came in when I was leaving and we left because it took so long. I felt bad.
It happens. I think it's just the artillery icon. Is it really? Is it just telling us that there's a Seaf on the map? Seaf artillery? Yeah, I don't think there's actually an orbital position available.
Oh my god.
Oh my god, Scrambler, stop! Alright. I mean, orbital position would be red, wouldn't it? It should be, yeah. You're absolutely right. It's probably just telling us there's a Seaf on the map. Which it didn't used to do in this, before this patch. So that is new. These guys are moving like in an unpredictable manner. Alright, bro. Can you just like sit still or like fly in a predictable manner, please? Man, my aim sucks right now. I gotta lean forward. I'm all relaxed, got my feet up. I got my head in order. Oh. Sometimes I find this crosshair a bit misleading. I wish it didn't have those lines on the side, personally. I wish it was just the circle and the dot. Hit your shots!
I do. I like the dead eye.
Really? Okay, I see you. Little cowgirl.
It's actually really good. But I think it'll be very hard if there's like a horde.
Block in.
Like, hordes.
Dude, I'm like leaning back in my chair right now. I got my feet up. I'm leaning back. I'm relaxed. Lock in. I'm shooting over his head.
Wow, that's really good.
That's a little awkward. Oh, you just get flinched? Is there a way to cancel a reload when shooting or swapping? Well, I mean, you can just swap or... I mean, you can do anything to interrupt it. You say you're leaning back, but you look the same as always. Ah, he knows now. He knows that I'm always leaning back. Yeah, I haven't been leaning forward while playing Helldivers in a long time. Alright. I don't think this guy's getting shot at. Alright, so to pop the shield, it's about 6 shots, 7 shots. I don't think he was getting shot at. Luckily, he just died, so he should be 100 HP. Alright. Ah, shit. Just make sure. Yep, that's 6. Alright. 2 shots for the horn.
Are you using the dead eye on him? Does it
1,
work,
2, 3. Ah.
Does it actually work, the dead eye?
Yeah, of course it does. Don't shoot at him though. Oh,
I was okay, fine.
unfortunate. No, I think he got shot up from someone else, maybe. I didn't think he was that close. I was zooming in. believe that's 6 shots, but I need to find another. Because I died. I don't know if he got shot at. Which ain't bad at all.
Okay, that doesn't work.
Deadeye feels great. Wait, did it bounce out? No, I just threw 2. Okay. Or someone else threw that? I don't know. Sure they didn't die. How much you need for the counter saber? The counter saber is about 2 mags for both the shield, and then if you're perfectly shooting, it's like 1 mag to the leg. Bounce? I threw 2. I'm just confused. I think I threw 2. Or did someone else throw that one? I'm a little confused. Harvesters make me feel nervous or unpredictable. It's the same with rocket striders, right? Rocket striders either miss you by a mile or they're laser accurate and they fuck you up, right? It's the same with harvesters. They're unpredictable in the sense that they can either be extremely accurate to kill you or they're like way off, right? Seems like about 4 body shots. Zombie. Looks like the dead guy is strong stagger. Yeah, it's very similar to the slugger in a way. I don't know if I would prefer it with the 25 meter. I feel like no. It's just too zoomed out. Did I see my arm clipping in the bottom right? I think I do. Ugh. Kind of wish there was a 50. 75 is just a bit too much. Does have overpen. Similar to the slugger. Which is good to know. Do you usually end up finding anything more about the sample booster? I don't know what you saw, but basically, it is working. You are getting bonus samples. Essentially how it works is when you kill an elite enemy, it's basically like a charger and above, there's a chance, I'm not sure what the chance is, for you to get a sample, common sample, dropped on the ground underneath that enemy, right? Right? So that's why yesterday when we were using it, we were like, oh, that's weird. Why are we not getting any samples? Like, what's going on? Oh, what is that? Okay, so I was wondering, so it seems like people are kind of right that there is something weird going on with the Deadeye. And I think it has something to do... Doesn't seem like... It has something to do with like the first person scope. If you move the scope too fast, the crosshair seems to be off. If that makes sense. it's like pinpoint accurate, but I think the scope is a little bit misleading. I think the handling is worse than it leads on to be. Is how I would explain it. Because the gun feels incredibly accurate at times, and other times it's like, how did that miss? But if you like sit still and just tap away. Okay, I aimed a little too high there. I aimed a little too high there. Like in these situations, I'm just missing. But like sometimes in like action, you're like, wait, how'd that miss? And I think it's also the reset. I think it takes longer for the gun to reset to the original accuracy than we think it does in first person. It's one of those things where I think I might need to put on my monitor crosshair and see what's going on. It could also be the sway is interacting with it weird. How's the accuracy-based WARBOND going against Illuminate? I haven't tested it on that front, but I have against the bugs, and it's amazing. Yeah, it's great against the Illuminate. One thing about the Talon is that it sways a lot. 2 taps to the head, unsurprising. Should be like 3 to 4. Not the best weapon against overseers, unless you got a very patient time. Or you're like very patient hand, gonna double tap them. Because going for body shots, it's probably gonna be like 5 or 6. And you might overheat in that time. I feel like with a Dominator, though, I shoot like 4 to 5 bullets, basic bot, standing still. First 3 won't do damage. I've never noticed that. It could be the projectile issue, though. You know, the one that we're seeing happen against like Ball Titans and, you know, with the Illuminant or the Ultimatum, right? We could have like just in general lag spikes happen. It doesn't seem to happen very often, but it could be happening with slower firing weapons. Or at least we notice it more with slower firing weapons. Each one is more important. I almost overheated there. This is a hot planet though, right? Yeah, it's intense heat. Yeah, take a clip of it. I'm curious because I've never noticed that with the Dominator. Like my shots just disappearing necessarily. But I do notice it in first person with this gun is that sometimes if I rush the shot, shots that seem like they should have landed don't land necessarily. When I'm in third person, I never notice it. The aim reticle seems to be very accurate. The scope, I think, just might not be portraying exactly where the shot's going to go. 100%. Like, it doesn't reset fast enough. Like, the animation for the reload is, like, interfering with the scope, if that makes sense. Where's the Seif in here? We haven't seen the Seif. We know it is here, right? It's in the city? Oh, it's a ship.
What happens if you overheat your Talon?
You just have to reload it. For shooting the Deadeye from the hip. I do too, unless I need the magnification. I can't see. It's kind of silhouetted. I can kind of see. That's weird. I've never noticed that effect before with the silhouette. Oh, we found the safe. I noticed the planet warnings debuffs lists on the icon left side down. Left side. Wait, what? Like when I open up my map? That's always been there. Ready yet? It would be fat. We might actually be done if you were helping, Miss Seif. We're gonna call you
Who's
Seif.
gonna handle this?
We're gonna call you Seif Princess now.
Who's gonna handle this part?
Oh no! Handle it. Oh,
Cooks.
too many. Really?
Cooks in the kitchen's
No,
not good.
no. There's not too many cooks, honey. It's many hands make light work.
Factory Strider's already helping you.
Yes, but there's 5 shells that we need to bring to the thing, right? And there's 4 of us.
See? See?
Yeah, but we would have been done almost 30 seconds ago. So am I misremembering it? I remember it was on the top of the map when they opened it. I only ever remember it being on the left side. Like even when the game like first came out, personally. But I don't know.
Did you miss a question? You missed a question. Someone was asking about the new Space Marines update.
I'll get it. I'll get to it. I was off Twitch for a while. Have you played the new Space Marines recently? If so, what do you think of the recent update? We played like 1 day of the open beta. Nothing more than that. Basically, it's just like we're waiting for more content. There's not much to do in Space Marines 2. The new mission's cool. The new balancing is good. Like far better than it once was. And yeah, that's about it. The new difficulty didn't feel like it changed that much. Obviously, it's more specials and more majors, but you know, it doesn't feel too much different. But that's the problem with like Space Marines 2 is I feel like the replayability is definitely missing right now. It'll be nice once we get the whatever mode. The horde mode. When we get the horde mode, a lot will change. Which would be nice. And we'll be playing a lot when that happens. Hopefully they do drops as well, so it like goes crazy.
I feel like Space Marines is a less approachable game than this game. Like it's harder to play. I feel like. More like it's more like skillish, I guess.
The only reason I would disagree with that is because Space Marines 2, if you turn it on to like the lower difficulties, is like really easy. But it's similar to this, but I feel like Space Marines 2 does a better job of explaining all the mechanics in the game. Versus this game hides things or doesn't tell you things on purpose because they want you to discover it. It's an older school.
Yeah, I don't like that.
It's an old school style of like getting the player to hopefully like experiment and explore rather than just, you know, Ubisoft menu it or like have a tutorial for everything. Right? So I find Space Marines 2 to be definitely the more approachable game, personally.
Right, really?
Yeah. This game requires a lot more time to like understand it.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Like, no, I'm saying like it's harder to play. Like a beginning person, like me, finds Space Marines harder to still.
I do think the hardest difficulty on Space Marines is harder than this game's hardest difficulty. But I think like starting out as a new player, I think Space Marines 2 is easier. But maybe that's just I'm used to a parry-based game.
Oh, I don't like parry, yeah.
Yeah. Whereas this is more of like a traditional just forward shooter where you just shoot
Point and
things.
shoot, yeah.
Yeah.
See, that's...
But at the same time, like stratagems is really hard for people to get used to. Some people just macro it. They have such a hard time. So, I don't know. Sessions 2 lost me after 50 hours. Boring is like not as fun. Blowing up stuff in HG2. Yeah, there's not as much like gameplay potential. It feels very samey after a while. I got to like 100 plus hours and then I like finished everything. I think the natural spot that I think a lot of people will get to is about 50 hours. Because they'll probably finish the main campaign. Finish the main campaign and then like maybe level up one class or two classes in operations and then call it. I got to 100 hours just because like I leveled up all the classes and leveled up all the weapons, but like you don't have to do that, right? Like that is, and it's not necessarily a fun journey to do that because eventually you run out of content. Like the content runs out a lot faster in Space Marines 2 because it's not procedural. They obviously try to do the Left 4 Dead system of like you have a director that randomizes like attacks versus you and hordes, but there also wasn't that much enemy diversity. So that mechanic doesn't really come into its own when there isn't that much diversity in the enemies as well. So there's a lack of missions and a lack of enemies.
Nobody expected that though. I thought like, you know, everyone was so excited for that game and...
You're a streamer and head drops. It helps you get to 100 hours? Yeah, it does. It does, yeah.
Like, who expected that? That game looks so cool with the trailers and everything though.
It is. It's an extremely cool game. It just lacked content.
You didn't expect that, did you?
That it would lack content?
Yeah.
I expect all games to lack content in 2025. And the reason why I do is because the standard of quality is quite high. So it's hard to make a large amount of content at a certain quality level, right? Because you can easily say that Space Marines 3 Space Marines 2 has a very high quality level. But the problem is that it takes time to make content that good, right? And especially Warhammer 40k, there's a very high standard that Games Workshop puts on their games, right? To make sure they meet that standard, right? So it's hard to pump out a fuckload of content for it, right? Helldivers gets away with, you know, more playtime because the quality of standard is not as high. That's nothing against Helldivers. It's just like procedural generated content is not a requirement to be like super high, right? Counterpoint to that, there are, I don't even know how big of a number, dog shit 40k games. That is true. There are a lot of shit 40k games. I think some games take it seriously while some don't. You're absolutely right, Bellin. Like Darktide and Space Marines 2 and Vermintide are good examples of like they put a lot of pride in creating that content and it's like very good. So it's not like content swap. But I guess obviously not all developers under Games Workshop actually give a shit about it. Trying to help you, Annie, but I don't want to shoot you.
Help. I don't need help.
You don't need help. All right. I remember the SM2 with Kalashi 2 on Reddit. Yeah, I mean, absolute hyperbole. People were just mad that like that Helldivers was not in a good spot when people were making those posts. People were mad at Helldivers, so they were just like lashing out like children. Like people were just upset that Helldivers was going in a direction they didn't like, which is fair. I mean, it's okay to have that criticism. It's just people were being a bit silly saying that a game of a different genre would kill that game. But you could argue that Helldivers was going in a direction that the game would continue to shrink, and that's totally fair, right? It was going in a hardcore direction. But that's on to that. I'm worried that Space Marines 2 is doing that right now, where they might be catering too much to the existing community that is stuck around, and they're not worrying about the community that has left Space Marines 2 to go play other games. They're only listening to the players that are still playing. Which is a problem in itself.
That's wrong.
Well, it's a problem in itself because if you only cater to the people that are still around, you're not worrying about why people left in the first place. Because you can argue that the people that stuck around don't have the same problems, so they might not rectify the problems of why the first player left. Does that make sense? Whereas in HD2, I think they've done a really good job of rectifying the problems that caused people to leave in the first place.
Those are just not people that are loyal to games. There's lots of people who aren't loyal to games these days.
That's true, but you want them to come back.
Right? They won't come back.
True, but you
Look
can't
at
please
Rick. He
everyone,
plays
for
a new
sure.
game every day.
But with video games, you should always try to, like, because at the end of the day, you want the most amount of people to enjoy your game as possible. As much as we like niche ideas for games and like a game made for us, like at the end of the day, like a game has a hard time surviving when it's too niche, right? Unless that niche is liked by a mass, right? A lot of people. H2 is something like Left 4 Dead 2. It's timeless? Not yet. I don't think it's timeless yet. It's getting there though. It's getting there. So like with Space Marines 2, the way I see it is that like I think they've improved a lot of criticisms that the game originally had, but I think Space Marines 2 is still missing a bunch of pain points. Like we had this long discussion after the beta that I still feel like there's a bunch of like annoying enemies, like overly annoying enemies that are just not
Chargers.
They're not fun to play against in Space Marines 2. And then on top of that, they're adding content that would probably be better added if they had like the Horde mode already figured out, right? Like the prestige system is being added, but I feel like the prestige system should not be added when they don't have the Horde mode. Because it's just going to burn people out, right? You're adding a grind feature to the game so long after release that people have already grinded the game, right? And then you're not adding it alongside the Horde mode, which is where you should do it. And it's just like a bad matchup. I think you're just going to have like, people are going to log in. They're going to see the grind feature. They're going to grind it out. They're going to burn themselves out before the Horde mode even comes out. And then we're going to get the Horde mode. It just feels off. So I'm a bit, yeah, I don't know. I love SM2, but the fact that every map felt exactly the same was kind of boring. That's the game design. That's the type of game it is. It's the same in like Left 4 Dead, like, and it's the same in Vermintide and Darktide. Largely, the maps feel very similar when you're comparing them to like games like this, where the map will feel very different because of procedural generation, or a lot of times it'll feel different, right? A game for everybody is a game for no one. But Helldivers doesn't follow that philosophy anymore. I would strongly argue that Helldivers actually doesn't follow that philosophy. I want players to enjoy the games I enjoy. I love sharing the games I like, but also speaking in general. Oh shit. Enjoyable players who already like it. Speaking in general here, so the devs need to find a balance in both parties for sure. Yeah, like there's no doubt that Space Marines 2 is doing a good job, like finding good ways to like help the existing player base that already likes the game and satisfying them. But I feel like they could do a better job with like satisfying people that like left. Because I'm gonna be completely honest, I still find Neurothorps like a huge pain point. Like chaos enemies in general, I still find them extremely like unfun to play against. Like I actively just don't want to play against chaos if I don't have to. It's nowhere near as fun as playing against Tyranids. And like I get it, chaos are supposed to be more punishing and stuff like that. It's just that's a pain point for me, right? And I think it's easier in Helldivers, like it's not even like a getting shot at thing, because at least I think Helldivers has done a better job of like creating a more fun environment for automatons. They still need to work on it, obviously, for automatons. There's definitely like they're the faction I could play against the least before I get burnt out. But yeah. In comparison to SM2, that takes way too long to get to a point where even the OG players are satisfied. Thank you, Jober. Appreciate the tier 1. 9 months. Welcome back, buddy. Thank you. So, yeah, automatons still need some work. Like, I still feel like there's too much ragdoll on automatons, and the random one-shots, I still feel as if the headshot multiplier should just not be a thing in this game. I do think that the average player would significantly enjoy this game more if there wasn't as many random one-shots. And that goes for bugs and bots, right? Like, when a bug, like, swipes at you and it swipes your head, you take twice as much damage. That sucks. I don't like it. I don't like it. If they want to keep the head being a weak spot, just have it so like if a bug hits your head, it can like destroy your head limb, and it maybe like hurts your vision, or, you know, concusses you, or I don't know, slows your action. There's a million different things that they could do to like have the head be like some kind of weak point, but just the random one-shots are not fun. Unpredictable incoming damage is never a fun thing in a game like this, especially a PvE game. If it's PvP, yeah, headshot multipliers need to be there because it's a skill-based thing. I'm gonna play against Chaos as Sniper, but not as Bulwark or Assault. I understand certain classes are more or less effective against certain enemies, but sometimes it feels so far. Yeah, that's what I was saying, is that like some classes, some weapons just feel like downright like a throw versus Chaos, and I don't think that gap should be that there. Like, certain classes should feel better in certain situations, there's no doubt, but we were talking about this with like Neurothorps, right? Like if you bring the wrong class or the wrong weapon, and there's a lot of Neurothorps, which you can't predictably know if the game is going to throw a lot of Neurothorps at you, like it could be pretty miserable dealing with Neurothorps. It's not a fun experience. Obviously, you could take the opposite and you bring like this an OP, you know, Neurothorp weapon, and you know your problem is solved. But I think the gap is just too large there, personally, between the two. More AP for primaries. I'm hoping that they give us more niche weapons like that.
These are good puffs.
New WARBOND has made bots more enjoyable for me. I love ballistic weapons, so lever action. Yeah, lever action is great. I love it. I love it. I think they've done a great job with it. Very happy. And it feels great against Luminant. So whenever Luminant get more enemies, it's great. I'm very excited. All right. This will be the last Luminant mission, I think. And then we'll jump back on the bots. I didn't need to test much on Luminant. Am I allowed to join? Yeah, I mean, you're tier 3, brother. Feel free to join. Tier 3s, you guys can just join whenever.
But you just have to play with me, though.
You're free, brother. I appreciate you asking, though. That's very nice. I appreciate that. Mabel, people are still on Yolheim. Sorry, what's wrong? I don't know. I think it's one of the planets. They're not doing the gambit, but I think we've already failed the gambit. So it's not a big deal. This is super evident with the convoys, which like become active, and the map, also 3-round bursts. I'll be down for the Constitution Deadeye getting AP4. I don't think they should. I think the Deadeye is fine the way it is. Constitution is supposed to be bad. It like that. The devs they very plainly said it. It's supposed to be an old war weapon. It's supposed to be the challenge weapon, as you will. It's the same in the last game. I Mr. Nukem. Like the Constitution is just supposed to be bad. It's I would also like to see changes, but they were pretty flat with it. Like, hey, it's not supposed to be a good weapon. It's supposed to be the weapon that like you kind of take as somewhat of a meme or like a joke. And it's not like terrible. It's still usable. So there's that. I really enjoyed. Yeah, it's good. I really enjoyed using Deadeye against bugs. I think it actually works quite well, but it requires a high degree of accuracy and discipline. So I think some players will really dislike it versus bugs. So I'll probably rate it somewhere around B+, A-. But the fact that it can like double tap brood commanders, alpha brood commanders, and it can double tap hive guards, I think it's fantastic. I love that TTK. And especially if you pair it with Siege Ready, it feels great. Really good. It's just that reload can feel too slow if you don't bring Siege Ready. I received medals back today. Yep. I'm still constantly crashing. I'm so sorry. I don't know if we've already like discussed like things that you can do to hopefully look into it, but you know, I'm assuming you've already like reinstalled graphics drivers, maybe deleted cache on Helldivers to see if you can rebuild it. Set a frame cap for the game. Turn down graphics, you know, the common stuff. Not saying it's definitely your computer, but I'm just wondering if there's like anything that you can do to, you know, hopefully reduce it until maybe they come out with a patch to reduce the crashing that you're specifically running into. Do you think the hover pack could use a hover cancel? Yes. I said that was like one of my first things I said about this is that for general like usability, I would like the ability to cancel it without having to drop it. You can take a exclamation mark hover pack EE. Yeah, it's a great Easter egg. It's like the old like when you shoot a jetpack trooper in some games and they go flying. It's a great Easter egg. It's awesome.
Do it. Let me see it.
Oh, you're watching stream?
Sure. Do it.
I just did it.
And what? You die? You
No.
fall to death?
No, you lose a little bit of HP, but
That sucks. They should make you die.
why? It's not like you're falling that far.
How hard does it?
I think they should try to rework the Eruptor into a mini AR, making it focus more on the bullet impact rather than the explosion. I think they should just make a sniper rifle. When I hear feedback like this, I'm usually like, why don't they just make a new weapon? Right? Now, personally, when the devs were talking to me about like, hey, what do you think about AP4 on the Eruptor? Because they told me about this about a month ago. I was like, and they brought it up. Like, I feel like they're in a weird spot where like the Eruptor it had a niche, and they're not really playing into the niche as much. I will say, I mean, I like the Eruptor more than I did before, but I'm still in that area where I kind of wish they just kept the Eruptor where it was and what it was doing, like focusing around the shrapnel aspect and the explosive aspect rather than going for higher AP. But, you know, it is what it is. They went for that. But going on to your comment, they should just make a bolt action sniper, right, in the primary slot. Think AMR, but they would slow the fire rate down a lot, essentially making it a primary AMR. So instead of just like, let's just reinvent this weapon into that, why not just add it? And I use the same logic when people were saying, well, dynamite should be remote activated, like C4. Why not just have C4 also? Have dynamite be its own unique thing and have C4 be its own unique thing, right? More options is good. People also say, want to have a fire mode change for the Eruptor. Why not just have a... Why not just have a different weapon?
You just need to revert the Eruptor.
Some people say that, right? They just said, just bring it back to the original form. I think it's still a little too powerful. But,
I
yeah.
love it.
Buff the mag size of the AMR. I think it's fine. It's got a really fast reload if you don't empty the mag.
Oh shit.
Secrets. Can't see his head. So you're a harvester? I do. Aw. I thought I'd be dodging, not dodging into it. Chance to mess with it, but does Dino have any benefits than other explosives? Just a larger explosive radius. That's basically it. The original description of the Eruptor says something about... I think it's because that it had the description because it was supposed to... It's a very similar round to the Dominator. And the Dominator has a similar one where, like... And that's why it was under the explosive category, was something about, like... Like, the round penetrates and explodes inside the enemy. Or whatever. But obviously they've changed their mind on that. Saw Flay killing Hulks with it. You gotta be behind the Hulk, I'm not sure. Sorry, what's up? You kill Hulks with dynamite. Yeah. You throw it between their feet, and if it blows up behind them, it will do damage to the radiator. I don't think it one-shots the radiator. So you'll probably need two. Right, Jetbrink. But we need to farm in this game. Play again and again these sample missions, guys. What's up? Are you asking for like tips on how to farm samples or? Thank you. No worries. Yeah. So like. But you could do that with any grenade. Now, that being said, there are other grenades that are better because they have more pen, right? So, like, for instance, high explosive grenade would just be better because when it explodes, it actually has enough pen to do damage to the Hulk, right? Because Hulks have pen 4 armor.
Oh man, I was gonna get that.
Look at these overseers, man. They know I'm aiming at them. So they just go crazy with their movement. They know, dude. They're so smart. You tell Arrowhead I should be able to shoot the dynamite? They know. They know. It's probably just something they couldn't implement in time or couldn't get working in the moment. Why does your gameplay look exactly like a movie? I don't know. Why does it?
That person's paid.
What's up?
That person's paid to come say that.
Paid chatter, paid chatter.
Hey, that's my job.
Oh
my god. Doing the Lord's work, listen to
Wait,
Ramside.
no, JS
Feel
is not doing
free.
his job, then.
Feel free to request music. Want to listen to some more Ramstein? Is it true the new rifle should have come with poison or explosive rounds? No, I think it's fun. I think it's really good. Now, I think some players will immediately not love the Deadeye because they're not an enjoyer of precision-based weapons. But that's fair, right? Like, that's... It kind of is what it is, right? Not all weapons will speak to all players. If they were explosive rounds, it would be easier to kill an enemy because explosive rounds do not require you to be nearly as accurate as regular ballistic rounds, right? But I personally think it's okay with the current context of how the game works, right? You make different weapons for different people. Not all weapons have to be like completely usable by all players. Or if you're on controller, you're pro.
Whoa!
All right.
Wow. Let's just get out of here.
I think that was a classic. I'm occupying the same space as where an enemy is.
No.
What's wrong? Why'd you get up?
I don't know, because I felt unsafe.
Okay, so why'd you get up?
Because I felt unsafe.
Why'd you get out though?
Because I felt unsafe.
Why'd you get out though?
Like when you get into an Uber driver car and you don't feel safe with them, you get out.
You don't feel safe with me? Why not?
Because you like flip the vehicle.
Yeah, I didn't do it on purpose. Why'd you get out?
I felt unsafe.
Why'd you get out though? Hey, what's up? Found you from YouTube. Yo, what up, Sammy? Welcome. Hope you're enjoying the videos. Seen quite a few comments that are mad that Deadeye is an AP4 and those people are great. I don't know. I don't know what to say to comments like that. I just like, yeah, I'm hoping there's not this like expectation that any future weapon is just going to be AP4. Like the reason why they went with AP4 for the Eruptor was because they wanted the Eruptor to feel more unique versus the don't shoot at this guy if you can. So it's 2 shots to the horn. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Of course, there's one guy behind me. What are we at? 5, 6, 7, 8. So full mag. What does breaking the horn do? It stops it from regenerating its shield. Teamwork with the SAM site.
I think I killed one of those SAM site things.
You killed our own SAM site?
No, I mean I don't know that thing, the blue glowy thing.
Oh, you mean the Illumina ship? Nice.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, I don't know. I think people need to like slow their horses on AP4. I think there's a certain characteristic of like weapon that, you know, deserves AP4, and it's usually the slower firing or higher like higher cost weapons that you have to like build into, right? What up, Brinks? Yo. Does Stalwart feel better now? I mean, it does 10 more damage. What is that? Like a 15% increase in damage? That's nice. The Stalwart feels even better as a... Oh my god, I couldn't see. As a ad clearing weapon. Save AP4 for support weapons? I think it's okay to not have only support weapons as AP4. It's just, you gotta pick the right weapons to have AP4. Eruptor having AP4 I think is fine. Senator having AP4 is fine. A bolt action sniper in the primary slot having AP4 would be fine. But a lever action rifle having AP4? I don't know about that. I think that's a bit far. It's a lever action rifle, my dudes. What the flip is AP4? It's heavy pen, or what they call heavy pen now. It used to be medium plus pen, technically. Armor Pierce 4. Enemies in this game go from having no armor to around 6 to 7 armor. I think 6 is actually the highest we actually see in actual gameplay. I don't think there's actually anything with 7. As far as an enemy that walks around and you shoot at. So like a Hulk's armor or a Charger's armor is armor 4, and you need AP4 in order to do that. The armor system in this game is strange indeed. I think it's like an okay strange. Like I don't mind it. They've been like changing it to make more sense. We just have a certain understanding of armor in video games, and because this game doesn't fit that mold, it's strange. It's okay to be different. It's just not intuitive in the sense that like we're used to a certain type of like pass-fail system. And yeah.
I want 80.
Sorry, what's wrong, Mix? What is armor 3? Medium. Medium. They give ARs or ballistic and much better, more durable damage. They'll feel much better. I think what they're doing currently and just giving it more upfront damage in general is solving a lot of that. They want the larger projectiles in the game to have more durable damage. Durable damage is what confuses me. Durable damage is a weird system. It's probably one that should honestly not really exist, if I'm being honest. Especially since they don't really communicate it to the player very well at all. Like, I'm sure in the design process it made more sense. But as far as, like, players actually interacting with it, it's a very weird one. For a WARBOND tier list, where is the new one slot into the initial impressions? I think it's like A tier. Yeah. I'd say A tier-ish. I think it's better than... I personally think it's better than the Viper Commando, which is around B tier. But it's definitely not as strong as, like, Democratic Demolitionist or... like things like that. I'd slot it very similar to like Polar Patriot, or actually it's better than Polar Patriot overall, but it feels very similar on par to a Polar Patriot, very similar on par to a Veteran Steel, maybe a little bit better than Veteran Steel. But like I say with a lot of these things, it has to do with personal preference. If you're someone who likes precision weapons, you're gonna enjoy it more than someone who does not like precision weapons. If you're someone who loves the idea of the hover pack, you're gonna love the Warbond way more than someone who like will basically never use the hover pack, right? A lot of personal preference. There's almost no interaction with durable damage to player. You can't even see the stat in game. You can through gameplay, which is what I think they wanted it to be, right? But the problem is that you can't see the stat. So before you go into the mission, you can't understand how a weapon works. You need to use the weapon in order to understand what kind of durable damage it has and what it doesn't have, right? It's once again using that philosophy of like older style games where we weren't like, I come from a time where back in my day we didn't data mine a game, and if there wasn't a stat seeable in game, we would just test it. And that was the difference between, you know, an experienced player and a casual player. Whereas some people just had more knowledge and they went on forums looking for it, right? But nowadays, almost a lot of games just provide all that information to you, or they data mine the shit out of the game so you like have all that information. But like hidden mechanics in games is not a new thing. Like, not at all. It just feels alien nowadays because a lot of games kind of show you everything, or show you a lot more than they used to. And like, I'm okay with durable damage being more hidden. It's just I largely think it's a little bit too impactful to gameplay. And a lot of players are more casual, and this game is moving in a more casual direction than a more hardcore direction, so you probably don't need durable. And just showing people durable damage, I don't think will necessarily improve the situation. So tying quote-unquote durable damage to just regular damage would maybe just be better. Or finding some other way to transfer that information. Is there a form or sheet? Have all the numbers for the enemies? There are spreadsheets out there that you can find. I don't know if anyone has any available to them. Does dynamiting work, or is it just all coding? When they get the game files, you can use programs to look at the game files, and then they can find, you know, file like texture files, sound files, so on and so forth in the game code. That may not be accurate or actively being used in the game, or like just being displayed through UI, right? So the files will be there, but you know, you may not see it.
Bro, that's a big nuke.
What? Oh shit, what happened? What happened?
Durable damage is like an armor break system. It's not exactly just that, though. It's armor break, but it's also limb breaking, right? That's awkward.
Somebody kill Margot?
I landed my health pod, wasn't paying attention. How's Dynamite? It's alright. I think it needs a little bit of love, though. I got to play. Incendiary bots felt a bit underwhelming, IMO. Are they supposed to be like Gloom equivalent? They're supposed to be like the Predator strain, right? Dynamite needs less fall off. I think it needs more range and less fall off for sure. Both. It needs to be more impactful in a larger area. If they don't want to increase the radius and they just want to make it more impactful, sure, decrease the fall off. But it feels too similar to like a frag grenade. Isn't Predator the Jet Brigade? They all are. Jet Brigade, Incendiary Corpse, Predator, they're all the same thing. They just have different levels of like strength Now, if you don't wear fire armor versus the new bots, they're actually extremely scary, right? But if you wear like fire resistant armor, especially heavy fire resistance, they're a lot easier. If you know about the mechanic to go prone to stop yourself being on fire, that's fine. Slugger needs 5 to 10 more durable damage to 2-tap an Alpha Commander at mid-range. It doesn't, though. Slugger is supposed to be like a shotgun. So they don't want you using it like a DMR. It has damage fall off, and that's why it needs more durable damage at mid-range. They want you to use the Deadeye in that situation. Slugger needs love. It did in the latest patch. !Warbond. It essentially performs the exact same as it once did. It doesn't break open boxes, but that's not a big deal. There's so many different ways to break open boxes nowadays. And then it doesn't, I guess, break fences. People always bring that up. I'm like, I never use that. I just climb over it. But I think the Slugger is in a good spot. Like, could it be more? Yeah. If they want to just keep giving it more damage, sure. I do think the fire rate's a little slow, but the Slugger is the close range equivalent of the Deadeye, right? It's very similar in idea. Do I think the Slugger should probably do some more damage in close range? Yeah. With aggressive fall off, but do more damage in close range, right? How would you rank the new secondary weapon? I think it's like somewhere in B+. I think it's fairly good. It's like an alternative to like the Verdict. It's like a happy medium between the Verdict and the Senator with unlimited ammo. It doesn't feel like you can fire it that much before it overheats though, which is like its biggest downfall. Let's use some bullets. You still adore the Slugger. I think you'll adore the Slugger again. But also, you got to remember that the game has changed around the Slugger, right? So now that it performs the same as the Slugger, you may find yourself still being pulled towards other weapons. Because, like, if you're a crossbow enjoyer, does the Slugger feel as powerful as a crossbow? No. But no, nothing really does. 12-meter radius is 24-meter diameter, and that's huge range. The damage fall off is just damn atrocious. That's fair. But I'm still like, hey, give it 30-meter diameter. Like, fuck it. Slugger does not need AP4. AP3 is fine. Yeah. I think there's this big outcry of like people that just want AP4 on everything. It's just like, guys, we're you guys are literally advocating for power creep. And it's just like that is like the strongest form of power creep that you can have, is just like giving weapons this like crazy. 30 meters, because why not? That's what I'm saying. Like, dynamite should just be this massive blast, right? It doesn't have anything niche, right? Hell, even if you remove one of my dynamites away, but make it more impactful per use, fuck it, right? I want dynamite to feel more impactful. That's my thing. Right now, it just feels too similar to frags, and I'm just like, eh. And because, like, you have this long fuse time, you don't have shrapnel, I lose one of my frags. I'm like, eh. I want to feel more unique.
It doesn't have heavy pen.
Yeah, it's medium pen. That's another thing, right? That's why I compare it to the frag. I just found a glitch with the draw emote. Are you talking about the one where you can fire your primary weapon and your secondary weapon at the same time, if you time it right? Is that the glitch? Or are you talking about the one with the jump pack? Is mirror flamethrower vibration on PS5 not working? I have no idea. I don't use a controller. I can't answer that. Give everything 8p5. I do that. That was one direction we were also talking about with the dynamite, is like you lose 1 or 2 dynamites and just make them way more impactful in the sense that they can blow up fabricators from not inside, or you can throw it in a ball titan hole, you know. So it just becomes way more interactive with like our actual mission. It cools down very quickly when you holster it. It cools down very quickly regardless, which is nice. Oh yeah, it's the jump pack one where it like, keeps you in midair for a bit. Yeah, it's pretty silly. I thought I was cooking. Nah, someone told me about it
How do you like the helmet?
yesterday. Looks like you're upset.
Margot's helmet is funny. What is that helmet? What is that Margot's helmet?
What do you think about stagger on the adjudicator? Like it should gain stagger? Is that what you're saying? I honestly think the adjudicator is in a really good spot. Like I don't think it needs it. Hello, accurate.
The commando's being overlooked, I swear to God.
Oh, geez, remember the adjudicator is supposed to be a marksman rifle? Yeah. Yeah. Oh, the commando is great.
Where did you place it?
Ready to do the new ranking later? Sorry, what's up? Accurate? What do you mean? Replace what? The commando? It depends on the faction.
Yeah. Works well for Illuminati. Oh shit, I forgot to take the...
Ranking in tier list, the new stuff. I'll probably end up doing like the new stratagems. I'll do like a re-ranking of stratagems first. And that's most likely what I'm going to do. That much change. It's been 3 months or so since I did the last stratagems update. So I feel like it's probably time. It's been not that long since I did weapon tier list. In the video I did yesterday, oh my god, I almost got one shot. In the video I did yesterday, I kind of discussed where I would put them in the tier list. So I don't feel like I really need to do a new tier. Like I don't think enough changed with the weapons that I feel like I need to change the tier list. I don't know. Maybe I do. Like
People want a tier list
for the new weapons. Like
for everything.
So I had this idea that like maybe I could do a tier list that is like an update video where I like jam pack all of them into one video, but I don't talk about it at length. I just talk about like general changes. We don't have to make 3 separate videos. We just make like an update.
Yes. Yes.
I don't know exactly how I would format it, but it would mostly just probably be like bringing up my old tier list and then discussing the changes, like reorientating them and feeling, and then at the same time I could add the new stuff. And then it would be a fairly long video, but you could just like skip to the section you care about, Illuminate, bug or whatnot.
Wait, how about just tier list like all the new stuff?
But the thing is that a lot more has changed than just the new stuff. Can you glide with the hover pack or just hover? You can move. Do you unsave or save? I use unsave. Do you feel like the liver penetrator should have gotten a small damage buff? No. Actually, no. Some people were like correcting me in my video when I said like, oh, the liver penetrator is missing from the update. I'm surprised the liver... But I actually meant the liver concussive. The liver penetrator is like this awesome weapon because it's medium pen, it's very easy to use, and it has like very little recoil, right? The adjudicator has like smaller magazine, it has more recoil, right? It's a weapon that's like harder to use in general. And the adjudicator was actually getting used less than the liver penetrator. So it makes sense they would do like a small little buff, which is the adjudicator got more of like a placebo buff than anything. Oh my god. These guys are so scary. Oh my god. Adjudicator feels like a worse version of DCS. I disagree. It's a different type of DCS. It's an automatic, right? Like it's an assault rifle. But like versus bugs, I much prefer using the adjudicator over the DCS because it's automatic. More rounds per magazine. Is the regular good against bots? Yeah, it's very good against bots. Surprised that first round missed.
There ammo over there?
Yeah, so I think people just didn't understand what I was meaning with that is that like the liver penetrator was already in a good spot, so I didn't feel like it needed that, you know, placebo 5, right? Because I do think that the 5 extra damage is actually more of a placebo patch rather than something more meaningful, right? Do people understand what I mean by that? Like, sometimes in games they make incredibly small adjustments to weapons just because they know people are going to read the patch notes. I don't know. This is... Yep, I just drowned to death. I knew it. I've seen that bug before. So like they do like an incredibly small change, and the goal is just to get people to like use something else, try it out, right? Because people aren't trying it. Because, like, I would argue the adjudicator is already in a good spot, right? Like, it already was quite good. It had positives and had negatives. Just people kind of didn't give it enough of a chance. Fact of the matter too is most of the ARs and SMG buffs didn't even change the breakpoints. Exactly. Right? A lot of people don't even realize that. It's a placebo thing. Right? There might be a slightly better breakpoint on certain limbs or something like that, but for the most part, all of the SMGs and ARs essentially just go a bit farther with their damage. In unoptimal ways, if you're shooting at an enemy, it'll feel a little bit better, right? Maybe like 1 to 2 less shots versus an overseer, you know, a little bit better versus a hunter when you're like body shotting. And that was actually the feedback that I gave them, is that ARs are actually really powerful if you're very good, have a very good shot. But I think the reason why a lot of people don't think ARs are very good is because if you're not very accurate with the assault rifles, they feel bad. And most players don't have like perfect aim, right? So they're going to be like shooting at an enemy unoptimally, which will affect their perception of the gun, obviously, right? That was another use case also that I was trying to tell them, is that AR is supposed to be like the bread and butter weapon, and they shouldn't require like a large amount of like skill to use, in my opinion. This is kind of bad. The railgun is not particularly great in that situation. Oh, let me prone. Get the WARBOND for free. Yeah, they gave it to me completed. But I obviously didn't need it to be given to me. But it was nice of them. Because it means I didn't have to grind for medals to show it off for people, which is nice. Does the adjudicator one-tap devastators in the head? No. Wait, does it? No. No? No. 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 You needed more. No. It's like close. It's extremely close, but that's on purpose because they don't want the adjudicator to step on marksman rifles. Marksman rifles are supposed to be the weapons that can one-tap. I think the adjudicator or the reprimand is like the exception to that rule. But it can do it only really in close range, right? Because the gun still has a good amount of bloom on it, so...
Deal with that stratagem. Thanks.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, God.
Telling good with the Blizzard Shield for bots. I don't think the Blizzard Shield in general is particularly good, but yeah, it'd be pretty damn good. Is it as good as the crossbow? No. It wouldn't. But it definitely wouldn't be a bad choice with the ballistic shield, especially if you're like pacing your shots. And the sound of the Deadeye, yeah, it's so good. Siege Ready looking essential for the Deadeye. It's not essential, but it does make a rather large impact if you're going to be using the Deadeye a lot in your mission. Just a little showcase to show, like, if you feel like you can't accurately hit the eye with the Deadeye, 2 taps to the leg. It's the same with the Dominator. Yeah, the 20% difference with the reprimand is very nice. Is that too high? Oh, no, we're good. Can we get a reprimand game? Yep, we did. We can get one. For sure. Dude, the fact that the bots like are wearing white armor, like they're colored white, is it's kind of great since we're on like a snow map. It kind of looks like they're like blending in or trying to. It's kind of funny. I love watching him like raise his arms in the sky. It's so funny. I love it. Slightly.
Oh, sorry, Marco. Sorry, Marco.
Can't see. Man, that set me on fire. Does the damage increase against lower armors applied to the unarmored? So the way it works basically is if you match the armor requirement, so like you get a gray hit marker, you lose 35% damage, right? If you are under the armor requirement, you get a ricochet. If you overpen, it's a red hit marker and you gain full damage against that enemy. That's how that works. Oh, well. Okay. No way I drown. Okay, good. Oh, that's a bit awkward. Thank you, Trindle. I agree that it could be something in the future bots recolored to the biomes they fight in. Makes sense. Yeah, or I mean, I think they're most likely just gonna, it's not really gonna be a thing. Because I think they're using the coloring of bots to signify that these are, you know, this particular core. Which I think is fine. It's very awkward.
Can Mano kill a dog or no?
Yeah, same as the recoils.
2? Is it 2?
I don't remember the breakpoint. I think it would be 3 to the eye.
What's the eye now? You said the mouth, no? Or the
No,
head or
I always said eye. But you should be... I don't know how to explain it to you, Eddie. I'm too busy dealing with all this shit! So, you don't deal more damage against medium armored enemies with heavy pen? No. Well, okay. You do. Okay. How do I explain this? If you have a medium pen weapon that deals the same amount of damage as a heavy pen weapon, and you're both shooting at medium pen armor, you deal 35% more damage with the heavy pen. Because you're overmatching... Because you're overmatching it, right? Whereas the medium pen armor will get, like, reduced with the medium pen armor pen, right? So, another mechanic also is you might have noticed when you sometimes shoot at enemies, you get ricochets randomly. And there's a deflection angle of like all different types of ballistics in the game. So like every projectile has like a deflection angle where it loses armor pen, right? And when it loses armor pen, it will also lose damage. dog shit
Why is this
system.
fucking
No,
dog not dying?
just because it's not the same armor system that like other games use doesn't mean it's dog shit. It's just different. They're trying to go for a more realistic angle rather than a like a video game, like basically breakpoint system. You'll never deal more. Yes, exactly. Thank you, Ragnar. You'll never do more than 100% damage. There's a little bit of a caveat to that, where like certain weapons have like a hidden value of durable damage, and it's mostly like explosive weapons have more durable damage than just normal ballistic, because it's like a damage type that like is better against like limbs and squishy bits, as the game once called certain limbs. And you either like deal more damage with them. They do more destruction. Also, higher caliber bullets will do more durable damage as well. So it's fairly intuitive, but it's a hidden value that you don't know. They're assuming that you will just pick this up intuitively through gameplay. But like I said earlier, we're in a generation of games where the game kind of explains everything to you nowadays. This is an older style of philosophy of like game design, where it's like you want the player to experiment and to like dive into the game for these kind of systems. It doesn't really matter, right? These kind of systems don't really matter unless you're trying to min-max a game. The Eruptor got buffed again in what way? It got AP4, so it got heavy pen. So now it can kill a Hulk in 2 shots to the eye. There's sway, recoil, spread, angle deflection, weapon drag, angle deflection, and so much more, just so our weapons feel off, just so we have to buy warbonds. Brother, I feel like you just need to take a break from the game. So the reason why they like to... The reason why they do that is because they're trying to find a mixture between like real world, like ballistics and like, you know, intuitive like military like type games like that, and like an arcadey game, right? So they have those mechanics to make, you know, weapons feel different, right? So you don't have like every gun feeling incredibly similar, right? But that also happens in real life, right? Like 2 different weapons will feel different depending on their weight, what type of bullet they're firing, and so on and so forth, right? Like, if you don't like the realism in the game, fair enough. But at a certain point, like, it's one of the reasons why the game is so successful is because they went for this approach, which is very different than like playing Destiny or, you know, playing Warframe or, you know, even Call of Duty, right? They went for like this like military sim, but also meets an arcade game. They're trying to find that middle ground, and they actively do that in the development. There's been many like times where I've been talking to the devs and offering suggestions, and you're like, yeah, but we'd like to have it more grounded, right? Like I suggested at one point having like a more video game-esque, you know, approach to SMGs, where like SMGs would just do more damage if they were in close range, and they would do like normal amounts of damage in at farther ranges, right? And they have like a pretty severe damage drop off, similar to what you would see in like other games when like you have an SMG, right? But they're like, we don't want to have such a video game approach to balancing. If we were to do this, it would be more to do with like decreasing bullet velocity and like implementing it that way. It's like, okay, that's fair enough. That makes sense. They don't want to just have like damage bonuses and shit like that you would see in another shooter. But that's a very cynical approach, Soul, of just like, well, they have all these mechanics so they can sell you more guns. I mean, correlation does not equal causation would be my first response to that, like, cynical take, right? Sometimes I feel like you're too positive. I like the game too, but chat brings up some good points. About what? Just because I have a different perspective, though, doesn't mean that I'm like I get this impression a lot from Helldivers, and I think it's like modern day culture of video games, is where you have to be highly critical of everything. Just because I disagree with the point doesn't mean like I'm a shill or something like that. Like, I don't agree with the point. I come from a different generation. I'm okay with more game mechanics, or some things even just being hidden sometimes, because it requires you to play the game to interpret some of these things. But I understand why other people just want like the game to be more simplified, or all that information to be upfront, right? Because we've all played like, you know, Dark Tide, and they have a menu where you can pop up and like literally every stat in the game is there. So if you really want to dive into the numbers, you just bring up that stat. Right? This game is kind of caught between two different types of players. There's a casual approach where people just want things to be like upfront and easier to understand and like more straightforward. And then there's like a more hardcore player that's like wants more depth or wants things to be harder and stuff like that, and they're like at odds. And then there's like the developers' take on all of that, right? And it's like a quagmire, right? I think balancing between realism and arcade they have is great. The one thing I wish they could change is allow like perk swapping between armor. That's a hot topic, and the devs know about it. I don't know what they're planning on doing, but there's a lot of people that have been asking for either perk swapping or, you know, maybe finding a middle ground of just like color swapping armor. I'm not sure what they're gonna do. But the game doesn't tell you about half the mechanics. Which both is like okay and not okay at the same time. Right? Depends on the type of player you are. Like, I'm from a generation where like I actually kind of like the fact that the game doesn't tell you everything, because it leads to you having to discover things. Right? And it's one of the reasons why Helldivers was so successful, because at the beginning of the game didn't tell you half the stuff, so people had to go out of their way to like test things, and they were very curious about things in the game. It did lead to some misinformation, obviously, along the way, but it was quite fun to go through it, right? Like, I would argue that like if the game was like far more like spilled out, things would have been solved far faster, and there would be like less like nuance, right? Like a more solved system, because then the people would just break out the spreadsheets and be like, well, you just do this. The nuance of feel would not be there. Ugh. You know? Agree to disagree. Sorry. Discussing it, just like you're always on the side of defending the devs' decisions. No, I'm not. Dude, there's plenty of things I agree with.
I think it's because you don't get angry about it. Maple.
Like-
You're like, fuck this game. Fuck this thing. They should revert this. That's
Like,
why.
I have like respect for the developers, right? But I'm also just I often talk about it from their perspective, which I think is interpreted by people me defending their thought process, right? And I might agree with some of those, right? But I think something that is in modern day culture, not enough people put themselves in the shoes of the developer or and just the other person in general. Like, I just in general, like, you have your opinion and that's your opinion. And it's like, I feel like too often we don't like, you know, come at it from like a different perspective, like what they were intended and the positives of maybe where they were coming from, right? Because I think it's like lost in conversation too fast, right? We just don't care to like think about it from like another perspective. Because I think it's worth saying for the sake of the conversation, like where the devs I think were intended to come from. And then there's sometimes like I just straight up like I don't agree with like what the devs are like doing, right? Like we already said in this conversation, I'm not a huge fan of the durable system, and I wish it was less impactful for the overall game. Right? A shooting range would solve all problems. We already have a shooting range. You just go into low level missions. But they don't like a shooting range has its own problems because it's a way to solve the game faster, right? They want you playing the game. They don't want you just like testing things, right? Like there's natural like some of the best moments that I had in this game were at like the first like 30 hours where I didn't understand anything, and every mission I was going in and finding out something new, right? Oh, this weapon is really good in this situation. Oh, this weapon destroys parts faster. And it's like I didn't know anything about the durable system, but intuitively, oh, this weapon destroys this part faster than this weapon, right? If you're really paying attention, observing through regular gameplay, you can do that, right? And you don't necessarily need a shooting range to do that, right? Disagree, I totally love a shooting range. I'm in the point where like I don't know. I actually don't like shooting ranges because I feel like they how do I explain this? I come from like the competitive scene where sometimes I actually don't like them because people do some like crazy janky shit and they solve the meta through firing ranges, and they do it significantly faster than just through like straight gameplay, right? Like at the end of the day, like as someone who's tested a ridiculous amount of shit in this game, I don't mind just booting up a particular mission and then testing it in that mission, right? If I need to kill a factory shredder, I just go into a factory shredder mission, right? So shooting ranges, like I think there should probably be a shooting range at some point. I think it's a pretty low priority, right? Because at the end of the day, like I said, you can't just boot up a mission and test things. Right. I mean, with no shooting range, people run to YouTube to see what's best. That's the type of gamer, though. Not all gamers do that. Some people just don't have as much time to test things. But, like, the type of player that, like, I am, like, even if I wasn't a content creator, I really appreciate just discovering things through gameplay. Like I said, I loved that in the beginning of the game, where everything was unknown and we were just discovering things through gameplay. Fucking love that. Every game you come out of it and you're like, oh, I learned something new. I doubt there'd be a range in the ship. It would probably be like on Mars or something, but
I want a polling booth in the ship.
A durable system is whack. Yeah, I think the durable system just needs to be more intuitive. It's like I know where they're going from, where they're coming from with it is like the higher the caliber and the type of damage means more or less durable damage, but not all people think that way when they play a video game, so it can be unintuitive to them, right? But if you think about it, the majority of durable damage weapons are tied to caliber and type of damage, like explosive or plasma you know, anti-tank weapons obviously have more durable damage than an SMG that has a lower caliber, right? It is fairly intuitive in that regard, but not everybody thinks about this game like that. So, and because it's not shown in game, they'll never go to that unless they're told about it. And that's like, this game would have been more successful with these systems if it was made 15 years ago, in my opinion. In a weird, there's too many people that love a more explained game and want a more explained game to them, because it's just like, you know, it's just very common nowadays. Have you or anyone else seen an issue with not being able to see or pick up things like an egg or a hard drive after someone drops it? I haven't seen that in months. Like months. But I think it has something to do with like DCing and like lack of server host migration. A lack of host migration, and there being desyncs. Like, it can happen with, like, objectives, too, right? You can't interact with the panel. I'm sure you've seen that before. I think it's along the same lines. So. Yeah. Yeah, Big J's bringing up a thing. Like, someone before was like, because we don't have a shooting range, people go to YouTube. Correlation does not equal causation, right? Like, people go to YouTube mostly because they don't have time to do the, like, testing in general, right? Even if you had a shooting range, it wouldn't really change much. But personally, I'm like, dude, I like just jumping onto a planet and testing it that way. You know, it's combat testing rather than just sitting on a shooting range. And if I really want to test something, I go into a mission, right? Like, but I'm sure they'll add a shooting range at some point. I would highly doubt that, like, 3 years from now, we don't have a shooting range of some kind, like on Mars or something, you know? I could easily see a shooting range popping up on Mars that just has, like, you know, either, like, cutouts of enemies that are kind of like Monster Hunter, I guess. Like, it's not actually an enemy, but it's sort of, like, approximate, like, with the right HP and stuff. I can see that. Vada. Training sends actual bugs at you. Yeah, but for it to be like an actual training range, it would need like everything. I feel like people would complain if it didn't have everything, and you could argue that, what are they just going to keep a ball titan sitting there? Or a factory strider? You could just use like some close approximation with the same armor, right? Deactivated. Anyone know the optimal way to kill the charge with the new eruptor in the head ain't working? Shoot the butt. It hasn't changed. Shoot the butt. Even though it has the right pen, you're fighting a lot of armor regardless. Use weapons. Thank you for the tier 1. What up, dude? What up, Verdana? Anyways, to reiterate one point, I disagree with plenty of things that the devs necessarily do, but it may not come across because maybe I'm not getting as upset or angry about it. Or
people want to hear that oomph.
Or I'm willing to, like, understand where the devs are coming from and see the positives of a particular system, rather than only looking at the negatives of a particular system. I try to find In life, I am a very middle ground kind of person, as you could probably tell from our conversations. I will try my best to see both perspectives and then formulate an opinion based on that. I don't just take my opinion blanketly, like my initial first impression, right? I try to see both sides of the perspective, then, like, form an opinion. And that's what I'm trying to do by, like, I'm trying to give the devs the opportunity without them actually being here to, like, give their side of the story. Because a lot of times I actually just spoke to them, and I can understand their side of their story because they've told me where they're coming from. What's your wish list for the game before the year ends? I mean, other than like the cliche, just more content. Boss battles is definitely something that, you know, I think many players would love to see. I don't know how they'll implement it, but I hope it's not just throw lots of stratagems at it. I hope there's more like nuance to it and like, you know, more coordination. I don't know where they go for it, but I hope it's just not just a throw 300, 380s and 500 kgs at it. I would be very disappointed if it was literally just barrage it. I think that'd be cool for like 5 kills, and then the novelty would roar off so fast.
You need to have more hate in it.
I do not want more hate. That's not me.
That's what people like. If you don't like use cuss words, you don't say fuck this shit and all this stuff. People are like, you love the game too much. You're too positive.
Guys,
You should be like, this shit is stupid. Fuck this, and rage quit
I don't know.
and be rude. People don't understand you're Canadian.
Look, not gonna lie, it is weird that you don't get passively upset about stuff. I don't know. I used to when I was younger. You should have heard my rants about Destiny, bro. Bro, I was upset at Destiny. That fucking game. But like as I've gotten older, I think I've shrugged off a lot of it. Also, PvP games, I am more passionately upset about. PvE games, I'm more chill about. Like when we're talking like Battlefield, or we're talking like Destiny PvP, woo, I'll have a stronger opinion. But I don't know. I think it's as I'm getting older, I'm trying my best to, you know, find a middle ground with things in life, and also I find it very productive in my life in general to find a middle ground. Like even talking to Annie, sometimes I have trouble talking to Annie because I try to find a middle ground.
What?
And Annie is usually like, and then she'll sometimes get mad at me because she thinks I'm like defending the person that we're talking about, rather than just trying to give her more perspectives.
When is that?
You might talk about someone in your life that's like upsetting you, and I'm like, okay, maybe they're just thinking about it in this light, you know?
Oh yeah.
You know, because like Annie will be very upset about an individual, and I'm just like, well, maybe they're just having a bad day or like something like that, you know. But she doesn't like that.
Fuck them.
Yeah, Annie's just like, fuck that person.
Oh yeah, you were defending fucking Blake and Ryan. I remember that, and
What are
I was
you doing,
like,
Maple?
I can't talk to you. I can't talk to you.
What's up? Where'd you want to drop? Oh, you want to go over there? Oh, sorry, I wasn't paying attention.
Yeah.
True. Good comms. My bad.
Oh yeah, I think I was just like, you don't get it. Oh
It-
yeah, Meghan Markle. I think it was Meghan
it's just-
Markle.
It's just my personality type. Why are you so contrarian all the time? Now, that is another point. I do like just playing devil's advocate for the sake of
Don't
discussion.
do it.
I enjoy doing that for discussion purposes because I enjoy discussing things.
Don't.
And I don't always state it.
You have to pick a side. You gotta pick a side in life. Either fuck this game or you love it.
I've been trying my best to state when I'm playing devil's advocate more often. I know I'm sometimes bad at like saying it. Sometimes I get a little bit of like a joy out of just like the other side, you know? But what about this, you know? Have you ever thought about it in this perspective? Pick a side. Oh my god. You guys are like... It's all about loyalty.
If you're not with me, you're against
If everybody's agreeing, it's so boring. Nah, I don't know. It can be tiring though to have an opposite opinion. Like I had a really tough time with Helldivers when everybody was like shitting on the game real hard. Cause like I didn't agree with the shitting on in the first place, but I also didn't agree with like, you know, some of the points they were making. Like we gotta buff everything. Everything sucks. Cause it's like I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna bring it up. You know, I bring it up quite a bit. Where's Godin's tweet? Godin?
People don't like polite. Everybody who comes in
my
here first time chat.
my favorite.
What's up? What's up?
My favorite Helldivers meme, dude. I fucking love this Helldivers meme. It's the best meme of all times. And it's just like, I was the top, and a lot of the Helldivers community was the bottom, right? Fucking love this meme. Like,
I want
like-
over 300 kills. That's me.
like I wanted my weapons and our team's weapons to feel necessarily weak, so it feels like we're getting overwhelmed. I want to feel overwhelmed. But then everybody else in the community was like, dude, I want my guns to fucking slay. Send more enemies at me. Like, kill count higher. You know, I was just like, I liked being overrun when the game first came out. I liked it when we were like kind of feeling weak, but if you played together and if you played coordinated with your team, you could be very successful, right? Yeah, I think there's positives and negatives to both sides, right? I have a preference. I prefer Helldivers feeling a little bit weaker, and then you have moments of like power when it's with your team, or you throw in a stratagem that's on a cooldown, right? That's the moments of power, and if you use them correctly, you get huge amounts of power. But now, Helldivers are powerful almost all the time. It's like we are extremely powerful literally all the time. The only time you don't feel powerful is when you get like one shot by something. So it's definitely a very different tone to the game. But some would say it hasn't really changed because they're used to railgun one-shotting Ball Titans because of a PS5 host bug, right? And that was a weird position. That was a really weird time. What in your opinion, elemental passives and unflinching passives? There needs to be a second perk on them. I don't agree with the fact that they only have one perk on them. We've come up with plenty of ideas of like, you know, the electrical one should stop you from being affected by EMS, and the gas one should, you know, I don't remember what we came up for gas. I don't remember off the top of my head. But like things of that nature, right? Like there should be something, there should be a second perk tied to them. Unflinching should have like less impact damage from projectiles. What was it? It was oh fuck, what was it? Oh shit. It was heavy padded should have impact resistance, like ragdoll impact resistance. Because the worst like feeling in this game sometimes is when you are ragdolled into a surface and you die immediately. But extra padded would make sense to have like that like resistance to the armor, right? Like because your armor is padded, you take less like impact damage from hitting a wall, right? And also I've always felt like heavy padded always felt like a half perk, or like a half like perk on a weapon or a thing. I always felt like it needed like a second perk, so that also fills that. I think Helldivers is supposed to be expendable fodder, not main character, so I agree. Yeah, I want to feel like sometimes weak in Helldivers, and I don't often feel weak in Helldivers at the moment. It's very rare for me to feel weak. I think right there is a perfect example of how the game has changed. what we just did there. We have some extremely powerful stuff in the game.
Disgusting.
Yeah. Yeah. Also, wouldn't mind if there was like 100% is the niche they... Sorry. wouldn't mind if there was like 100% in the niche they cover. Imagine like fire with 100% resistance. I think fire resistance is too low as a perk. Especially on like lighter armor. Like fire resistance only feels good if you wear like heavy fire resistance. It's because the armor rating is affecting your resistance to the fire, which feels weird. Which, like, I mean, it makes sense, but at the same time, like, wearing light fire resistance, you barely notice the difference, it feels like at times. Like, you still burn incredibly fast, you know? So, I like to see, like, some changes to how they handle that. Like, what I said for fire resistance was increase the time in which it takes before you get ignited on fire. So that way, like, light armor, if you're fast, you get in and out of the fire really fast, so you don't even get lit on fire, right? Which they kind of did already with the Hellpod booster, right? That Hellpod booster doesn't light you on fire anymore, right? It just knocks you to the ground. Basically, just use that behavior, but on the armor. So, like, when you step into fire or you get shot by a projectile that lights you on fire, it's basically a gauge fills up, kind of like Dark Souls, right? And if it goes full, you get lit on fire. But you get resistance when you wear that armor. Think about it that way. I think that would make a lot of sense and work. But I don't think it's an easy thing from the ad. Because one thing I get a lot of feedback from the devs when I provide feedback is, yeah, we'd love to do that, but we don't have enough time. Or we don't have the staff for that. Like, we'd love to do something like that. That sounds really cool, but we don't have time to do it. Which is definitely a problem in a live service title, especially a live service title with a small dev team, because some of the things that we request would require them like building a new mechanic, right, or completely redesigning something. I forgot to grab my recoils. Oh.
Make sure to check the stats later. We have to do payout.
I love the option to add another primary instead of like a sport weapon. That would be really cool if they added that like a stratagem or an armor. That'd be sick. Let me grab my recoil. I forgot to grab it. Are they thinking of making the team bigger at some point? I don't get that impression. But I also think performance of the game is already strapped. So I don't think they could do it. Because when you add more players, you need to add more enemy spawns. And there already is a cap on how many enemies can be in the game that I think the engine can allow, but also our PCs and consoles can allow, right? It's possible maybe in the future they could, if like hardware has gotten better. But like the average player is already kind of struggling to play this game on a PS5 or like a low-end PC. Hell, even a high-end PC. Like there's huge CPU intensive like moments in this game. Hell, they just made enemies smarter with AI, but it affects our performance negatively, right? If you add another player, like, that's even more demand. Because if you guys don't know, if you play this game by yourself, like solo, you get better frames per second purely because you don't have to do the online networking of syncing everything together. As soon as you add an extra player into the mix, it's more demanding on your system. Because you now have to start communicating and making sure everything is synced up. Like when you fire a bullet, you know. When I play it solo, I'm like 100 to 120 FPS. Exactly, right? When you're like actually playing with players, it'll probably drop to like 80 to 100 or lower. Especially in some situations like with the cities. So 6750 XT, 100% utilization every time I play. Did the new WARBOND come out this week? Yep. Exclamation mark WARBOND. If you want to check out the video, I explain what's in it. Messing around with it. Boosters need major rework. Currently, we have like 4 meta boosters, which I highly doubt they plan to make all the boosters. People only... Yeah, I think they need to continue adding more. I think there always will be quote-unquote meta ones because there's going to be niches that the boosters meet. And then some of the boosters are more generalized. I think immediately Hellpod optimization should just be part of the game. Like, I don't agree with it being a booster personally. Like, it should just be part... Like, it just shouldn't be, like, a thing. I'm fine with Vitality. I'm fine with Sprint. You know, I get it. Maybe they're too generalized. Maybe they need to be more specific. But something they have said is that they don't want to make boosters that are build dependent. But technically, you could think about it as Vitality kind of does that because of how impactful it is. They want boosters to be team-oriented perks that affect the mission, not your build. Does that make sense? That's because we offered them feedback on boosters, and most of the feedback was met with, we don't want to make boosters that are specific to builds. Because I think someone mentioned they wanted a booster that was like elemental resistance, and they were like, we don't want to do something like that. Oh my god, a bullet just ricocheted back to me. It's fine. Boosters seem hard to balance. They do. But it also is hard to balance because, like, they already have really good boosters. So it's hard to design new boosters that compete with the original boosters. But I think the sample one is really cool, and I love the idea of it. So if they could do more boosters like that, where they're, like, really high amounts of utility, like, that's a really good way. Or they just need to buff their already existing boosters, obviously. Like imagine the extraction pilot one. Imagine the... Oh my god. We definitely have the Rocket Strider variant. Jesus. Rocket Striders everywhere. I think I got staggered. I might have missed. It did. Ragdoll fatigue, ragdoll fatigue, ragdoll fatigue. I'm out of ammo. That sucks. My team's on the side of the map. I just gotta run away. Understand how your FPS is so low. I run a 1700 X3 into 4090 and I get 125 to 135 in 4K. Are you playing by yourself? Because remember, I would get that much FPS if I was playing by myself. Immediately. Also, if I'm on my ship, I get that much FPS. Right? Make sure you're not just like looking at your FPS on the ship and then telling me that. Because I get that much FPS when I'm sitting in my ship, doing nothing. Maybe you need to like get a benchmark going and then you can see your FPS drop. Because I highly doubt you were getting that much FPS while doing like regular mission. I don't think anyone's getting that kind of FPS in a regular mission, even with a 9800 X3D. No, it's not that, Urium. It's a CPU limitation. When you're playing with a 4-player squad at tier 10, there's just so much AI running around, and there's so much networking going on that, like, it really doesn't matter how good of a CPU you have. Like, that's going to be your bottleneck. Ugh.
I don't know about this.
That's what.
I don't know
That's
about
why.
this.
That's why I didn't get in it.
I JS. Oh boy. Mother.
The break action shotgun is supposed to be like an Easter egg, apparently. When I asked them to make it like a proper stratagem. Yeah. It's supposed to be like an Easter egg, like the trench tool. So, yeah. I don't necessarily agree with that decision, because I'd love it as an actual support weapon, but, I mean, it is what it is. Here's some WARBOND. Most ideal. Let's like a stratagem. Sorry, you talking about if you're also making the same point of if the break action was added as a support weapon? They've done that a little bit, Vada. They took a planet recently that was the manufacturing hub of the FRV, which caused the FRV to spawn with significantly less. Did both of us miss? Spawn with significantly less.
It went right through it.
That's unfortunate. Significantly less fuel. Unfortunately, it also affected the mech, which is quite funny, but it seems like they're ploying with that. They're thinking about dealing with that. Something like that, I guess. What color did you want the thumbnail for the WARBOND video? I don't think there's anything but like great fits. I think yellow. I think yellow was cool. Just make it a little more like tinted. Like I actually really like the font that you did in the last thumbnail. It looked really good. It's quite eye-catching. I think yellow. Helldiver yellow, you know? How does the Deadeye feel? It feels really good. Because it has a large amount of stagger. You got a precise shot. It's good. Is poutine delicious? Yeah, it's fucking awesome. Poutine is, like, insanely good. If you've never had poutine, I would highly recommend. Uh-oh. Okay, we're good. No way, that already blew up? Dude, fire damage did so much damage there. Holy fuck. How did I not think the siege armor with the Deadeye would feel? Yeah, I mean, it feels amazing. Yeah, for sure. Oh, devs see the boosters other than the 4 are already dependent. Like, how does HealthPod improve team play? HealthPod improves team play because you don't need to be as dependent on the supply pod every time you die. So your supply stratagem that you share will go far, like much farther. Would be, I guess, their argument, probably. That is unfortunate. Steelfoot. I don't know why I didn't just throw out 380. Updated version. That's good, buddy. Yeah, if you do have poutine, it has to be cheese curds. It cannot be shredded cheese. There are 100% like just shit poutine. It's kind of like you ever had like bad Parmesan cheese? Like it says it's Parmesan, but it's not actually Parmesan. Like Parmigiano Reggiano. You know what I mean?
You're fancy.
Right? There is a difference. Now, do you need to go buy the really expensive Parmigiano Reggiano? Like the stuff that is like from particular types of cows and shit? No, absolutely not. But at least just getting the highly curated like Parmigiano Reggiano is like really important. Because if you just buy Parmesan cheese in the United States, they can put whatever the fuck they can put whatever the fuck they want in it, right? Like it's
Excuse you.
It's just a name.
No. It's not true, Maple.
It is true. Parmesan oregano is...
Canada too. You can't tell me Canada doesn't do that.
Of course, but we get it from the U.S. we
Shut
buy
up.
we buy it from the U.S. Anyways, like highly curated stuff tends to like have like a certain baseline, and like poutine is like that, man. If you get the wrong type of poutine, it could be absolute dog shit, right?
Okay, you know what's also similar, Maple? It's like caviar and the fish roe eggs that you get at sushi. That's not caviar.
I mean, I don't think anyone would
Right?
call that caviar, because caviar is from a sturgeon.
No, people do.
Wait, really?
Orange. Yeah, it's
What?
orange, and people actually think it's caviar.
The only way I think of caviar is like it's from a sturgeon. Now then there's like better types of caviar because of like how
They're fancy.
they get the eggs and the type of breed and like what conditions were the sturgeon in, and yeah, roe is just like fish eggs like on sushi. It's different. I didn't think people were considered like, do people actually do that? Like they just anything that's a fish egg is caviar?
Yeah.
I feel like
some people say that.
I feel like that's just so wrong. Like that is so you guys are hilarious.
It's JS Newcomb. He should be banned from driving.
That-
Suspend his license.
That is why I don't
You're
bring the
suspended.
FRV on bot missions anymore.
Suspend his license.
Caviar is also the saltiest. I've actually never had like caviar, so I don't know.
Really?
Yeah. I think I've had like an imitation of caviar, and I thought it was all right.
You want some this year for your birthday?
No. Annie, what part of frugal and me do you not understand?
Well,
Third
it's
time's
your
a charm.
birthday. You don't have to pay. What the fuck?
Yeah, but the thing is that
Fucking devastating.
Annie, I'm like,
Yeah?
okay, how do I explain this? It's not. I don't want you to spend that money on me. Does that make sense?
Why not? You want me to spend it on myself? I do though.
Because I'm frugal, but it's not just like frugal. I guess I need a better word to describe myself. I don't spend a lot of money on myself except on like very specific like situations, like gaming, my computer.
Yeah, but it's not. You're not spending it. I'm.
I know, but it's like it's the same thing. It's like I don't want to see you spend that on me because then I'd feel like weird about it, right?
Why are you weird about it?
Because it's like I would never buy that for myself.
So you don't want me to buy you anything ever again?
Did I say that? Annie, you're going to such an extreme.
I picked a lane.
I picked a lane. Dude, hard left lane. Classic Annie. I picked a lane. My blinker... I'm turning left. Good luck, everybody else. I just think of that every fucking time I talk to Annie when she does that.
What?
That South Park fucking bit. With the woman
Huh?
changing
What's South
lanes. Someone find it and send it to Annie.
What is that?
Yeah, I think it's better you just
You
watch it
watched
than
it?
me explaining it.
Yeah, she watched it.
So
Culinary.
technically, roe egg is considered red caviar in culinary terms. Is it actually? I don't know that. I guess I only just think of like the caviar that is like sturgeon. Pulp culture has determined that for me. I'm scared. I'm really happy they all missed. Oh god, they're not just dying. Just die. Fuck.
Oh, that's funny.
Did you watch it? Yeah, so every time you say something like out of pocket that's like crazy out of nowhere, I just think of that.
Well, I don't think of that.
Yeah, because we're two different people. Should we make that an emote? We definitely need a left-hand turn emote of some kind to represent Annie. Nah, I don't want it to be a woman because then it comes across as like sexist. And I don't want it to come across as sexist. It's not like because Annie's a woman she does this. No, this is Annie's personality type when she's having a conversation. She's already moving on to the next part of the conversation before anyone else. It provides no context.
I've done that in meetings. And I recall my boss like, what?
Like there's like an art to conversation that Annie just skips over of like transitions, right? In a conversation of like, you know, moving from one topic to another. Annie completely ignores that. And she's like, have you guys heard about this?
It's not enough time in a day.
Also
like,
Annie is really funny. Sorry to cut you off, but like you're also really funny. But when you bring up topics that probably no one else even knows about anywhere, but then you talk about it with like that you talk to them like they know exactly what's going on in your head and that they've already talked to you about it. So like the Blake Lively and Jezebel Donny stuff, like Annie, you're talking to a bunch of gamer nerds. Nobody knows shit about that.
What do you mean? Everybody knows about Blake Lively and Justin, whatever.
So it's always hilarious to me when I'm talking to Annie and she's like, did you hear about this? I'm like, no, Annie, I did not.
I don't understand. My friend group in Discord knows about this
Or
stuff.
Angela Merkel?
Well, that's because
What do you mean? No, that's Meghan Markle, JS.
That's because you're your friends though, Annie, right? They already know what
They're
you're into.
gamers too.
And they, yes, but not all gamers are like that. Most gamers are not. I'm just kidding.
No,
Okay,
I think it's
Rocket
just
Strider
super
variant
weird.
is probably the most hated one that I have. This is, okay, but if everybody ever wonders, like, what does Maple mean by ragdoll fatigue? That right there. That right there. You know what I mean? Does that explain ragdoll fatigue? That is like the perfect moment to describe that. Like, God, I just want to play the fucking game, bro. Can you just like stagger me?
Also, like, Octavius knows Erewhon. Remember how you guys didn't know?
But
Just you
Annie,
guys.
you're finding one example to explain many people. that is an exception to the rule.
It's just you. You just play games all the time. And then your chat is, a lot of them are like that too, I guess.
And I hate to break it to you, out of like how many billion people on the planet at this point, most of them have no fucking idea who those people are.
Disagree. I know people who game for life and they're streamers and they're
Yes, but Annie,
freaking
that is an
esports people.
exception.
They know that stuff.
That is an exception to the rule, though.
It's only ever since I got here.
I see. I see.
Yeah.
Can confirm, no idea, honestly.
Yes, but I do agree. I changed topic very quickly.
How often do you know what Annie is talking about? Often? Rarely? Never? Who? I like the who.
What? Who said
The who is the best part for me. The who? Oh no, that was getting picked.
And that's why I feel like it's my duty to come here to educate everyone daily about pop culture news.
Annie's just trying to save you, chat. So when you do get a girlfriend, you know, or you already have a wife, so you can better communicate to them about pop culture, right? She's your wing woman.
Oh, there you go. You know what? I go to Flesh. Flesh knows what I'm talking about. But yeah, I think he does say that I change topics. It's very out of like nowhere when I say it.
Annie is friends with what is it?
Flash Crunch.
Flash Crunch. Yeah. It's the one you know, Vada, from Redeem. I don't know how they know each other. I think it's because Annie used to spend time in Glad's chat, which I was super surprised that you two don't know each other.
Solid.
Oh, I guess you know it through Solid. Okay, never mind. Not Glad. But Annie goes in Glad's chat, and I think Glad knows who you are, right? Me, man.
Not well back then with Solid in them. Because Solid built became Solid.
I'm gonna save everybody's eardrums, and I'm just gonna skip that. It may be Friday, but I'm gonna save people's eardrums. Because that's one of those songs where it's like a 50 viewer kind of thing. You know, my viewership goes down by 50 whenever someone plays a song like that. Like, I get it. I get it. I got you. That's the risk of doing song requests. Rude streamer. But my points.
Well, I don't know
Hey.
if I should get into this car.
Andy,
again.
you want to go through?
I have the right at any time to skip a song
Yeah.
to protect the ears of the many from the few. Okay? So that's why I say when you're song requesting, try to keep it like general music that people would like. Right? Who won?
Just nerds in here, that's why.
How many points do you... So if you're doing song requests, S-Drink mark points. If you're wondering about channel points, it's down below. 2 different systems. Is that the heavy MG? Yeah, it is. It's reprimand.
It's almost like you don't read Reddit. That's why. If you like actually go watch daily news Reddit, you'll know stuff.
Any? No way you just outed yourself as getting your news from Reddit.
Well, not news, but like you just browse through Reddit. It's not news.
It's not news.
But, like,
You just say you got your news from Reddit, though. You use the word news.
okay, like that type of. Like there's a lot of stuff that you can get from Reddit. Like people read it.
My next
remember I was said.
my next comment would be celebrity news is not news.
Okay, not celebrity news, but just like regular current event stuff. Like you know. You get relationship advice, beauty advice, all sorts of advice.
Oh no.
But I'm not saying you have to follow everything. You just kind of like, just be like, yo, yeah, there's that. Okay.
Annie is a Redditor, yeah. Yeah, she is. Maple W Reddit.
You guys can't tell me nobody freaking goes on Reddit here. That's a fucking lie. I go, you know what? I got my cleaning my laundry machine info from Reddit.
Did Annie help find the Boston bomber? Wow. That's a
What?
throwback. Wasn't it like Redditors like helped find the Boston bomber somehow by like doing some investigations? I don't remember the full context. I just remember people talking about it.
They accused the wrong person.
That was it. Thank you. Yeah, Reddit was convinced that they found the right person and they like spread it everywhere, but it was the wrong person. The internet's... Thank you, in-game. That's JS Nukem. Yeah, that was it.
Oh god, dog fine.
Speaking of Reddit, you want to try some eruptor tech from Reddit?
What tech?
If you're aiming south, like on the compass.
Yeah.
I don't know if you've heard about that.
That's where the shrapnel explodes to. I heard from both. I think Thick mentioned it, and also one of the devs I was talking to knows about it. So, yeah, they did. It's kind of silly. I'll explain to chat. So chat, when the eruptor explodes right now, the majority, like the vast majority of the shrapnel will travel in the southeast direction. Southeast, right? Not southwest. So If you watch, yeah, go ahead and fire it so we can just see it.
Southwest.
The southwest, sorry. Yeah, fire it. Not at me. So you'll see that the majority of it travels that way. Obviously, it still
If we had
does.
a bubble shield, you could, like,
You'll see some still goes in other directions, but the majority of it will be in that direction. Did you conclude the new booster's bug? No, we just didn't understand it. It makes perfect sense. So the way it works is when you kill a charger or higher tier enemy, a sample is literally put on the ground underneath the dead body when it's killed. And there's just a small chance.
so my understanding is when you hit a target with the projectile, the actual shrapnel spawns like a foot to the southwest of where it hit. So you can get it to spawn inside of enemies, like underneath their armor.
Oh, I understood it differently. Interesting. Because it explained to me in a different way that just like the shrapnel tends to travel towards the southwest.
So the way you can test this is to take a bubble shield, like the bubble generator or whatever, shield generator, and shoot it right on the line of the shield. All the shrapnel will spawn outside of the shield if you're at the southwest corner, but if you're at the northeast corner, all of it will spawn inside the shield and kill you.
That's funny. Very weird. A little bit of a desync.
Did you skip the song?
What song? What I was just listening to? I love that Dusk over here was like, thank God you skipped the Friday song, and then proceeds to then give us some shit song. Like, come on. What the fuck, bro?
I'm gonna have to take it away from everyone. I'll make my own playlist soon.
Respect people's ears. Come on, guys.
Back up a little bit. That might be too close.
The hell is this? I don't even know what that is. And you guys just really want me to turn off song requests, don't you?
I'm gonna have to make my, I'll make a playlist. I have to do that.
Is that your goal? You just want me to turn it off? This song? It's fine. I had to skip like 3 songs there. I feel like I'm a mom saying like I'm gonna turn this car around. Oh! Wait, that's the projectile from the new trooper. That's his gun. What the fuck? It's like a quasar. I didn't know it had that much range. So there's a new trooper, right? So there's the guys that have the flame, and then there's the one with like the quasar cannon. But like, it's really inaccurate. I've never been hit by it, like direct on. What the fuck? Talking about a shit song with Cotton Age. Yeah, it's a fun song. It's a wonderful song. If you really think this song is worse than the song that you put, whatever, bro. Come on. I'll refer back to that previous comment. No accounting for bad taste. This is an uncultured song. What the fuck did you do then?
Can you last 20 more seconds to get me?
The dog.
You don't have to
guys.
if you can't.
Oh
No,
my
I
god.
Evakuierung
No.
Radikal 1 hebt nun nach.
Unser Siegstand außer Zweifel.
Poutine sucks.
The fuck? Picked a,
Poutine sucks.
you picked a side, but it's the wrong side.
Canadian maple syrup sucks. Vermont wins.
What gun are you using? That was the reprimand. Do a draw duel with Annie. All right, we'll do like 10 paces, turn, and fire.
Okay, I don't know how to really do it, Maple.
What do you mean?
How do you do it exactly? I have it on my rotation wheel.
So you got to make sure you have it selected. And then when you
Like,
press the
I go
button,
into the wheel
your
to
character
do it?
goes into an animation. And then you left click.
Okay, what button?
What do you mean, what button?
I don't understand. What button do I press?
What button do you use to emote?
Huh?
What button do you...
B.
Okay, and then
B,
you...
but it
you-
doesn't always.
you-
It doesn't always do the draw thing.
Let me say it. You hold the button to select which one you want.
Okay.
Doing the ship right now.
Yeah.
Practice.
Okay. Like this. Like that.
Are you doing it? I don't know. Yeah, you are. Yep, you're doing it. Mm-hmm.
Okay. And then what do I press?
Left click.
Oh. Oh.
See? You're doing a finger gun.
Oh.
She gets it. She's got it.
Okay, so what? We're doing it? Okay, do it quickly.
Not. We're gonna do it on a plan. We're gonna shoot each other.
Okay.
The fuck is this?
Okay, do it quickly.
Only Gams, I'm actually gonna revoke you from doing song requests now. Congratulations. I haven't done this in forever. I gotta remember how to add someone to the banned list. 1 second, let's find it. Congratulations.
Uh-oh. Daddy may pull out.
Where is the... There is a fucking way to do it. Where is it?
Very scary when Maple gets scary and
I don't remember where it is. There's a... Ah, fuck, where is it? I can't find it right now. Let me find it. I think... Let's see, stream elements... Dude, I can't find it. Did they remove it? They removed it.
no. Settings.
I couldn't find it. There used to be a setting where I could add someone to a ban list where they couldn't request shit. I think we'll do jetpack and we'll get like some high ground above the bots. In the quasar. Little high ground, and then we'll take the Deadeye. Duel with the ultimatum. It's true. I forgot. Annie, I can't remember. Did you kill me at all last game?
Oh.
I wasn't paying attention. I don't think you ever killed me, but I don't know.
Margot had the only accidental.
Thank you. Thank you, JS.
I may have been driving when all three of us team wiped twice.
It's
but
mostly.
Those were not accidentals.
Yes, mostly JS Nuke.
Who was the person who got all the points? There's one person who put 10 points. Oh, is Jason. Jason won all the fucking points. Sick.
Thank you for believing in me. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Jason.
Thank you for believing in me.
That's fucking crazy.
Everybody else,
One person
You're
put
not
10
my
points,
friends
and it was Jason.
anymore.
Good shit, Jason.
you are not my friend anymore, and you are in my black book. Everyone else, I see you.
Hilarious.
I see you. I know who you guys are.
Meant to take the machine gun in placement.
Not
the
gonna
machine
be
gun
okay with
sentry.
this.
Oops.
I have no friends in this chat.
Wir benötigen ein Geschütz.
Oh, it sounds so good.
Okay, I'm gonna mess around with the eruptor.
Get kills things. Get kills.
Oh! Oh my god, that ship almost hit me.
Oh shit, I have nothing for the dog.
The diggity dog.
What is this thing called, Maple?
What thing?
This.
I don't know where you are. Where are you?
Right here.
What are you saying? That's a mortar.
Sentry? Mortar sentry?
Mm-hmm.
What does it do?
It fires projectiles in a large parabolic arc that are high explosive. So you can watch it. If you look up, you can see the arc. So it doesn't need direct line of sight to shoot at something.
Oh.
Morning, Duck.
Another case scenario where I'm like, sure, okay, I got it.
150 Helldiver, by the way. Ah, I can't put that up there.
What? What'd you say?
What?
What'd you say?
150 Helldiver, by the way.
You or me?
You.
Yeah, what's your point?
It's just funny that a one
there a
that you've
Is
gotten.
there a wool?
No, it's funny that you've gotten to 150 not knowing what a mortar sentry is.
Well, I don't know. I'm not in the freaking army.
Well,
I
you
wouldn't know this shit.
Well, Annie, most people by 150 would use the sentry once and be like, "Oh, that's what it does."
I still don't know what it does exactly. I don't get it. It's not like I'm like. Does it look like I'm in the army? And
No,
does it
no,
look
but
like
it's
I'm in the
just
police
like you
force?
would bring it and then try to understand it, or like, "Oh, that's what it does." Okay.
There's too many things to understand.
Well,
Just keep using the same things.
That's why you don't know what it means, right? It's because you use that thought process, which is just funny because most people don't do that. Annie likes what she likes and doesn't know what she doesn't like, or doesn't know
No,
what she
I
actually
do know
likes.
I don't like.
No, I said that wrong. She likes what she likes, but doesn't know what she also likes because she hasn't tried it and refuses to try it.
Yeah, it's like those people who only eat McDonald's and don't want to eat Shake Shack.
Exactly.
Never eaten Shake Shack.
That's you.
Yeah. Except it's in video games.
Yeah.
It's fine.
Annie's only ever had McDonald's.
No, I would say Shake Shack.
You've only ever had Shake Shack? I've never been to Shake Shack. I want to go. Would you bring me?
It's good. Well, yeah, the only one like here is good. I would say the other ones are not the same.
Am I crazy, or did they change something about the anti-aliasing? They did. They fucked up the anti-aliasing. It's like that and texture filtering. It's like a combination. Like, anti-aliasing is just doing a really bad job at dealing with textures and dealing with, like, just general image quality. You can get around a lot of it if you increase your render resolution and increase your sharpness. But, like, if you're on a certain, like, level of, what's it called? If you're on, like, a certain, like, very low level of render scale, it looks absolutely atrocious. Another thing you can do is you can turn off anti-aliasing and then reduce the sharpness to 0. That also works. They're so fast. There we go.
Another dog.
A diggity dog. Shoot the turret.
Somebody kill the dog.
I got the turret at least.
Kill it. Kill the dog. Kill the dog.
Oh my god, Annie. Annie wants me to shoot a dog? Oh my god.
God.
And your TV? Oh, you just had to bring up the TV.
Who brought that? Oh.
J-Lo.
Yeah. I'm waiting for the G5 actually. Okay.
Yeah, she actually is planning on getting a new TV. She's waiting for the Samsung, no, not Samsung, LG G5 to be released. It's not, I don't think it's like fully released yet. It's still in like a promotional stage.
I'm just hoping
So.
someone would throw a TV, like that's still good, outside like on the street.
Just talk to your dad. Sounds like your dad's a TV guy, and he would be interested in upgrading his TV, I bet.
He's like been telling me like not to so much.
Oh my god. I thought I was dead. Did you get that
I
new?
actually thought about it.
Yeah. Oh, she is gonna
I
get that
actually
new,
thought about
bro.
it the other night. I actually thought about it. Like, if I found a TV on the street that's still good, newer than mine, would I actually take it?
Would you?
I think I would.
But there could be cooties.
Yeah, but that's wipeable. It's not like it's a sofa. Did I tell you about my guy friend?
I have no idea how that shit
He's
didn't come
like-
in.
My guy friend, like, really, like, he's pretty well off. Like, he doesn't have money issues. He actually picks up shit from, like, you know, the dumpsters.
Why do you think he has
And he
all
would
that
sell
money
it.
then?
Yeah. I was thinking if you would actually do something like that.
Yeah, I wouldn't touch a dumpster. I mean, I guess it depends on what's in the dumpster and what kind of dumpster it is. If we're talking like
I think
food, okay, no. But if
No,
it's
no,
like
no,
a,
not food.
if it's like dry, like kind of stuff,
There was like a Mercedes emblem thing that he found in a dumpster. He actually like dumpster dived in there to grab it and sold it.
it
Or
depends
tried
on
to
what it
sell or
is.
something. I don't remember. I was like,
Like if it's like some kind of like Amazon warehouse and they have like just like random
it
crap
wasn't
that
like
people will
that.
return, like yeah, okay, you got me, I'll go. Oh
No,
no!
he's not a drug dealer.
Ah!
Okay.
No!
He works in risk management at the bank.
Okay, we're good.
But he's just so fucking cheap. Like, he would sell things off his body, okay? He would list it on whatever website.
Oh my
like Poshmark or
God.
whatever,
That
like
was
his
terrifying.
shorts.
Jesus
And
Christ.
then
Wait,
somebody
what are my
would
legs
purchase and be
doing?
like, okay, I
Wait.
wanna buy it.
What are my legs doing? Do you guys see my legs being silly?
Yes.
That's so funny. Oh, that's
Yeah, that's the glitch I said I recorded yesterday.
Oh, I thought you were just talking about how like you could like float across the ground with your jetpack still
you
on.
look like you're a telekinetic paraplegic. You're just floating around.
Gotcha,
like
gotcha.
Professor Xavier.
But don't worry, Maple, you're still cheaper than me.
Am I? That's good.
Yeah. That's good.
But I think like my cheapness comes with like how much money I earn, right? Like if I did earn more money, I think I'd spend more money. It's not like it's like a fixed
No,
cheapness.
I don't think you are.
Like if I was a millionaire or like making $1 million a year, I think I'd still be cheap when comparing to other millionaires. But like, I think I would definitely spend more money, right? Like I think it's relative to how much
you're
I
not,
make.
like ugly cheap like him. Like literally,
Any
he
of
would
those
be
$3
listing
and
his clothes on his body to
Like,
sell.
I just don't make that much money, so I'm cheap to make my money go farther, right?
Actually, I want you to learn a little bit from him. Sell things.
I do sell things. I tell you about that.
Like, no, he literally sells it off his body, and when someone, like, clicks OK to buy it, he'll, like, deliver it, right? Like, that day. Like, he'd be wearing that short. That's kind of gross, though.
Like,
Selling-
like if I was a millionaire, right? I was making $1 million fucking a year. Like I wouldn't even have like second thought on like buying a 9800 X3D and buying a 5090 and buying a 4K OLED. You know what I mean? Like I wouldn't even be like a thought in my head, right? Like I would
That's
just
true.
just done it, right? So like it's all relative to like how much, but
That's
like,
your splurge.
but because I am more frugal, I'm like, I'll just wait for the next generation of CPU and then maybe the 6000 series or like a 5080 Ti or whatever if it's like a worth it. We'll see, right? I have money and I'm still a cheapskate. I still think I would be a cheapskate. I just like on my hobbies, I would spend more money, right?
Yeah.
So
Still need that YouTube premium, by the way.
Annie loves using my YouTube account, so she wants me to buy YouTube Premium on my account so she can watch her stuff. She's just like taking over my account. And I'm not talking about my personal account. No, she took over my stream, like my YouTube account. So like if I go on
Because I
YouTube,
was helping you upload videos.
yeah, and that instead of just changing
That's
back
my
to
payment. That's my salary.
that's my payment. So if I go to my
I don't wanna
YouTube,
read.
right, for my account, the one that I upload on,
No, that's embarrassing.
it'll be like Asmongold, Blake Lively stuff,
You're
Dateline.
embarrassing me.
It'll be the occasional like Helldiver stuff, obviously, because of what I do, and streamer stuff because of what I do. But like, it'll be music because I used to play music off this account. Like,
A show watch history. Wait, there's a watch history? What is a watch history there is?
watch history is just gonna be nothing but fucking like Dateline stuff, and then the occasional Helldiver thing from me. Like, you basically just saw it through the recommended. Like, that is the history. You basically just saw it. Alright, come on, 380. Hurry up. Hurry up, 380. Hurry up. The YouTube recommendation must be confused, yeah, because it's taking shit from me and from Annie. Like I'm gonna be like the streamer clips, right? Because like I just find watching random streamer clips fun, and then YouTube music. I play a bunch of music, or used to play a bunch of music via that, right, game music and stuff. And then there's gonna be a lot of like white girl dateline murder mystery or white girl drama stuff. Like Light of Me's doing what? Annie Eagle white girl drama? Oh, dude, she loves white girl drama. She's got to keep up with those Kardashians.
I don't like Kardashians, but
I mean,
I don't really
you say that,
you know.
you say that, but you have made me watch quite a bit of their TVs.
Okay, but because your mom watched that episode too, because it was like so all over the news.
Yeah, my mom is white. She also doesn't watch it anymore. She used to.
No, I don't really follow it. If there's nothing else, sure.
Sure.
Hey, but to be fair, it was because I uploaded that video, and then it's just I
Yep.
forgot to change it back.
Yep. And then
I forget my password, and then I don't want to forget your password because sometimes
I could just tell you my password again.
I forgot because you're sleeping. And you know,
I'm
when
not
you
sl-
sleep, you don't wake up.
I love how she's twisted this conversation to then make this my fault because I sleep and I don't wake up when she tries to wake me up.
Evakuierung abgeschlossen.
Well, no, because the past
Left
few
turn!
times, you know.
Sie haben unsere Lebensweise verteidigt.
It's true though. Lately, you haven't been waking up like.
And he just wanted to find an excuse to slip that into the conversation.
But you don't. Like I ask you. You always say, "Oh, wake me up when you need me," and then I do, but then you don't wake. I swear you turn me down.
I turned you off.
No, I don't really like Vanderpump.
Yes, she does. We've watched quite a bit of Vanderpump.
Like okay, no, like it was only because there was drama. That one time was good drama. That one time, then I kind of like, okay, I'm not gonna lie, I made Maple Marathon with me, all those Vanderpump Rules season. I have the best one.
Annie, you're gonna make me choke on my food. Oh my god, I'm
Oh wait, we forgot to do the draw thing.
Oh, I'm fucking dying. Well, maybe we'll get. She didn't kill me. I don't think you did. Did she
What?
kill me? Did I even die? I think I died once.
Surprise, motherfucker.
The Dom 420. Thank you so much for the sub. What up? Thank you for the prime. Yo. Thank you.
So we forgot to do the draw.
I don't think you killed me.
No. Wait, was there another prediction?
My life loves Vanderpump.
Cheating when you're outside the map like that.
It's not cheating, alright? She could have missed. So,
Annie, you need to start taking more cluster bombs.
I know, but not for that one.
wait,
Not
oh
for
no,
that
that's the old prediction, right? Was
Yeah,
that was the
there's
old
no
one?
new
Oh, I think you made a new one. Oh, sorry. This chat program that I have does not wipe old predictions. It doesn't wipe old
one. Hey,
ones,
do you
so it's
want to
kind of weird.
quickly do the draw thing, Maple, and
What-
then I gotta go?
What draw thing are you talking about?
Didn't you want to do that draw, the emote draw thing?
Oh. Yeah, don't bring the ultimatum.
Okay. I won't.
So ways we're gonna do is we're gonna do back to back. Okay. We're gonna go back.
What do you mean back to?
We're gonna go back to
What does that
back.
mean?
Back
Okay.
back to back. It's quite literal. Okay. And then after we go back to back, we're gonna do 10 paces. So we're gonna walk forward 10 steps, turn, and shoot.
Okay.
Annie, bring the ultimatum. You can bring whatever pistol you want. I need a quiet part of the map. I don't see a quiet part of the map, though. Maybe extraction will be pretty quiet.
Yeah, go to the quiet part.
Yes.
Exactly.
Yes, ma'am.
I'll bring... what do I want to bring?
He's challenging you to a duel. Yeah, it's not really like a Texas standoff. I wanted it more... Because I feel like a Texas standoff doesn't really work that well in the context of this game. Because, like, because of latency, you'll never be able to react in time to someone doing it in front of you. So it's kind of silly.
Ready.
But a duel... Ooh, that could work.
What if you both react to like me on voice? I tell you to turn.
Oh, like walking forward and then you tell us to turn? I'm done for that. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, it should be
Okay,
the same
slow.
delay, so that actually might be work better than 10 paces.
Okay. Go slow. I'm not very good at it. And I don't have my contacts in.
I can't game with context. I still haven't even, I still
you
need to
got it.
I still need to do the optometrist appointment
Oh.
because I want to get my eyes checked out to see if I do like laser surgery on it.
You do? You want to? Don't go cheap on that stuff.
I'm not planning on going cheap on that stuff. But that is something that I'm interested in. Like, occasionally, I do want to spend money, and like that, I feel like would be a nice thing to do.
You know it doesn't help with astigmatism, right?
I don't have astigmatism.
Are you sure?
I have I have a little bit of the tism, but I don't have astigmatism. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Life-changing?
I wanna do it, but my astigmatism is way too... It's too much.
You got a little bit of the tism
It's
too?
not gonna help. It's really bad, my astigmatism.
I don't think she gets my joke, but it's funny.
What? Okay, is it now?
I wonder if anyone
Is
got
it
my
now?
joke. Ah, fuck. Yeah, we could do it here. All right. We're gonna go back
What
to
do I
back.
do?
Okay, so what we're gonna do, Annie, is we're gonna go back to back. Okay? And then
Okay,
Jay.
like this?
Yeah, back to back. And then what we're gonna do is we're gonna walk forward, have your pistol out. Or I guess you can use your manual, but it doesn't matter. We're gonna go back to back, and then we're gonna walk forward. Okay?
Uh-huh.
And then
You have
JS New is gonna tell us to turn and shoot. He's gonna say to turn, and
You
then
have
when
to
he.
emote?
Well, you don't have to emo. You
But
could.
look,
you
there's
could.
bots. There's bots right now.
Oh no. Oh no. Well,
Let's just run off somewhere.
let's run
I
off into
don't
the
know.
distance
I
together.
can't.
That detector tower can see us.
Let's just run. I gotta do this quickly and go. Just run, Margot. Just run. Fuck off. You stupid bot. Okay, what about right
Nah,
here?
just look at each other and do the emo. I just don't feel like that works, cause like, I don't know.
Yeah. Okay, over here is kind of quiet.
You say that as
Wait,
there's
is it quiet?
a dropship continuing to go in. We probably need to do this on a lower level mission. It's kind of hard to find a peaceful and quiet moment in the middle of a tier 10 mission.
You want to back out and do like a 1?
Yeah.
Yeah. Back out.
Laser is worth it, but I'm gonna tell you,
Okay.
nighttime
Here's the rules.
is sometimes
I'm
challenging.
Game master, so you
Yeah,
can
I've heard
check.
there's a lot of like glare that can
Alright.
happen.
Quickly, Maple. I gotta go.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yes, I'm rushing. I'm rushing.
You're gonna go back to back.
Okay.
You'll march paces out to the outside of the shield generator. You'll turn.
Huh?
You'll do your draw emote. As soon as the shield drops, you fire.
Ooh, I like that. All right, let's do that.
Okay. Let's quickly do it. Hurry up, Maple.
I'm waiting for people to get on the pod.
Don't got no time.
Maeve was gonna try it. I'm gonna fucking lean forward for this. Damn right, you know it.
Actually, you're
Laser
rude.
Eye 15 years ago and remains the best money I've ever spent. Yeah, I've heard, depending on the person, it can last like 10 to 15 years. It could last even longer. It kind of depends on the person, though. Isn't the 150 cap the thing they introduced months ago when we were stuck at 50? Yeah, we can't go any higher than 150 right now. Maybe in the future they'll allow us. Is it better to hit the tank where you did, or is it the glowing part? It's the same. The back of the tank is like one large like rectangle, so as long as you shoot right or elsewhere. So we wait for Jay to nuke him. He's gonna throw down this thing.
Okay.
We're gonna go back to it, and we're gonna do paces out from the center. And you don't get crushed by it.
What? Oh.
Annie.
Okay, so we're gonna walk out, and then we're gonna walk to the edge.
What do you mean walk
Turn.
out? Walk out where?
To the edge.
What? Like here?
Yeah, walk to the
Walk out
edge,
here?
and then as soon as the
Yeah.
thing goes down, you fire at each
Opposite
other.
sides.
Okay, but I mean, okay.
she's
don't
so
we have
far
to be
away.
back to back first.
It's fine. You already put the thing down.
What? Are we
I'm gonna-
going back in?
Jay's nuke's
What
in the
the
way.
fuck?
Now Annie's getting shot at.
Can we get rid of that? Oh, he's fucking calling. He's calling people.
Annie's so distracted. She's not even looking at me.
Okay, what do you want me to do? Do I come with you now? What?
I couldn't shoot her. It's like shooting a deer, man. I feel so bad.
What? It happened?
Yeah, I could have shot you.
What do you mean? I thought this.
I think we're too far apart.
JS.
I think-
JS, you didn't tell me.
I think
it
we're
was
too far
starting.
apart.
Okay.
Just tell us to tell us
Yeah.
to turn and fire. Don't worry about the
You're gonna
shield.
March 10 paces. Turn
Hey,
when
count.
I fire.
What?
Listen for when he fires, and when
Okay.
he fires his gun, we turn and fire at each other. Okay?
Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh, you bitch! You bitch! No, do it again. I didn't hear him. You cheated. There was no JS didn't fire. Did you fire JS? Did you fire?
You probably didn't hear him because you were counting out loud.
Here, Annie, listen to my gun.
Okay. Come over here. There's a thing here. Come over
All
here.
right, you tell me.
Right here. I'm back here,
Okay,
right?
okay, yeah.
Just say shoot, JS. I don't want to hear the gun.
Just say shoot.
10
Okay.
paces. Go.
Okay, just
Shoot. Okay, that was a little early.
Classic. Oh, oh my
okay,
god.
fine. This time we'll make sure we shoot when he says shoot.
Oh,
No
really?
trickery.
Yeah, no trickery, Annie.
More to the edge.
Yeah, no
No
trickery.
trickery.
Wait, what's... No, let's just not do that. All right. Ready?
No trickery.
No
Okay,
trickery.
Just count the step. Count the steps,
10
JS. You
paces,
gotta
go.
do that. No, you count. You count for us. JS, count for us. I don't want to count it.
1,
Oh,
2, 3, 4.
we're going quite far.
Hello? Is it ready yet?
Wait, I feel like we're quite far away.
Okay, turn.
Oops. Bitch! You fucking cheater.
Oh my god.
One more. That was fun.
I was just like, I feel like I did 10 and I turned.
One more.
Oh my god. Alright.
One more. JS, count again and tell us when.
How about you just start 10 paces away,
Okay, fine.
facing each other.
Yeah,
and
right.
as soon as I fall, you shoot.
Ooh, I like that.
As soon as what?
As soon as he falls, you
Oh.
shoot. Wait.
Oh, I
Hey,
like
go over
that.
there,
I
go over
like
there,
that. I
go
like
over
that.
there.
Okay, let's do it.
All right.
Where?
No,
Here?
just on the opposite side. Go on the opposite side of Jace Nukem from me. Like over there.
Just don't shoot me.
Okay.
Oh,
Okay.
So do the draw emote,
Okay. Oh,
but
right,
don't
right,
shoot
yeah.
yet.
Okay. Okay. Yeah.
wait. It missed. It missed. It missed. It missed.
What gun are you using? What the fuck? Do it again. Do it again. Do it again.
It fucking missed.
It's because I wasn't ready.
It
I was
missed.
confused.
What is this weapon? There's probably a bit too much bloom on this thing. Like, what the hell?
I got it. I got it. Okay. 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 I'm ready now.
Should I be doing it like as soon as he
Okay.
drops or like?
You already scoped in.
Oh wait. Oh, right. I forgot. Okay. Okay. Oops. Oops. I can't.
When he hits the ground? Oh, I thought it was like
Okay,
first
yeah, I
movement.
forget.
I don't know.
No, when he hits the ground, Maple, you're cheating.
My bad.
When he hits the ground.
My bad. All right. When he hits the ground.
Oops. Okay, hit the ground, Jay.
Hit the ground, Jess.
Okay.
I fucking missed.
Yes.
It missed.
I got it.
It missed.
I got it.
Oh, that's funny.
Only like the last one.
Thank you for participating, Annie. Oh, that was fun.
Good day.
Good day.
Guys.
Good day. That was funny. Is there an updated weapon tier list since the patch WARBOND? No, I haven't put it out that fast, brother. I do want to do an updated tier list of all the different factions in one go, or separate. I don't know. I was thinking of doing like an updated video for the weapons that have changed in the WARBOND. So I think that might be today. I might try and make that video where it's going to be basically like the new weapons. I'll try and put them into every individual tier list. And then also any weapons that have changed significantly that I feel like need to move, I'm going to do that as well. So. Yeah. So, we'll see though. I still need to figure out exactly how I want to implement it. Is the suppressive fire mechanic making you miss? No, bloom is. The revolver actually has a decent amount of bloom. I watch bald streamers. Truest username ever in the channel. Can you empty the pistol mag when using the dry mode? Yeah. Yeah. I was just firing once because I was like, you know, for cinema. Cinema. Oh, you want to sit on the hill? Yeah, sure. Snipe it at long range.
Yeah, E.T.
Nice music, by the way. It's actually great. Fantastic. So the Illuminates have been added, yeah, Arube. And then also there's sub-factions within the factions now. So there is a Predator strain, there's a Gloom strain for bugs, and then there is the Jet Brigade and the Incineration Corps for bots. There's no sub-faction yet for Illuminate. I wonder why they put that amount of bloom on a semi-automatic pistol.
Care to speculate?
I'm not
about
sure.
the Illuminate?
What's that?
Die Geschichte wird sich an ihre heutigen Taten erinnern.
Care to speculate
What do you mean speculate? Speculate on what?
about the Illuminate?
About what?
I don't know. Sub factions, more enemy units.
Oh, I mean,
Whatever's happening next.
yeah, I don't think we're gonna get a sub-faction until we actually get, like, the full force, you know? But, I mean, I would assume they're just gonna fill it out mostly with HD1 units. Maybe they come out with some kind of, like, big enemy? Like a Ball Titan or a Factory Strider level enemy? Like, big, intimidating, mothership kind of thing? I don't think they've rendered in yet. Are all biomes all the time available? No. No, they're not. I can't even see the... They blend in so well. Like, they blend in so well. I can't even see them. Oh shit. Is that them over there? Oh, it is. I didn't think they were in render range yet. I mean, honestly, in this game, there is no render range. You can render everything. I think that's one of the problems why this game has such performance issues at times, is because they render things for you like so far out. Like it's kind of crazy how far they render things. It's one of the reasons why we have so much performance issues, I think. Because they literally will render something out 400 meters away. Even if you can't even see it. Like, because there's a hill in the way. Yeah, you're supposed to dig above, Octavius, but you can just dig in the dirt and pick them up, which is kind of funny. You are supposed to use the shovel. The shovel's always there. Convoys down. If you change the render distance and options, you can. There is a view distance. I don't think it applies to everything though. But it is one of the more impactful settings for like getting back performance. It's one of the first settings I would recommend turning up. Are the cars warthogs? They kind of feel, they don't feel like warthogs. They feel more like a I don't know what game to compare it to that's popular enough. To me, it kind of feels like driving a lot of the cars in Cyberpunk. But apparently it was made by the developer that worked on the Mad Max game, if you remember that game. So it has like similar driving physics to that. Oh. Again. So the gun sucks on it. I mean, it's an HMG, so I mean, it's not that bad. It's pretty good. It's a support weapon. It's not like a Gauss cannon, but it's pretty good. But it's supposed to be like a scout vehicle. It's not supposed to be something that you like ride into battle necessarily. Dun, dun, dun. Dun, 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 bum, 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 dun, dun. But yeah, render distance, it is here. Which is, and it even says improves CPU. I think it mostly like it. I think it does the I guess almost like the Minecraft thing where it like just almost like fogs it out. As far as performance gained, I'm like seeing a 90. FPS drops to 73, right? So, you get a decent amount of performance, like if you're CPU bound. So if you're CPU bound and you're really struggling to play the game at like a decent FPS, it could be definitely something that you optimize. Oh! Sorry for the many questions. No, you're good, dude. Feel free to ask. I can just update and check it out. No, it's fine. Hey, feel free to ask questions. Seriously. Don't worry about it. It's one of those things that I enjoy answering the question. Because it's one of those things that, like, you have that question, but it's very possible there's many other people in chat that are curious about it as well. So, I'm not just answering it for you. Right? We are essentially in an auditorium of 400 people. There might be someone else with a similar question. That might be, you know, maybe nervous to ask. Professor Maple. I'm more like a TA. Do I? Just right. God, I love this Deadeye. May I stay after lecture? Hell no! Here, your lunch. I think they could have given the Deadeye higher pen, no? No? It would then shit on all the other weapons in the category that it's facing. I think the higher pen would have actually like kind of worked the balance of all the weapons. And then also, the change to the eruptor would have been like stupid. It would have like what was the point of giving the eruptor Pen 4 then, if you're just gonna give a weapon that is way easier to use Pen 4, you know? Could they have given the Deadeye even more damage? Possibly. But I think it's to keep it in parity with its competitors, right? So the Deadeye competes with the Slugger and it competes with the Dominator, right? Those are, and the Counter Sniper, right? So it has a nice happy medium, right? It has the same stagger level as the Dominator, right? It has a worse fire rate than the Counter Sniper, but it has better accuracy than a Dominator, and it has more damage per bullet than a counter sniper, but it doesn't have as good of a scope than a counter sniper, right? And then the slugger has the same amount of like, you know, pen damage and stagger, but the slugger lacks overall distance that this thing has, but the slugger gains more magazine capacity, also a faster reload, right? So there's a lot more complex than it actually comes across, right? There's a lot going on here as far as balance. And I think they found a really nice middle ground between all these weapons. But I believe there's always going to be the perspective of, my weapon sucks, it doesn't one-shot X enemy, right? And I think that's kind of a dangerous territory to be in, where we're just always asking for like our weapons to be as good as, or if not better than, the current best weapon in a particular category, right? The reason why I find that dangerous is that that's like incredible amounts of power creep, which can bork a game's like play, right? Because it can absolutely trivialize a game when you do that. This place has Creek vibes. It's Creek, but pink. Creek, but pink. Can you top off the mag of the demo? No, it's 8 rounds. They put themselves in this corner? What corner? No, they put themselves in a corner if they overbuff something, right? So that, like, the dev that I talked to you about the expo is that, you know, they even admit that they feel like they, like, overbuffed the crossbow, and that's fair, right? They overdid it. But obviously they can't revert it because the Helldivers community is an emotional bunch that they won't accept a nerf at this stage in the game. Or if they do, it'll come begrudgingly and it has to be done like immediately. What was the point of nerfing the slugger in the first place when it released? Do you really want to have this conversation, or are you like asking like rhetorically? Just for the sake of the thing. So I can't tell if like that was a question or if that was rhetorical. Because I can answer the question, but you'll probably not like the answer. So, I'm serious. Okay. So, when the game first came out, you can kind of tell the vast majority of weapons were weaker on average because they wanted us to feel weaker in general and to require more teamwork versus like the average enemy, right? But there were a couple outliers that were completely out of the band, right? That would include like the breaker, shotgun, and that was about it. The slugger was a weapon that was like brought up, and when it gained like the better ammo economy, it became a lot more usable. But the thing is that it was like hyper accurate, so people were using it in like, you know, counter sniper scenarios and so on and so forth, right? So the original like nerfing was, it seems like, from what I can understand, is they like from like a pure balance standpoint, not an emotional or like fun standpoint, but from a pure balance standpoint, there's a couple outliers that were significantly more powerful than every other like weapon. There's some weapons that were dead useless, obviously, but the average weapon had a certain power scale, and there were some weapons and stratagems that were completely out of that power scale, which is what everybody used, right? And, you know, being a cold, hard, you know, like spreadsheet developer balancer, at first, they kind of just like did like, well, obviously you just nerf this, right? And it will give better balance to the game. But people get emotionally attached to weapons, and also people have fun with certain power scales, right? Power fantasies. And then when you take that away from them, that's like taking away a toy, right? And they didn't really like think about that from that perspective, right? So the slugger was shitting on like DMRs because it had like crazy range and stagger and so on and so forth, right? Because it was like this great close combat weapon, but also being amazing at like medium to long range if you had like a decent eye. So it was like way better than the rest. So that's why they did it. Did I agree with the slugger change? No. No. I'm just explaining to you why they did it. Doesn't make it right. Does the peak physique help with the sway of the hard pack? No. Peak physique helps with aim drag when you're like dragging your weapon around. It doesn't improve like handling in that way, like sway. But obviously they've learned from that situation that the group of Helldivers that has adopted the game want a more power fantasy casual experience rather than like a, you know, like a tough hardcore kind of like balancing approach. So it's just like different. They approach the problem from two different perspectives. Players wanted more power, whereas the devs were like, we want a certain power. Like, I can bring up the meme again. Do I still have it up? Right? This is why I love this meme so much, because I feel like it accurately represents the disconnect between players and the devs. Right? They had a design goal, and then the players had a certain want. And it just did not... They did not meet in the middle, right? And it took time for the devs to realize exactly what the players wanted, right? So, and then now it's the complete opposite of what this was, right? Now we're definitely much closer to the bottom, right? Like, I'm not saying like either perspective is correct. I have my preference. Like, I prefer the top, but it is what it is. You just have to learn to accept what it is and move on. I can still enjoy the game at the bottom. I would prefer to be more like the top, but it is what it is. The real question is, don't you love how the crossbow is now? It's my favorite primary. I never said I didn't love it, but at the same time, it unbalances the game's choice. Too often, the crossbow is like the obvious answer, and I don't like that in game balance. I don't like when there's an obvious answer. I want the nuance of like a difficult decision, right? And they kind of overbuff the crossbow to the point where like it's not a difficult decision all that much, right? There's very few situations where I'm like, I'm gonna take something other than the crossbow, right? Now there's some people that will just have like the reductive counter argument of, well, just don't take it. But I feel like that's like really reductive, right? Everybody benefits from a game that is like pretty well balanced, right? There's no such thing as perfect balance. It's impossible. But and then also perfect balance is not always fun, right? Sometimes you need to balance the fun into it as well. It's extremely complex.
So Johan Pilstedt was giving presentations this week at GDC in San Francisco, and one of the things he mentioned, I believe, was that if you spend more than 5 minutes on game balance, you're wasting your time.
That's a wild perspective.
He said game balance does not matter.
The funny thing is how like different that is from when the game first came out. But I also think that's like an overreaction. I disagree with that. Like, I think that's a bit of like a hyperbole. Like, I agree that at a certain point, don't worry too much about game balance when fun is obviously the more important one, right? But 5 minutes, I think that's an over-exaggeration. I almost feel like that's like an over-exaggeration to counter the narrative of the original game. Of the original balancing of the game and how they originally solved and talked about balance. So I just think that's like a little too that's a little too much for him.
Oh, triple stack, nice.
Damn, that's crazy. Triple stack of super grids. Because balance is important, right? Finding good niches for weapons and stuff like that is important. Because if you only take 5 minutes balancing something, it'll lead to an imbalanced game, which can be extremely frustrating, right? As a crossbow user at this point, I really don't know what else to pick because everyone throws feel worse. And that's the problem with over buffing something is, right? Because they put themselves in a position where, well, obviously they can't nerf the crossbow. That's like, you just can't do that, right? But, and then like, do you just buff everything else up to the power of the crossbow? I mean, you can't necessarily do that because then that puts you into a really hard cycle of, well, you now need to adjust 20 plus weapons to the power of crossbow. But then when you do that, then you need to balance the support weapons because arguably the crossbow is so good that it actually shits on some support weapons. And if you balance every other weapon around the crossbow, more than a couple support weapons will start to feel weak. So now you have to start balancing the support weapons around that. And then your enemies are going to start feeling weak because you've now balanced your support weapons and your primary weapons around this new medium, right? This new, like, bar, right? Because, like, players will start to complain about it being too easy, obviously, if you start buffing everything. And that's on top of just players getting better at the game in general, right? And then guess what? You now return back to your original point of when you buff your enemies to make them harder, you then run into the issue of now you need to worry about, like, your weapons again, right? And a lot of this can be solved by just, like, precision cuts around the top end and bottom end, rather than changing the exact same thing, like changing everything, right? Why restart and go from the ground up when you could just, like, you know, take more surgical strikes to deal with smaller, like, issues, right? Rather than rebalance the entire game around something, right? That's usually why devs go after a said, you know, stratagem or said weapon being too powerful in a game, right? Some people just don't understand that, like, sometimes the best option is going, and also the safest option is just, like, snipping the top or buffing the bottom, right? Like, squishing it, right? Bringing it together. Because it saves so much dev time, and also it saves the team from making mistakes. Because every time you change something in a video game, there's a chance that something breaks or that you get it wrong, right? You might get it wrong, and you might overbuff or over nerf something, right? So, like, you have to be, like, careful, right? There's a philosophy of just, like, you know, less is more sometimes. Eventually people get bored. I haven't touched crossbow for a month, so despite it being good, so I don't agree. Exception to the rule, right? Just because you don't do that, it doesn't mean that it's not the most powerful and the obvious choice for weapon, right? It's easily the most picked weapon in the game by, like, several, like, factors, right? Like, it's not even close. It is the obvious choice. It's so, like, you can look at like, there's like an app that, like, was tracking, like, player choice and stuff like that, and it was, like, multiple times above, like, other weapons, right? Which is boring. And then they have to start, like, balancing enemies around, like, the top decision, right? This is an interesting discussion that happens in PvE games a lot, where when you introduce a new enemy, you have to start figuring out, like, you have to design an enemy around the current play, right? Because if you design an enemy against, like, the weakest gun in the game, the best guns in the game will just shit on it, and then you're like, well, that sucks, right? But if you design the enemy around, like, the best gun in the game, then the worst weapons in the game feel terrible. And it's, like, really hard to find a balance point, right? But I don't think people get bored. Purifier is godly. Why don't people touch it? Because it's a charge weapon, and it doesn't have the utility of the crossbow. It might be better at killing, but it doesn't have the utility. It doesn't have the ease of use. People don't like charge weapons. It's actually one of, like, the archetypes of weapons that people most dislike, usually. People like immediately when they shoot the button. GG's, Margot. I was going off by like the tier 10. Tier 10, right? Because obviously there's going to be like some inflation of stats depending on how you look at it, because like Liber Carbine being a top contender is like also because it's like a free weapon and you don't have to spend anything in it, and it's like unlocked very early on. So depending on how you look at the data, it'll be skewed. But there's no doubt like the Liber Carbine or Penetrator is in a much better spot, right? And of course, there's going to be people that like decide not to use certain weapons because they get bored of using it. But like, it's not fun to look at like a game and be like, well, I want to optimize my loadout, and then it's like really easy to do so, right? And also, I think sometimes people forget that when you bring certain weapons, it affects other people, right? And because this is a co-op game, the best example I can have of that is when people bring Orbital Napalm Barrage, everybody else has a more boring time. Right? It's not just weapons, right? So like crossbow is so good because you can like single-handedly destroy stupid amounts of enemies because it has the power of like a crossbow or of a grenade launcher in a primary slot, and it can do a utility and so on and so forth. So the challenge of the weapon gameplay goes down. But like Orbital Napalm Barrage is like a fantastic example of like on bugs, if someone drops this on a bug breach, immediately everybody else is having less fun because this thing just destroys everything. It's like the anti-fun stratagem because it just yoinks all the kills, right? Because like something being too good can also affect the fun of other people that you're playing with. And I don't think they should balance things around solo play, right? Because obviously this is a co-op game first, solo play second. Assault rifle since the patch are definitely better. But funny enough, the assault rifle changes are mostly placebo. They don't really change how like assault rifles genuinely play out because a lot of the breakpoints haven't really changed. Or if they have, they've changed by like 1 or 2 bullets at most. But I think they urge people, and it's also psychological. A lot of game balancing is psychological. Dude, I've said it before. I think game devs needs to start like hiring psychologists to monitor the game environment and the community for decision making. Because sometimes devs are too cold-hearted and too like spreadsheet-oriented, or too fun-oriented, and they need to like strike that balance. And I think psychologists would better help them like make decisions. But don't you think the game is sort of in trouble in the future? Eventually, we'll have like 30 or more war bonds. They won't get the balance right. That's what I meant by like put themselves in a corner. I mean, like it'll be like Destiny probably at some point where there's so many weapons, they'll probably just be doing like, you know, changes over time, and you know, they'll have to like bump up the bottom because there's always going to be some amount of power creep in this game because you need to do it to keep people interested in the game, right? Right. Every once in a while, you're going to have a war bond that has like some crazy stratagem because it's cool, right? And it bumps up the priority of like the balance, and then they'll have to bump up the bottom, and it'll happen. As far as like having too many war bonds, I suspect at some point they're going to start bundling them together. Like I wouldn't be surprised if like they bundle 3 of them for the price of 1 at some point, kind of thing. Because yeah, eventually it'll be just too cumbersome. Or they'll do more blanket buffs, like all ARs just get a blanket buff. Less like individualism. Very famously, the psychologist, Valve uses psychologists. Yeah. Yeah. They use psychologists for their fucking loot boxes. I've never enjoyed that about Valve. Too many loot crates. It makes money, but God, I hate it. Too much gambling. But Valve gets like the gamer pass because they have Steam and people like their games. But I do think they're doing a good job of like bringing weapons up closer to the crossbow, that like the crossbow is like less and less being used, which is good, right? Which is good, right? They've done a lot of good buffs where like the crossbow doesn't feel like it's the only weapon being used, like especially with the eruptor, like making it more unique for sure, right? I'm happy where they're going. Like I hope nobody gets from this discussion that like the game balance of this game fucking sucks. I don't know. No, I think they're moving in a really positive direction. There's definitely like outliers that are like definitely in need of love. But I think in general, like I think they're moving into a much like healthier spot where like, as long as they don't like do another crossbow situation where they overbuff something too crazy, I think they're in like a really good spot. And then they can add more tools to the toolbox, you know? The main thing ARs need is ammo. Ammo per mag. They don't. And I wholeheartedly disagree with that because I think people have played too much Call of Duty. Where every gun in Call of Duty, when they play Warzone, has a 60 round magazine. Back in my day, the average gun had 30 rounds. This game, the average AR has 45 round magazines. Right? Like... and some even have 60, right? I honestly think the reserves are more of a problem than the actual mag size. I think the mag size is fine. It's more just like reserves, but they don't have to necessarily touch the reserves. If they keep bumping up the damage a little more, someone said earlier, I forget who it was, but like them bumping up the damage is not as much for like general like TTK, but it's more for like ammo economy. You will on average use 1 to 2 bullets less per enemy, so your bullets will go farther. Right? People in the future have the technology to fit more ammo in. But like magazines are also like more cumbersome. So like in Call of Duty, people also forget. In Call of Duty, when you have a bigger magazine, that also means that your gun is heavier. And people don't like the mechanic of like a heavier AR, I don't think. Like, I remember when an extended mag was 40 rounds. There's this like ammo discussion where it's just like every gun needs a drum mag. But I do hope, okay, this is my hope for the like 2025, someone was asking. I do hope that they give us a customization system where we can put bigger mags on things. But then there is a downside, maybe, right, of handling or, you know, recoil. I don't fucking know. They can figure that out. But I do hope when we do event, because it's so well demanded that we want a customization of like attachments and stuff, that I think it's going to be like a thing at some point. I don't know when. I have no idea. But I hope it's going to be a thing. Like, and I'm like, dude, it's got to be a thing. Everybody's talking about it. So if they ever do it, you know, can you put a larger magazine on the liver penetrator? Probably, maybe. And then at that point, you know, there'll be some kind of downside of like, well, you got a bigger magazine, but it's like your weapon is heavier, right? I feel like Arrowhead would do a great job with a customization system for guns. I hope so. I hope so. Bigger mag with lower reload speed. Yeah, fair. Yeah, something like that. It could be like, I don't know. They'll figure it out. I'm not the game day designer. But yeah, just need to find something. I want each different weapon tech in form factor. I want a jar pistol, jar SMG, and I think that we probably will get those things over time. Just I would suspect that because it sounds like they're working on an energy submachine gun. We already got the energy pistol, you know. We're getting the Tanto, I think is what they said, the Trident from the first game, which is essentially like sickle but shotgun, right? I think it'll just come over time. Like that's what warbonds are. Is they're just like giving us more tools to, you know, fill in what we're missing, I guess, or just completely out there weapons. This is a horde shooter. Less ammo makes the weapon just feel bad. But there's also like other things to consider with that. That's a balancing point, right? And they also want you to feel ammo strapped in this game. They don't want you to feel like you have tons of ammo. They also said that as a design philosophy. They want you to feel like ammo is a concern for weapons. So that's either because team play becomes more of a factor, which is good. It's a co-op game. You want team play to be a thing. Or scavenging for ammo is important. Right? Look at Left 4 Dead. It's a horde shooter, but ammo is a big concern in that game. Look at Arctide. Horde shooter, ammo is a concern in that game. World War Z. Horde shooter, ammo is a concern in that game. Space Marines 2. Horde shooter, ammo is a concern in that game. So just because it's a horde shooter doesn't mean that you should have unlimited ammo. Right? There's plenty of horde shooters where like ammo is kind of like a mini game of conserving, using the smallest amount of ammo to do the most. You take the time to aim each shot, true grace, so larger mag is better. Yeah, that's what I was talking about with ARs, is that statistically, if you look at ARs, they're actually all really good. But you need good aim in order to utilize it. But the average player doesn't have good aim or doesn't care enough to like shoot at the right spot. So ARs for a long time just get kind of shit on because they're not like the bread and butter body shot weapon. That's why I keep telling them like they need to just keep upping the damage of ARs until people stop saying it, because then they don't care anymore. Some weapons are too strict on ammo. Hey, Thick. My favorite person to talk to about it. Game balance. I could talk to Thick for hours about this stuff. Which does the opposite of what they want to exploit to get more ammo. Yeah, so like a good example of what Thick is saying is like Scorcher. Great weapon, very low ammo reserves. So you either have to bring like a supply backpack or be a stickler about bringing ammo. Or you bring it as like almost like a support weapon alongside. So you could do like Stalwart, and then you take your Scorcher to kill like Charger Butts or like particular enemies where the Scorcher's really good against them. Right? Which I think is okay. Like I don't mind that the downside of some weapons is their ammo economy. As long as they're powerful when they do have ammo. And they don't have so little it's like useless. But then the sickle is cool because it has unlimited ammo, but it's kind of weaker, right? But when I'm not using Siege Ready, I just bring Supply Backpack and don't care about ammo or play the minigame anymore. But I think they're okay with the Supply Backpack to some extent because it uses a stratagem slot, which affects your overall power. But then you gain power back by having more ammo for your other stuff. Supply Backpack is, I think, okay. Whatever that 6 supply pack is probably OP, or they would have to stop you from being able to supply yourself. But I think the supply pack is honestly pretty well balanced in that regard. If all of a sudden we started getting more stratagem slots, that'd be pretty nuts. Because then it would be too obvious to a pick. Also, adding more support weapons that are very good that have backpacks. So the supply backpack is not as powerful is also a thing. So like making sure that like weapons that have backpacks are maintained good nerfs how powerful the potential of a supply backpack is. But if grenade launcher actually had like 4 megs, make more decisions, not... Yeah, some weapons are too dependent on supply backpack for sure. Like grenade launcher and HMG. Yeah, I've always said that like HMG probably needs at least 1 more magazine and grenade launcher also. Because like if you don't bring a supply backpack with HMG, it just does not work very well. It just doesn't. Like a backpack for minigun. Yeah, we've talked about that. Like I think last time I was on Thick's podcast, it was like a backpack that all belt-fed weapons would connect to, and then you could like maybe even store extra ammo in there. And it'd be really cool to pair with like a grenade launcher or an HMG, so you don't have to reload, but also you have more ammo. Be sick. That'd be a really cool like thing if they could do it. My favorite idea is having a stratagem of the day as a fit that allows more build variety. But that's a balancing concern of like it. Like I like that they sometimes give it to us and then the DSS has it, but we exponentially get more powerful when that happens. And I think that's good in like some amount of time, but I don't know if that's like something they should always do. Because then, once again, we go back to like, if we become too powerful, then they need to like redesign the game because like it's getting too easy. Hi Luna, what's wrong? Why are you crying so much? The HMG's handling is a bigger limiting factor versus ammo. It's too easy to correct it though. Because you're definitely going to use more than 2 magazines per POI you run into Wolverine. But then you could just wear an armor piece to rectify the HMG's situation. Do you ever think they'll ever make heavy armor with like acclimated? I don't know. They haven't gone back to fill in armor types really in a while. Like it's been a really long time since they've gone back to like fill in an armor type missing something. You're saying we'll see a Kimbo? Oh yeah. I think we'll see a Kimbo at some point. I don't know when, but I think we will. Stuff like Blitzer with infinite ammo and stuff like Scorcher with 250 damage. Put AR in a bad place. Why go for an AR when you have like better options? I mean, Blitzer mostly is like it's like a damage per second thing and a range, right? Blitzer has limited range. It's not reliable because it's unreliable damage because sometimes it does way more damage and sometimes it does nothing, right? As far as Scorcher, it has limited ammo, right? So it has really limited ammo compared to an AR. Although each shot is very impactful, the ammo can go by really fast, especially when you're like overkilling with the Scorcher. I've seen the Peel Stats tweet or Shams that they did make like a shit ton of like animations for Akimbo. Yeah, I would be very surprised if we did not see Kimbo at some point. Like, very surprised. Especially with the most current stuff. Like, they keep going for cool things. Like, for war bonds. That would be such a selling point of a war bond, right? It's so obvious. Right, Luna? What do you think? Thanks for the headbutt. But it's still better than they are unless you personally enjoy it, of course. I mean, but an AR is better for like precision, right? So like versus bots, an AR actually does better than the Scorcher because with an AR you can be much more precise and actually be more ammo efficient, right? Like the Scorcher is great versus bots because you don't have to aim nearly as much because explosive damage is just easy. Like the ease of use of a Scorcher is definitely higher than the assault rifle. There's no doubt. But if you have good aim and patience, like you can make an AR go way farther than a Scorcher as far as like sheer enemies killed. Scorcher is harder to be that precise, you know? They should add like an akimbo primary and secondary. It doesn't need to be. That could be cool. Yeah, I don't think like akimbo needs to be like, you could have dual senators and dual redeemers and dual everything. No. It's just a particular weapon that is a dual, like dual pistols or, you know, dual sawed-offs or some shit like that, right? I don't know. Yeah. But who knows if they ever do the attachment system, what they'll do with that. Dual ultimatum. Jesus Christ. No, we need an akimbo booster to have. Are you saying like you want an akimbo for everything? Sorry, Luna is currently in the way. I'm having trouble reading. Luna, come over here. Ugh. We just need to duel everything. I mean, maybe with the attachment system, like a Call of Duty. Just make it dual. Everything. I want to double fist everything. You going, Luna? And I can't read chat when you're over there. Luna! Come here. Luna! I can't read chat! You're not making this easy. You're literally right in the way of chat. Luna. I literally can't read. Luna, come here. Double eruptor from the hip. Yeah, I've thought of like a stratagem that is like an exosuit that allows you to hold more than one weapon or support weapon, right? Right, it's like some kind of like support stratagem that like is an exosuit that allows you to carry extra weight, that allows you to have like more than one stratagem or more than one support weapon. You like swap between them and you both utilize them. Definitely heard people say like, I wish I could forego my pistol and my grenade and have double primary, right? Which could also be something, but I don't know. Nah, why don't you just sit down and relax? Just relax, kitten. One exosuit that carries both EATs along with energy. But obviously there'd be like drawbacks to the exosuit of maybe like it slows your max speed, or it's like there's a durable thing where like it could get damaged. How's the new hoverback? It's fucking awesome. They nailed it. I think the only thing I'd like to see for it is some way to turn it off on demand, other than like taking the backpack off, which is hilarious by the way. Awesome Easter egg. Alien Elite, Fireteam Elite had a belt, mechanical arm that attaches itself, new type of support weapon. Be cool. Maybe that could be a way to solve the minigun issue that Arrowhead seems to be running into. I want to be able to run dual pistols of primary. That could be an interesting one. Just two pistols just become a primary, right? Like in a future WARBOND. We need shoulder-mounted cat launchers. What do you think, Luna? What do you think, kitten? The minigun issue. So they talked about it previously that if you think about it, how the fuck do you hold a minigun and enough ammo to use it in a satisfying way, right? Right? So, because it makes sense, right? Obviously, we see it in like pop culture and stuff like that, but it's like, obviously they're trying to base Helldivers in some amount of realism. So that was their kind of issue with that. But also there's a tech issue of having a support weapon that directly links to the support backpack. I think was another one that they had to work through. So they have to work on that. Thermal optics would be really cool. Would be really cool. I do not want to see visors that are thermal optics, but a scope would be cool. I don't want to be looking through fucking green vision, thermal vision as I run around the game. I think the game looks beautiful, and I don't want thermal vision to ruin that personally. But a scope, I'm down. That's cool. Minigun emplacement would be interesting. What do you think, Luna? On the bucket list is the tank. Yeah, I think everybody's talking about that. We'd love to see that tank from the first game. How about Iron Man style multi-targeted missile system? I think a lot of people thought of that when they first got the Wasp. Unfortunately, apparently, like it wasn't like that in the first game, so they probably won't add that to the Wasp, but some kind of stratagem that was like that would be really interesting. It's like a 110mm rocket pod, but think of it like as you like throw out a scanner, scans a bunch of enemies, and then missiles from your ship rain down on all those individuals. Fairly long cooldown, but it'd be kind of like a barrage, but not a barrage. I'm still, where's the Predator missile? Where's the chopper gunner? I'm still wondering where those are. I call down a laptop, and then you use the laptop to, you know, aim it. I want it. I want it so bad. Give me the tech. Honest thought on the new WARBOND. I don't get hover pack, and why not make jump pack programmable? Because it's then two different things. So you have to make a choice. Choices are good in video games. So like the hover pack is good for a particular type of playstyle, and the jump pack is good for a particular type of playstyle. But you have to make a decision between the two, which playstyle you want to play. And there's drawbacks to both. I was watching Arcane recently. I like V power gauntlets for smashing up bugs. But I really like the hoverback. It's great. You can say the same thing about the recoilless and AC having programmable stuff. Well, I mean, the recoilless is a meme. The AC is more of like a, I think they were just messing around with it because they haven't done anything else to it. But I would personally like them to add new things rather than just add to existing weapons. Because it makes the choice of different things more interesting. I don't like the stagger being added to the autocannon. Yeah, I think they did it to make it easier to use, but I think it has had the opposite effect of people who have gotten used to it not staggering. Cancel the hover pack would be peak. Yeah, we'll see if they ever do it. Hey, Luna. You're so cute. We need melee defense armor so bad. What is that? Melee defense armor. Can you see a mini nuke being added as a strat? Yeah. I could. Give it a fairly long cooldown. Some kind of downside other than cooldown, maybe, also. But it has some crazy power creep. Yeah, as long as it, you know, maybe a limited to use and long cooldown. I don't know. Careful, Luna. I don't want you to fall off. More melee DRs, what do you want? Oh, yeah. I think a melee perk in general that just decreases melee damage would be really cool. Because right now all we have is basically heavy armor. And even then, you're still very squishy. He wants an anti-bug armor. What do you think, Luna? Luna, can I get back to playing? Hey, don't bite that. Don't bite my microphone. Okay, Luna, can I put you down? Anti-ragdoll armor? I mean, I've been asking for that for the longest time. I just think natively, like, light, medium, and heavy armor should have some amount of ragdoll resistance tied into it. Light armor is what it is now. Medium armor would cause you to, you know, ragdoll less and maybe stagger in some situations. And then heavy armor would be, you know, more. Like your feet planted on the ground in more situations. Wingsuit, light armor. Okay. So we just want 2042, huh? Anyways, back to the like the hover versus like jetpack. I mean, one is a jump pack, and it's pretty specifically a jump pack, and one is a hover. I think it's fine to have two different like things. Be them completely different, right? Because like, what do we need to start like having a guard dog, like all guard dogs in one guard dog, or all the machine guns in one? Like, I don't know. I think having choice and variety is like fine. Especially when they serve completely different roles. Because it's not like they step on each other's toes at all, right? They're completely different. One's for like getting in and out of combat at great speed, and one is for grabbing high ground. Or hovering above the battlefield out of safety, like in a safety standpoint. I think that's okay. I don't get why people want a mode switch and everything. I think people like certain stratagems, and they would just want more added to that stratagem so they can continue to use that stratagem or that thing they like. In some cases, I think it's fine, but like we had a discussion a lot yesterday with like dynamite. Why isn't dynamite like C4? And then I just reply with, why not just add C4 and have dynamite be something special, right? They don't have to occupy the same thing, you know? Luna, you silly muffin. I need to be able to play video game. Okay, I need to play video game. Yes, Gibson, I love you. I need to play video game. Sorry, 1 second. You guys doing mine only. Okay. Okay. Laser with jetpack. Already have 500 kg for free. And that for AT, I guess. Luna, hi.
I just got 3 things to say.
Uh-oh.
God bless our troops. God bless America. And gentlemen, start your engine!
What the fuck? War Child of the Creek. Nah. Nice, Luna. Now I can't even read chat. Oh,
Shit.
yeah. Here we go again. Oh god, I don't have the right weapon on. My man is just gonna blast music the whole time. Luna! Luna, that's my food. Don't touch that. Luna! Luna, don't touch that. Luna! Don't touch my food. Ooh. was kind of bad. I'm not getting that. We're not getting that. Well, I guess we're just listening to his music now. Is he gonna be playing music the entire time? Reminds me of that other guy we met. I didn't actually mean to have the sickle on. I think I accidentally selected it. When we were talking about weapon balance. Play sounds like shit. Yeah, we're gonna turn him down a little bit. He's our bard. I can't read chat, by the way, so yeah, if you guys say anything, I can't read it. Luna's literally right in the way. She's a smart girl. She knows that that's where I look most of the time. She's very smart. Smartest girl. Now, a mode switch that I would love to see in this game would be like more unstable weapons. Like for like laser cannon, for instance. Like because I know they're worried about like buffing laser cannon too far, and that resulting in like, you know, too powerful of an unlimited ammo weapon. They don't want like an arc thrower 2.0 where it's like the only weapon everybody uses for a while. So that's why I'm like, okay, well, why don't you put some risk behind that power? If you go too hot, it fucking blows up. Oh wait, I just kind of thought about it. This is gonna get me fucking copyright striked. I just kind of thought about that. This guy's just gonna get me copyright striked on YouTube. The whole fucking VOD's gonna be muted. Ah, shit. As funny as that is, I can't do it. Now that I stream on YouTube, I literally can't do that. Too late? Oh yeah, it's fucked. That I'm gonna get like 16 emails about this section of the VOD getting muted. I also gotta be somewhat careful about it on Twitch, because it's not going through the exterior one, so even on Twitch, this part of the VOD will get muted. Hopefully no one claims it. Where'd I put my jetpack? I forgot to go pick that up. Did I ever call it in? I did. It was at the beginning, right? Yeah. I'll pick that up. Hi, Luna. Can I read chat now? Can I please? Oh, oh. Oh yeah, this guy has mines out. Oh, fuck me. Luna! Excuse me, kitten. I can't see. Luna. I want to read chat. Luna, please. I swear if we've made like next to no progress in the last like 10 minutes. I guess we killed a couple things. Luna, may I please see the chat? She's busy cleaning herself. She's very busy. Luna. She's licking her tail currently. When's the site gonna be fixed? I have no idea. It's been a while since it's been broken. Oh, we get the finger gun. Finger gun bug. You can mute the section? Oh, true. But I think it's gonna be clean by the time I even end stream. I'll get the emails regardless. Luna, I can't see. I want to read chat so bad. Please, Luna. Ugh. The classic sickle. Feels good, man. Wait, that's already cleared. Oh, that sucks. I think the enemies respawned around it. Oh, Liz moving. She's on the move. Hi. What's up? Doom, doom, doom. Alright. And then Luna is now moved over there. There. Cool. All things are right in the world. My flamethrower anti-tank loadout is peak. I love that. I love that. I still don't really use the flamethrower though. I always just use the torture. I just find myself, well, if I want to use the flamethrower, I'll just use torture and then I'll just bring another support weapon. God damn it. It's overheated! New jetpack is so cool. Cinema. Absolute cinema. Ooh. A little high ground. It's not really helping me, but it's high ground. Those guys can climb? That's crazy. Laser, dude. Laser does not play too well with the laser or the jetpack, just because you need to be so precise with the weapon to feel like it's doing any damage. Oh! I don't know how I survived. What's the demolition value of dynamite? It's the same as regular grenades, as far as I know. I have not seen it hit any different breakpoints. That's the Hulk variant, man. This is the run 'em down variant. Scorcher, Scorcher. Scorcher Hulk. Can't see Hulk. Oh my god, another one. Another one. People, have you tried Hoverpack Arc Thrower? I have. I have tried it. I enjoy the change up. It's fun. Hovering over the enemies is quite enjoyable. And getting like the high ground on them, better like headshot potential. At least that's what I noticed. It's good. It's fun. AC Shadows save Ubisoft. I guess we'll know when the sales numbers come out. I haven't looked at the sales numbers. It's reviewed pretty well, but that doesn't really mean much. Like, look at the newest Dragon Age game, right? Reviewed well, but it was mostly by people who don't really play the games, I guess, and people just didn't buy the game, and that's why it went on PS Plus like within a month or a couple months, and it's already being heavily discounted on Steam, right? Have you tried Hover plus Eruptor? Yeah. I was mostly using it with, what's it called, though? Crossbow. It did not review well. Skill Up didn't like it, but the aggregate score for Dragon Age was like 80 something if you got a Metacritic. There were content creators like Skill Up that like I would argue put out an accurate review of the game, and then there are people who put out like fluff pieces because they kind of forgot where Dragon Age had come from, and yeah. AC Shadows apparently sold 1 million copies already, 40k on current though. That's pretty good. I mean, that's not terrible, but that's also, like, not good. Oh, no! How am I alive, dude? I need some high ground. Give me the mantle, give me the mantle, give me the mantle, give me the mantle, give me the mantle. There we go. There's a tank! Why is there a tank? I don't know if that'll well, rip that house. Oh, okay. Well, that's awkward. Oh, this is... I think we just keep running. Is Arthur any good on the boss front? It has its moments where it's pretty damn good because it like stun locks Hulks. It can do pretty well against Devastators. Like this variant would actually be pretty good because it's a lot of Berserkers, and the Berserkers are like quite susceptible to it. It's not like great, but I don't think it's like bad. It's not like a terrible choice or anything like that. It's got a lot of CC tied to it, so it's just nice. Good bounce potential. Bot cities are better than Illuminate. The Illuminate are like very basic. Bugs, I think, are the best. City. Oh, please don't shoot me. Oh, it's a stalwart. No. Okay, we're good. What do you give Dragon Age out of 10? I didn't play Dragon Age. I saw content on it, and I was like, this game is not made for me. Like, I saw a couple lines of dialogue, and I was like, bro. And then I watched Skill Up's review of it, and I'm like, okay. Because, like, Skill Up is usually a pretty good meter stick for me, because I tend to agree with his opinion. And as soon as I, like, saw his video, I was like, yeah, This game was made for some other person. This is not made for me. So I would probably give the game out of like 10. It would probably be like a 6 for me. It might be a 7 because maybe I would have liked the gameplay. Ah! Okay, I did not think my legs would just kaput under me on that one. That's kind of unfortunate. I really thought I would take like 10% damage, you know? Like, fuck. That's quite unfortunate. Has this guy even left the extraction? Wait, that's the extraction area. I swear that guy hasn't left. Well, that's kind of awkward. I don't know a way to kill that. Please don't look at me. He hasn't. That's the guy that was blasting music. He's like there the entire time. Look at him. He hasn't moved. He's just sitting there blasting music, putting mines down at extraction. What a troll. That's some troll behavior. I'm going to be completely honest with you guys. You're a very generous man, Maplewood. I just... different writing for different people, right? Like, although I am not the target audience to that new Dragon Age game, there's someone out there that would probably like it. Right? And the gameplay did look fun. I'll give it that. What up, Robert? How are you? I think the Arthur needs like a higher fire rate. I think if they brought it closer to what it once was, it would be pretty damn effective. It's not... I'm not saying that like it absolutely needs it, because I do think the Arthur is in a fairly good... like actually a great spot on both Illuminant and Bugs. It just falls short on bots because the way the arc is like programmed, it goes for like center mass. And if it goes through a weak point, like on Bugs, it's great because it like does more damage because it's critting essentially, right? But on bots, the crit is usually quite higher up, so it doesn't pass through the crit spot very often, right? So it makes the Arc Thrower worse on some factions and better on others because it behaves like that, right? So a better fire rate would improve that, but I also think that like it's not like it's bad on other fronts. I think it's okay if it's like good on some fronts and bad on others. I don't think that's necessarily like, as long as it's not completely useless, you know? It's one of the reasons why I love the ballistic shield change so much, is that now the ballistic shield is not completely useless on Bugs. At least it blocks melee damage. I still hope that they add more HP to it, but that's a good example of like, it's not gonna be the most effective weapon, but hey, at least it's not useless. The Arc Thrower also used to feel quite useless, because it didn't have as much stagger and, you know. It's players, not copies. I think a good chunk of those players are probably playing off a cheap subscription. I mean, that's how I would have played the game. If the WARBOND did not come out yesterday, I probably would have tried AC Shadows. Because I did enjoy Odyssey. I didn't like Valhalla, but I did enjoy Odyssey, so I probably would have played it. I have no idea what I would have reviewed it, because I haven't played it, but... yeah. Sabrina Deadeye, I love it. I'm a huge fan of it. With a good, precise hand, I think it's like easy A tier. I love it. I do recommend using it with Siege Ready Armor, though. On Bugs, it feels like a B+ at times, just because the reload is quite slow. If you bring Siege Ready, I think it can be definitely more usable on Bugs. The weapon does benefit a lot, though, from a precise hand. Just body shotting with it, it will not feel particularly great. So keep that in mind. It is a marksman rifle. It does benefit a lot from precision. But that being said, it has a lot of stagger, so you don't have to be perfectly accurate all the time to get a great deal of benefit from it. Like, I do think it would be really fun to use on Predator Bugs, because it has good amount of stagger, and if you're good at hitting the mouth of the soccer, I don't think it would one-shot it. Maybe Thick would know. He's better with the numbers than I. I don't think it would one-shot a stalker, but I believe it would be like a headshot body shot kind of situation. Like if it doesn't get one shot, it would at least be two shot. Soccer heads are weak as fuck. Oh, there you go. All right, there you go. Yeah, so then that's sick, right? Like, I think it would be a very fun weapon to use on Predator missions. Because you have that great stagger. You have great damage. So if you have a good hand or thumb, and you can get that like headshot, that'd be sick. That'd be very fun. Yeah, the problem is that when you flinch a stalker, it's kind of like they're boxing. Or like a praying mantis. They bring their hands up to like block. So you'd want to hit them when they're like running at you. But regardless, you'd at least be able to stagger a lot of them, which would be sick. Alright, this guy is still not leaving the spawn. What a dick. What? He's really just doing it for the meme. He's probably still blasting music. I was hoping that they would do the gas and then I would just stick around here and do the launch, but I find hitting legs, exposed middle parts, better. Oh yeah, with the Deadeye, it's a 2-tap to the leg, similar to the Devastator. A lot of people forget that and only go for the eye shots on Devastators. If you can see their leg, double tapping the same leg twice is a very viable strategy for dealing with Devastators. Farming medals? Who, these guys? Or this guy that's trolling at staying at spawn? Troll guy? How the hell is he farming medals? Because he's not AFK. He is not AFK. He is just sitting there throwing down mines at extract. Damn, you guys don't like the German soldiers. Get him, chat. Oh my god. Democracy right there. Great job, chat. I believed in you. You don't. You are. Wait, I'm farming medals for him? Is that what you're saying? Is this what you're saying? Kind of wish there was like less sway when you first get up to the top. Like as soon as you level out on top, I feel like it should go like very accurate, and it's only swaying if you move. It's kind of another wish that I have, because like if you look at it, like that's a lot of stagger, and it stays, and then it gets accurate. But it's almost over by the time it finishes. Peak physique doesn't improve that, guys. Peak physique improves weapon, like drag speed, right? It doesn't improve sway. Your weapon will still sway just as much as before. That's the wrong one. I'm not paying attention. Did one guy leave? Oh no. Engineer. I mean, that's recoil. So when you shoot, your weapon has recoil. The laser has no recoil. Like literally zero. They fully eliminated it. Right? Which I'm glad they did. I was asking for it. I'm happy they did. So we need an armor that reduces weapon sway. Correct me if I'm wrong, the new gunslinger one does improve weapon sway, right? Or reduce weapon sway? No, does it? I can't remember. I wish it did. The new pistol fucking has too much sway. This makes it really awkward to use. Also, it has a lot of bloom on it. Attachments no weapons. We'll see if they ever do it. I hope so. Should get Viper Commando for melee build or new Warbond? Oof. So, you can get Viper Commando armor without buying the Warbond. You can get the medium set that is in the Superstore. Right? So, do you want anything else inside the Viper Commando Warbond? Like, do you care? Like, the booster is not super important because someone else could bring that for you. The lib carbine is basically just a normal liberator, faster reload, faster fire rate. And it's like, that's nice, but I don't think it's that special. The armor is like really the only selling point of the Viper Commando. Right? It really is just that. Like, the booster is good. It is. But only bought the Viper for knives. No way. I don't believe you. Oh, I guess the Bushwhacker as well. Sorry, I was shitting on the Bushwhacker. Bushwhacker is also fantastic, especially if you pair it with the new armor. It's quite nice. I don't buy Superstore armors. Feels like a waste to me. I don't buy most of the Warbonds. Okay. Okay, so what makes you buy a Warbond or doesn't buy a Warbond? Fill me in so I can help you. I just really like knives. Alright. I see you. Because, like, my point is that if you're doing a melee build, all you care about is the melee armor then. So you could save 800 super credits by just buying the medium peak physique armor. Do you know what I mean? You could just save money that way. Because if all you want is some armor... Like, that's it? Okay, so maybe just go buy from the Superstore. It should be in rotation in like a day or two. Maybe a little longer. Alright, do you see my thought process on that? Right? Like, that's the only thing from Viper Commandos you care about. If we just don't get Viper Commandos and just buy the Super Citizen armor, right? Not Super Citizen, sorry. The Superstore armor. I think Clay said the sway from hovering goes away when you ADS. Nah, it looks like it's still happening. I'll do it again. I'll check that. We'll see. I'll be able to tell you pretty fast. No, you can see it's still there. You can see it when I get up to the top. It might recover a little faster though. It's hard to say. Nah, it's the same. Doesn't seem like it's any different. Oh. Uh-oh. Well, hi friends. Bit awkward. Oh, my guy's dead. That was sick. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Yeehaw! What up? You think Arrowhead will ever bundle old Warbonds together? Yes. Apparently they did that in HD1. Like, a bunch of, like, DLCs would just be bundled together. I think they'll either bundle them or discount them. I don't know which one they'll do. I highly doubt they'll keep them full price forever. Or what they'll also do is maybe they'll bundle it with the game purchase, maybe, right? Maybe if you buy the game at some point, there'll be like a Game of the Year edition, and they'll bundle like the first 3 war bonds together. I don't know. I could see that being a possibility. Like, eventually we're going to have so many war bonds, they kind of have to do a system like that, right? So I don't know when that'll happen, but I think eventually there's going to be the feedback from, you know, to developers like, hey, I'm buying this game, but there's like over $100 worth of like Superstore purchases. What is this? And then that's going to be probably the point at which they see that, and they'll be like, okay, yeah, let's start bundling stuff, which is absolutely fair. I haven't played since the Eruptor came out, basically. Oh, wow. I just feel like there's so much been added since then. There has been. But a lot of it has been free content, I will say. Not everything is in a war bond or had to be purchased. And what's the nice thing about war bonds is that they kind of lead into each other. As you like progress through one, it very much sets you up for the next one, and then the next one after that. You know what I mean? Because the way it works is like you purchase one, you get 300 back for completing it. While you're completing it, you'll probably gain more super credits. And then after completing it, you're going to continue probably playing the game regardless, which will lead you to your next war bond, right? So just purchasing one war bond will kind of lead you to the next and the next and the next and the next. So you may only need to like buy super credits every couple if you don't really play that much, which is pretty good, pretty smart way. And that's not including if you have more time than money, you could just grind out the super credits really easily. Like, especially if you get like an efficient team. You get like 4 players, drop onto a level 3 map, FRV plus like jump pack, light armor, split up, rinse and repeat. You know what I mean? Like you could get upwards of like 500 super credits an hour if you're like efficient with it. But that's for the person that has more time than money, rather than money than time. Yeah, I'm a casual dad gamer. I'm not grinding that many super credits. Exactly. No, I get it. I get it. But yeah, I do think at some point they'll probably do something, either like a sale, you know, of like super, like of war bonds, or giving away war bonds eventually, or bundling them, or, you know. Oh god, dude. This fucking troll, dude. He made this mission so much harder because he did this. Didn't even call in reinforce, or like call in the extract now that we're done. It's kind of funny though. It is kind of funny. But it didn't feel that funny when I had to do the mission sometimes by myself. Jesus Christ. Assholes like that make me rage quit. I mean, you just go into the next mission. It's not a big deal. Just next. It's rare enough that it doesn't happen very often. Still helped you though, that many mines, the amount of enemies that can spawn in the game? Yes and no, right? Because if you told me that he was doing this the entire time, did I notice less enemies? No. Didn't feel like it. On the other side of the map. I understand that that mechanic interaction happens, but didn't notice it. If he was just there killing enemies regularly, it would have been easier. At this point, you could just solo difficulty 10 anyways. Yeah, but I didn't sign up for that because I'm not doing solos right now. I'm reading chat and playing for fun with a random loadout that I picked. I didn't sign up for solos. Which is where the rudeness comes from, right? If he does this with his friends, it's completely different than doing it with random people. I didn't sign up for him to play like that. Okay. Does anyone else notice a new bug where your camera moves by itself and you have to restart the game to fix it? It's when you first load into the game. There's some kind of like stick drift. You don't have to restart your game though. You could just like get into your first mission and I think it fixes it, someone was saying. Funny enough, I haven't noticed it, and I don't know why. I don't seem to have it happening to me, and I don't know what exactly triggers it. I don't like giving him the satisfaction helping him get XP, so just quit out and go to the next mission. You're good. It's happening every time I open the game, pretty much. Oh, really? Oh, shit. I wonder what triggers it. I haven't seen it for some reason. Someone was telling me that, like... Yeah, I don't know. What up, Panic? How are you? So if anyone knows how that's triggered, like the... Because, like, basically what happens is you load into the game, and then your, like, cursor will start, like, slowly drifting up and to the right. It's super weird. But I'm pretty sure someone said that if you just go into your first match, it disappears. Could be wrong. This is secondhand knowledge and secondhand memory. Because I don't remember. I can't fully remember what he said to me. Punch, I completely agree, though. I don't think there's any, like... I don't think anyone should feel bad about spending money on this kind of a game. Because at the end of the day, if no one spent money on this kind of a game, especially with how much content they're constantly pulling out, like... the game would essentially stagnate super hard, right? If everybody just grinded super credits. So every person that's super credit farming, there needs to be someone that actually buys super credits, right? Or someone that buys the game, right? So if you can convince a friend to buy the game, hell yeah, that helps support the game, right? Into the long run. Eventually, there's going to be so many people that own the game that their sales are going to dip, but you know that's where you hope that there's still people around that want to buy a WARBOND, right? So, oh, a cap. I don't like either side should not disagree because like I find there's two extremes to this. There's the people that are like, there's the people that say that like, what are you doing? Why are you buying super credits? You should just be farming them, and they almost like talk down to you. Like, what are you doing? And then there's the other person that's like, cap. No, I'm gonna single out her, but like, buy super credits. Don't be cringe. Like. Chill. Chill. Like, it depends on the person. Some people have more money than time. Some people have time than money, right? Some people have a disposable income, some don't, right? You could do a mixture of both, too. Yeah. Like, just at the end of the day, like, don't put so much thought behind it. Like, whatever works out better for you, sick. Hell yeah. But like if you are someone who like outright goes out of their way to like grind super credits all the way through, maybe try and help convince someone to buy this game. That's your way of paying back. It's like paying it forward, right? If you're someone who grinds the game a lot, you know, speak, you know, highly on the game or convince someone to play it with you, and hell, that's plus $40 for the dev. That's quite a few war bonds, right? That's sick. I respect that just as much as someone who buys super credits to help support the game. I do my part. I convince people that this game's great. I'm the free marketing, I guess. Because I want to see the game do well too. Because I love it. Support the devs as much as you can. I wouldn't go that far though, right? It's not like the game is gonna fail if you don't have that thought process, right? Like you don't have to put it on yourself that you have to like support the dev, right? I think Helldiver is gonna be just fine, even if we didn't even worry about this. But you know, within your means, support if you can. If you enjoy the game, if you enjoy what you're doing, right? It'll be different for every person. I made like one malevolent video forever ago. I've had like a dozen people tell me that video had convinced them to buy the game. Remember the Creek? That's sick. I love that. This game, personally, I'm not a fan of both charging for a game and having microtransactions. But this game wouldn't exist in the context that it did if it didn't do that, Hennig. Right? It would have a shelf life if it didn't do that. The shelf life would be eventually it runs out of game sales and then they can't support the game anymore. Right? It's not like there needs to be some kind of transaction into the future that justifies continued development. Right? All games have a shelf life? Yeah, but microtransactions like this are designed to extend that shelf life rather than it have a finite, right, amount of content and amount of, like, players, right? Because if they didn't do that, they'd probably just move on to the next game, right? Or they do, like, limited amounts of content or charge you a DLC, right? Because the way I look at this is it's like instead of doing, like, a yearly DLC like other games do, right? To expand on the game, they just do it like monthly, but the vast majority of content they add to this game is actually just free, right? It's an optional monthly subscription, as you will, if you cared for that. But that's what's nice about this game model, Henrik, is that you don't have to spend any money, right? Just play the game and you'll have more than enough to play the next one or get one. Right? If this game was like you had to spend USD to get the premium credits, then I would agree with you. I don't like the model, right? Then it reminds me of Destiny, right? I'm not a fan of the way Destiny does their stuff, especially when a lot of the content is just, it's often very recycled. So you have to pay a premium for this recycled content. And they don't innovate very much in Destiny, so it kind of feels like you're throwing money into a pit and they just burn it. It's like where's this money I'm going? Like nothing's really changed. It does change, obviously, but it's a little bit hyperbole. But like, yeah. Fun fact: I've been gaming a bit too much yesterday. Your raid on the Officer Rue carried through till like 2 a.m. I love that. I find I get more super credits faster than I can spend them. There's not that much stuff to spend super credits on this game if you play a fair bit. But it depends on how much you play, right? If you don't play very much at all, you'll have the complete inverse effect where like, dude, I never have enough super credits. But like, obviously I'm an example of, I play this game so fucking much. I almost message the devs saying like, don't give me the stuff for free. Let me purchase it because my super credits just keep going up, right? I don't even grind super credits. I just get them naturally through playing, and I have 12,000 just sitting there. And I don't grind for it. Like I've never done it at all, ever. I just play the game. And I don't focus on POIs. Like, I guess I kind of did when I started, I sort of started when I was doing, what's it called? Aluminum missions. I just find aluminum missions to have a crazy amount of SC very easily gotten. I don't know if anyone else notices that, but like when I do aluminum missions, I find myself walking out with way more SC than like other types of missions. Just the city layout, I think, in general, is just makes it really easy to find. A kid plays Fortnite in an Avatar game, so you play like only 2 nights a week for me. It's easy. Listen to the WARBOND 2 weeks out. I don't know, I'm buying C support. D2 did not evolve at the pace at which made players' investments through the battle passes like a worthwhile investment. Well said. Well said. Applaud on that comment. Dude, brain. Thank you. God. Deadeye, I love using it for his bots. So do I. I love it. Maybe I have this issue because I'm a casual player. I don't have time to farm credits or money to buy them. I think that's totally fair, Henning, because you don't have as much time played as a more hardcore player, and you don't have a disposable income to pay. You're in this awkward spot. I totally feel for you. I get it. I get it. Henning, do I have you on Steam? Did I ever add you on Steam? How do you think they could make the bulk factories more threatening? They just need to add the armor. I don't know why they have literally the exact same characteristics as normal fabricators. I think that's kind of silly, in my opinion. Oh, it's the bugged one. I personally think that's kind of silly. I think... Dude, are all these bugged? What? Come on, man. Grenade launcher still bugged? Yeah. It probably won't be fixed until at least Tuesday, if it's an easy fix. I don't know. Because they didn't intend to fix it, so it sounds like something broke on the implementation of something else. So they have to diagnose why it happened, fix that, test that, and implement it, right? If it was just like they accidentally or they intentionally did and they just revert it, it's just a value, right, that they might just have to swap. But this sounds like something broke and it unintentionally affected things. No, I shouldn't use that ultimation shot. I need that. How you finding hover backpack against bots? Love it. I fucking love it. I can't stop using it. My issue, though, is that it's kind of hard to use with certain weapons, as you can see. I think it would be better if I take the recoil reduction armor for this weapon. How did that guy lose me? Yeah. If you could cancel the hover, and they also give you a little bit more precision in the air, I think I would be like, I just say it's perfect, right? Please be ammo in this. Nice, love that. I'd love to see what's going on with the HG source code. Yeah, no idea. Go get a job at Arrowhead and let us know.
Fordere Höhlenbombe an. Ja, bitte Luftunterstützung. Verstärkung.
You ever tried taking off the jetpack while hovering? Yeah, of course. We discovered that within the first 5 minutes of me using it, or less than that. I was just like fucking around with it, and I was like, oh, I wonder what happens if I take it off. Oh, it goes flying. I think someone clipped it. I think it's exclamation mark hoverback pack EE.
Surprise,
Oh
motherfucker.
shit! Aw, try. You didn't have to do that, bud. Thank you so much. I wish it would tell me like what kind of tier you did. Cause I have no idea. Cause I don't know whether to thank you more or less. That sounds weird, but does it tell me anywhere? Maybe somewhere it tells me. Thank you, Stratter, regardless for the extra support. Very kind. I only see one tier. Did I implement it wrong? I thought I put more than one tier. Maybe I just started with one tier. Trindle said he did a 2.5. Maybe he meant like he did a tier 2 here and a tier 1 there. Maybe that's what he meant. Maybe. I don't know. Hoverjet is not suited for precise shooting due to the scope sway and other exceptions such as like arc thrower and thrower GL. I think you can be somewhat precise with it, but you have to wait for the scope sway to stop, which usually happens like a couple seconds after, like now. It just needs to happen faster, so you have more than just only a couple seconds. Do you know what I mean? Like, that's something that I think they could change, and it would really help it. Gotta check that out. I couldn't find the option to change shears. Okay. I'll look into it. Thanks, Factor. Good comms. Good comms. Can I get in a fight here? I think if I go here. Oh, easily. Oh my god. Yeah, so like right there, it's like it's so awkward that I can't just turn off the jetpack. Like, I really wish you could. HeadyQ songs, exclamation mark SR space, and then a YouTube link. Sorry, YouTubers. Yeah, some of these fabricators are just so fucked, man. They're so fucked. Imagine if the hover backpack was like Boba Fett's Battlefront 2. Dude, you go back in my old like clips and stuff like that. I played the fuck out of that game. I got level 1000 Boba Fett. That's how much I played. It was so good, yeah. It was nuts. It was extremely satisfying to play. I'm kind of nervous of that guy sniping. I'm hoping my rockets... Oh, there it goes. And it's too late. Fuck! Oh, that's the top, though. You try to use the jetpack and then use the dual emote. You mean the jump pack? Yes. It's quite funny. Ugh.
Evakuierung abgeschlossen. Helical 1 hebt nun ab.
Sie haben unsere Lebensweise verteidigt.
What up, poop? Get on.
Die gelenkte Demokratie wird noch immer.
Bum. Doom, doom, doom. All right. What do we want to mess with, Tim? Do a little arc thrower for the thick. The Mr. Filet. The Mr. Filet. Knock, knocking on heaven's door. Actually, we'll actually just nope that. I'm actually fine with that loadout. It's fun. Yeah, I think the video we're gonna start probably an hour or two is I want to do like an update of my weapon tier lists for the new weapon. New weapons. Instead of like doing all 3 new tier lists, I don't think I have to do it again. It'll just be like an update video. Because I know a lot of people are gonna wonder, where am I placing the Deadeye? What do I think of the Deadeye? What do I think of the pistol? What do I think of the grenade? I think I've used them a fair bit on all the factions now that I can kind of do all of them. It's not gonna be a brand new tier list, it's gonna be an update. So I'm gonna grab my old tier list and then I'm gonna move things based on the patch and the WARBOND. So, trying to condense it down so it's not 3 individual videos. Because I don't think it's necessary to do 3 individual videos for each faction right now. What's your favorite hover pack combo so far? I think the most fun would be flamethrower. It's not the most powerful combo, but it's very fun. It's like amazing. I wish the flamethrower was a little more powerful. Some people have been following for a little bit, lurking every morning. Hey, yo. Trying to say thanks for the content, all the info in the game, weapons, warbonds, updates. Great work. Keep it up. Thanks. Thanks, peeps. Appreciate you. Thanks for the kind comment. Is Predator Strain still up? I don't think I've seen... It wasn't there today when I looked. Someone would have to tell me if it's shown up, by the way. Like, all of a sudden. Hey, go ahead. I picked. Yo, whatever, on. Does the hover higher than the Illuminated Overseers? The Illuminated Overseers have a lot of variability at how much they hover. Like, have you ever seen I've seen a Illuminated Overseer fucking, like, go to the moon. you just, I'm out of here. So, I think on average, we're about the same. But I've definitely seen it go crazy. I want to use GL hover. Yeah, they need to fix the GL first. Once they fix the GL, I'm going to be doing that a decent amount. Yeah, but it does suck that it has it like that. But what you could do is on certain missions, you could bring the hover backpack, and you could bring the hover backpack and what am I trying to say? Hover backpack and English, please, and the spy backpack at the same time, and then like swap between them. Do you know what I mean? And that would actually be kind of sick. Oh, damn it. Going too fast. Oh my god! For some reason I thought he died. If you use the hover backpack and the stim gun, you're basically Mercy from Overwatch. True. Have they resurfaced? We, as content creators, have given them a crazy amount of feedback towards not removing Predator Strain for too long. We understand that it's part of the story, but we think it being removed for extended, and I mean extended period of times, is not the way to go. It's too much fun for it to be gone for like large periods of time. And we have said, oh fuck, 380 just got knocked out of my hands. Careful, run! That's really unfortunate timing. Literally get knocked over. I'm sorry.
Are you? Are you really sorry?
I am.
You don't sound sorry.
That guy said it's okay. What a nice guy. Having content removed for that long is not a good feeling. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. He also asked them to bring back the TSCS, the super colony type. So it seems like they want to do those, but in like in a different format, because they didn't like how FOMO oriented. Oh my god, it happened again. That's just bullshit.
Jesus.
It happened again. Literally as I'm going to throw it. So basically they want to like... They want to have... How do I word this? They want to do TCS-like events, but they don't want it to be something that like just goes away, right? Because they don't want it to be like FOMO, and they also don't want it to be like wasted development, right? So they want to have ways to like repurpose that content into the future, if that makes sense. So we may never get like truly one-off missions again because of that. But I think that's okay if in the long term we get more content. Oh my god. Dynamite, go crazy. And on top of that, ultimatum. Oh, that sucks. So, yeah. That's the impression I got when they explained, because like I specifically told them, I was like, guys, I loved the GCS mission. Whatever happened to like just making that a mission, or you know, something along those lines? I'm getting in. Could they have it like a regular mission? I think they could bring it back and just like have it as like a smaller version of what it was, right? Reuse a bunch of the assets and then just like have a similar gameplay loop about it, right? You know, it could be really interesting. I think people would get a big kick out of it because I personally loved the TCS missions. They were very fun. The Meridia stuff obviously turned into the Hive nuking mission. But we all remember the Shriekers. I would hope that they would add that kind of Shrieker swarm back in some extent. It makes me really miss that mission because of that element. If you guys don't know, when Meridia was falling and we were like turning it into a black hole essentially, at the end of the mission, it was a specific like map, and it was like basically putting drills down, and we were drilling nukes into the planet, or dark energy into the planet. At the end, when we were calling in the ship, a fuckload of Shriekers would show up, like 100. And it was awesome, and they'd keep coming and they keep spawning, and like you were like swatting them out of the sky and more would come. It was insanely cool. And we haven't had that ever since. And I've said it before that I would love it to be like some kind of like random element to a mission. Where at extract there's like a 10% chance that that happens again. You know? Instead of like other enemies spawning, a fuckload of Shriekers show on. You know what I mean? I think that'd be so cool. I'd go crazy for that. Whenever we get the scientist evacuation, I forgot to mention that to them. Because they originally said they were going to remove it and retool it. Like, rework it. But they never added it back. And I don't know why, because it was a really fun mission in my opinion. It was obviously, like, it broke, essentially, when tier 10, and before that it broke. And it wasn't always the best design, but I think with some tweaking, it actually could be an extremely fun mission. Enemies just needed to spawn farther away from the city, and it would have been totally fine. The problem was that enemies spawned too close, and the second part was it was a snowball effect kind of mission, where if you fuck up even for like a minute, the rest of the mission is fucked, right? You have to do this like really weird reset where you all run away from the city, and like you have to like, yeah. And then there's like crazy tactics where people would like try and aggro as many enemies as possible away, so they hit a population cap so that no enemies would spawn in the city. It was just, yeah, it was a bit janky on the way it was designed or like implemented, but I think in large that kind of gameplay loop was like extremely fun. I think a lot of people would have really enjoyed it if they brought it back just with a little bit more thought, I guess. A little more thought into like certain situations. Did I? What if they retool the evacuation highs style of mission for scientists? Well, I mean, that's what it was. I think that's basically what they did. They removed the high value or they reviewed the scientist mission, and they were like, okay, how do we design this better? And they basically made the nuke mission. But I think you can have like a happy medium, is in my opinion, right? Where you can have a little bit of both. So it would not be like the nuke mission, which is arguably getting a little bit boring now because we've done it for so long. And they're getting a little too easy because we just know how to solve the combat puzzle a little too easily. And there isn't much variability to the mission type, so that also doesn't help. The new mission is boring because the spawns are kind of lacking. It used to be more fun when they first came out, but they kind of toned it down a lot. I I don't know exactly why. My guess is maybe the failure rate was quite high or something like along those lines. But Streaker Swarms is a mission modifier. Kind of already is Streaker Patrols, but I want it to be randomized. I don't want to know when it's happening. You know what I mean? Just, you know what I mean? Like, I want the Shrieker Storm to be random as fuck. I want it like 10% of the time. So I can't prepare for it. I don't know when it's gonna happen. When it does happen, it's like, oh shit, it's happening. Bring it back. Make it random as fuck. How about automaton airship patrols on bug missions? They've already said that they can't do multi-factions at the moment. Now, we don't know exactly if they can do it at all ever in the future. It might be an engine limitation or just they haven't invested in like figuring out a solution for the problem, but essentially we run into like texture and memory constraints. Because when you add another faction, you have to add their AI and you have to add their textures and the sounds they make into memory. So it's hard to just like drag and drop them if it's not designed for that in the first place. I'm sure they could find a solution. Smart people that work at Arrowhead, but I don't think it's something that they could just like drag and drop. Oh shit, that's gonna blow up. That's 100% gonna blow up. No cowboy hat for Space Cowboy is super sad. Well, I think it's fine because when I think of Space Cowboy, I don't actually think of a cowboy hat, funny enough. I actually don't. I think of Mando or I think of Han Solo. So it doesn't bother me too much, and especially since... Oh, okay. I just got shot, I think. I think he just might have accidentally shot me. What was I gonna say? I got distracted. Oh, the physical appearance of the game, I don't think they wanted to dilute it. You know how they said they talked that a lot about with God, I okay, bro. What's happening?
That was like the second time. So
what the fuck? I'm gonna stand behind you. Okay, stop fire. I gotta walk in front of you. Stop fire. I'm going behind you. I'm following you around, bro. So they didn't want to dilute like what it means to look like Helldivers, right? Because like I can get where they're coming from. Like a cowboy hat would be pretty out of place in the Helldivers universe in a way. Like it would look pretty out of place on a Helldiver. But obviously there's mods for that, so like if you really want it, there's always mods. So I believe that's why they did it. I wanted bedazzled. Don't we have a beret? But I don't think the beret really seems out of place. At least to my eye, I don't know. When I think of a beret, I think of military forces anyways, so... It's like... So I feel like a beret works out pretty well. Like, I don't know about you guys, but when I think of beret, I think of... military. Too positive. Maple shill. Okay, bro. I don't know space sprays though. But like my point is that like Helldivers is based on like military culture, right? And you like having like companies like the whole Viper Commando lore is like it's a specific like company of Helldivers, right? So if it really was, you know, the military far in the future, you would think that they would probably have some customs similar to military forces that we have today. You know? So I think that's probably why berets were okay, and then, you know, cowboys not exactly. Someone did say another one for cowboys is that cowboy hats in general are a symbol of lawlessness and freedom, and that would go against the super earth like fascism. And I was like, huh. I was like, that actually kind of makes sense. You know what I mean? And I was like, okay, I mean, yeah, I mean, Super Earth could technically see it as like a, you know, a threat to their control over you, right? They're cavalry units that wore cowboy hats, for sure. For sure. And I get that, Impin. But we're not exactly cavalry units in this game. If they added a horse, or if, you know what, if they added like a dirt bike and then called us cavalry, okay, I can see that fit. You're now cavalry units. But I don't know what direction they were thinking. Then at the end of the day, just, guys, there's already a mod for it. You know, just go download the mod if you really want it. I love that we're all just like, but what about the US military? They wear cowboy... Guys, it's a Swedish developer, and they develop a lot of stuff about, like, militaries that are, like, more, like, you know, like international. I get... They probably didn't think about that also. US military! Yeah, but they're Swedish. Berets are pretty, like, international if I think about it. I feel like I've seen berets on a large amount of military forces. So that's probably where they went with that. If it was an American developer, hey, maybe they would have. I don't know. They're Cav division. How many shots to Deadeye to a gunship? I think it's 4. I believe it's 4. Let me find another one I'll shoot at and I'll count. Swedes are pretty awesome at making video games, not gonna lie. They are! There's so many of them. Dude, I think I've said this to you guys, but for those who didn't hear, in Sweden, they have like in Stockholm in particular, like one thing they pointed out to us is how many developers there are, like game developers in like a small square like mileage, right? Like they're so close together. Like the developers, the finals, the dice, the people who do Candy Crush, Fat Shark, Motive. There's like a bunch more. There's a big casino one as well. Like I could just keep going. I believe it's 3 or 4. Unfortunately, a lot of these I think are weak. Should I be diving Beckvam? It's kind of too late. You dive wherever you want. We were supposed to do a gambit to go to, was it this? I think it was this planet. And it was Beckvam. And we were supposed to dive on this planet, and then we could have defended 2 other planets at the same time. But Incineration Corpse was at on the other planet, and people just wanted to play the new content. So it kind of is what it is. What do you like more, Hover Pack or FRV? Probably FRV, but I fucking love the the hover pack. Hover pack is very close to being like even better than FRV, but they need to make a couple changes to the hover pack, in my opinion. I think you should be more stable when you get to maximum height, so you can do more precision shooting. I think there should be a button to cancel the hover pack. Right? On demand, instead of just taking it off. And is that it? I think that's it. Can you explain to me the purpose of the airburst rocketlet? I don't seem to kill anything and provide minimal support. Okay. So you have one rocket, which is cluster, right? And it travels 75 meters, and then it airbursts, and then the munitions only detonate when they impact something. So knowing that information, you could then aim slightly above, and then airburst, and then drop it on a group of enemies walking towards you, right? And then depending on your angle, is how much it disperses, right? So if a higher angle, more dispersion pattern, right? Flak is there. I need more ammo. Flak is there because it has, I think it has like 300 meters before it airbursts, but that's not very important. The second part is for flak is that it's proximity detonation. So you can just fire it at an enemy or above an enemy, it'll detonate, and then it will send its clusters around. It's a timed fuse on all of the projectiles though, right? So if you fire it, I'll show you in a second. It's easier if I demonstrate it. All the munitions will kind of like blow up within like a radius of one another, right? The weirdness of airburst. So you see I fire it and it detonates, right? There's a timed fuse on it. The weirdness about it is I need to get paint out for this. Is that when it detonates and then it sends the projectiles back kind of towards you in a V pattern, right? There is some that'll detonate around there, but the majority will be like that. It'll be like a cone. So it kind of detonates back towards you. And you can kind of see that right there. It'll be kind of like in a cone. So it's not a circle. It doesn't like equally distribute it in a circle. So keep that in mind when firing it. Okay, thanks. No worries. Hover backpack should have like a safety mode where it like activates if you fall off a ledge without ragdolling or soft landing. Be interesting. You see the article at the UN asked Arrowhead to give a talk about identifying totalitarianism topics. I think it was the opposite. I think it was not identifying. I saw the article on like they want Arrowhead to come and do a talk on convincing people to follow totalitarianism ideals, right? Because like obviously the devs are very good at getting us to do things. So I wonder if they'll go do it. That would be really funny. Who wants to do that? The UN wants Arrowhead to do a talk on like convincing people to do totalitarianism, well, or like following in totalitarianism like thought process, I guess. I forget the verbiage that they use, but it's a game though. Yeah, I think that's kind of lost on the subject, is that like at the end of the day, it's like obviously we're deassociating what we're doing with actually that, but you could argue that that actually happens in fascism as well. People get caught up in the movement and convinced of something, right? And you being naive can lead to you following in fascism, right? Because you're just so worked up about a certain subject, right? In this case, it's obviously video games, but another, it could be like an emotional response towards something, right? It's just our emotional response is video games and enjoyment, right? You could draw a parallel there. What's going on here? And then you can make an argument of uniting against a common goal, right? You can see that a lot of totalitarianism, you know? A common enemy, uniting across that as a means to an end to convince people to do crazy things. So they want them to talk on it to make them aware of when it's happening? Kind of, yeah. Like how people are doing, how they were able to be successful in doing it in this game's context. Oh, did he say it wasn't accurate? He said when designing the game, they wanted to write it so that the players would walk away more aware of propaganda and therefore more resistant to it. Oh, so they want them to do a talk on how to help people be aware of it? Yeah, post a link, sure. Morning, Thorax. So, sounds like the article might not be accurately written, though. So, all this is for nothing. What up, Camp 98? How are you doing? There's a lot of propaganda going on in the world at the moment. A lot of people getting emotional about topics, not looking into how it actually affects them and the people around them. Selfishness. Nationalism. So, yeah, the actual GDC talk will be available on YouTube eventually. That's good. Looking forward to that. I love watching the GDC conference interviews with game devs. Always some very interesting stuff coming up.
Anfrage bestätigt. Verstärkung wurde losgeschickt.
There's the initial reply. Let's look at it. Yeah. It's a bit uncareful with how I express this. Didn't realize pickups negative. Should have been more clear. They reached out to us. The game blew up. What role satire in games plays psychological defense against totalitarianism? Quote on us wanting to brainwash the community was made as a note on getting everybody to roleplay the message of totalitarianism. Ah. Okay. Who would have guessed misquoting? What would you rate the WARBOND? Yesterday at the end of stream, I gave it a 8 out of 10. I thought the hover backpack is like nearly perfect. I wouldn't really change too much about it, but it does need a little bit of tuning. Like, you know, like we said earlier, like being able to turn it off and a little bit more, like a little less sway when you get to the top, because there's a lot of weapon sway for like way too much time when you get to the top, so you can't actually accurately shoot all that much for that long. You only get like a couple seconds of it not swaying like crazy, so that's something that could change. I love the Deadeye. I honestly wouldn't really touch it. If it ever needed to be buffed in the future, just give it a faster reload speed. I think the weapon feels really good. In first person though, I don't think the scope really shows weapon sway too much, so that's why I've been seeing a lot of feedback of like missing shots, especially like in combat, like where you're moving. I don't think the scope does a very good job of demonstrating how much scope sway there is. So sometimes you like go for a shot and it like just straight up misses in first person and you're like, wait, what? And that's just like the weirdity of like scopes. But like when I use this thing in third person, it feels deadly accurate. But in first person, it can very often feel inaccurate. It's very weird. I try the 75. Oh, I always use 75. That's what I'm using here. I only use 75. I think that's what's happening. Thick is that I think people are like going in and scoping, and then when you use it, it can feel a little inaccurate at times because like there's just a lot of scope sway, especially when moving. And I don't think the scope is transferring that as much as there actually is. So that's why I think that's like a weird need. But it is perfectly accurate. I tested it out to 200 meters. It is laser accurate. If you prone and you shoot at a surface, it is perfectly accurate where you are shooting. I checked the scope. The scope's fine. I did like 20 shots in a row and I was able to like hit the top of a flagpole like over and over and over and over again. It's perfectly accurate. There's just a little bit of scope sway, right? I think there's a little bit of bloom, but regardless, anyways, very, very good. Oh my god, how am I not dead? I haven't really used this, so. Oh my god. I love the scope on the railgun. I do too, it just needs more zoom. I think it needs like a 2x. What FFV do I play at? Max. Oh, is it dead? Oh, okay. Good job, laser. Thank you. It's like 0.5 spread, basically accuracy. Yeah, exactly. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, so I think there's just something funky with the scope. Like if you hip fire, this thing feels amazing. Especially if you crouch to reduce the scope sway. Remember, chats, crouching and proning reduces scope sway. So if you're ever like annoyed with how much scope sway there is in the game, you can recover it faster by crouching. I'm missing. I just have like crazy amounts of muscle memory to just crouch whenever I shoot a weapon in this game now. I almost always crouch when shooting a weapon, even if I don't need to. Did I or counter cyber versus bots? Both? I think they are very closely related. I think it depends on what distance you want to fight at, though. Like, Deadeye is better at close range because of stagger and general awesomeness. And then counter cyber is better at range, better scope. But you can make an argument for counter cyber being very good in close range because it's semi-automatic. Ah, I did that thing. Anyways, Talon feels a bit weak, and I think it's mostly because they use the same sway as of the Senator. And it also has a great deal of bloom, if it seems like. Like me and Annie were like dueling earlier, and I kept like putting my crosshair, and she was only like 20 meters from me, on her head, and it would miss. So, I think they should probably reduce the sway and bloom a bit on that weapon. I don't think the Talon needs it. I think it would be perfectly fine if it was a little more accurate. It does not feel good when you use a weapon and it just blatantly misses at like not that far of range, man. Like I'm not like I'm trying to like snipe an enemy with the Talon from like 50 meters away. Dude, I'm shooting at Annie and she's like maybe 25 meters away from me and it like just misses. So Talon's a little bit underpowered in that regard, but I do like how much damage it does. I like the medium pen. It's good. It's good. You know, if they were ever going to buff it, maybe like a little bit, maybe like a few more shots before it overheats, like 1 or 2. It does overheat really fast, but I think it's kind of fair at the same time. So maybe they feel like it's fine. And then the TNT does not feel unique enough. So I kind of give it a down point on that. I think the TNT is good, but it's too similar to frag grenades that I feel like the TNT doesn't have enough of an identity. What I would do is go in 2 directions. You know, either one. You would either reduce the fall off damage on it, so it actually feels like reduce the fall off damage, or just increase the radius. You know, so when it goes off, it's just a large concussion effect, fucks with a lot of enemies, kills a lot of enemies. Just doesn't feel like it's a big enough difference to frag grenades, which already have a large radius, but they also have shrapnel, and you get an additional one. So I tend to just, I don't use frag grenades very often, but if I had to choose between the two, I'd probably take frag grenades more often. Right? So just buffing AoE-ness of the dynamite, I think, would make it more unique. Or you go for a destruction angle, like more destruction damage, right? So they up it, and it's all of a sudden able to like blow up a ball titan nest. You can throw it next to a fabricator, and it blows it up, right? Like you maybe take away 1, so it goes down to 3 or 2, and then you make it bigger boom, right? But it has like, it's a bigger boom, but it's like also does a task that like maybe other grenades don't do, right? Because like when you think of TNT, it's, you either think of it as a large concussion effect, or you think of it as destruction, right? And it doesn't really have either at the moment, or at least not too much more than anything else. So it kind of just feels right? So I would go in one of those 2 directions if, you know, if I had the keys to the castle. So, but it's not like dynamite's bad. It's very on par with like frag grenades and explosive grenades, but it's almost too much on par. Because I already feel like these nades are underpowered, and I feel like incendiary is basically every grenade, aside from gas and stun, and I guess you can make the argument for impact still being really good, but even then, not that amazing. I don't know. Like it's basically just like, oh sorry, and thermite, gas, and stun are like the only ones that are like in a good spot in my opinion. I feel like every other grenade in the game still feels quite underpowered to those 3. The 60-second fuse is funny. Yeah. One of the devs mentioned that they, in playtests, would play hot potato with it. Kicking it back and forth until it explodes. Trying not to be the last person that explodes with. It's funny. It's funny. Even the gas is just a better stun. Yeah, but at least the stun still exists in a good way that, like, it stuns them. It keeps them still. Right? But if you're willing to work around it, the gas is just better. Right? But I'm okay with that because it's like, you know, like if you just gave us an extra stun, I think it'd be fine. I like the number of frag and HE nades to go up. Might encourage more people to take them. Yeah. It's either that or just make them more impactful when you do use them. Because like the impact of a thermite is very high. The impact of a gas grenade when you use it, very high. The impact of a stun grenade, very high. Like its potential is very, very nice. Once upon a time, the impact was very high, but things have kind of power crept around it, right? You can just shoot one like grenade launcher shot or one crossbow shot, and it largely does what it does, right? Obviously, it has a bonus pen because it's 4 pen instead of medium, but I found stun grenades quite useful against predator strain. Timing charges is very good. So, yeah. Here's hoping that nades get a little pass, a balance pass in the future. A lot of power creeping has happened in the last 6 months, so a lot of them need a little bit more love. I did also hear the feedback from one person is like, well, it's a bundle of sticks of dynamite. Why don't you just separate them? Give us 8 of them. Make it like 200 damage, and then you just get a bunch of like little miniature like sticks of dynamite that you can throw. That's another option, but I feel like that's not that unique. I feel like I'd rather just more frag grenades at that point if we're doing that. So, yeah. That's my take on the WARBOND. 8 out of 10. 8, 7 out of 10 if you're being more critical, I think is fair too. But I think the hover pack and the Deadeye really carry it, whereas the Talon and Dynamite need a little more love. The booster is fantastic. Oh, I forgot to mention. The booster is either fantastic or completely useless. It's one or the other. You have to pick. It's like one or the other basically for you. It's fantastic or useless. The hover backpack hard carries it. I think the Deadeye too. I fucking love it. But yeah, this is fantastic for like new or returning players. It's really good. How it works though is charger level enemies or higher have a chance to drop a sample under their dead body. What are you doing, Maple? You want a game? I'm down. Temper mission. I've heard some people say that like it's bugged. And it's actually giving you more than 10 permission. I haven't been able to confirm that though. Because it's hard to confirm that. We did an extraction mission, we did an eradication mission where, if you guys don't know, there's like 10 common samples. In that 15-minute mission, we got 5 additional drops. So it's really good, actually. Like, it's just like a bonus sample intake. I personally like frags on bugs. I take them and I don't take the name pistol. Nice. What are we thinking about? WARBOND. So the armor is, I forgot to mention the armor. The armor is like, I think good in some contexts, but it can feel a little like underwhelming also at the same time. I did kind of wish that it wasn't just sidearms. I kind of wish that the draw holster speed applied to more things. You know, like I was kind of hoping the draw holster speed would apply to like my support weapons or something like that. I prefer siege ready. The reason why we prefer siege ready is because it affects more than just primary weapons, right? In the back of my head, I was like, ooh, I wonder if it'll be bugged out just like siege ready, and then they'll have to keep it, right? Siege ready is so powerful because they never fixed it, right? It was literally just supposed to be primary weapons. But it obviously affects more than that, so it's even better. Love the design. Aesthetically, it looks great. It's super good. Especially if we can recolor things in the future. Oof. Oh. But I'm down thick if you want to play.
Die gelenkte Demokratie ruft Hilfe. Nur Sie können antworten, Herr Diver.
I'm down. Just invite me when you're done yapping. Dude, I'm an expert yapper. I've never done yapping. Oh, there he is. Hi, Thick.
Yeah.
What up, dude?
I'm also an expert yapper.
Fucking A. What do you want to play against?
I'm down for fire troopers or arc troopers.
All right, I'm down.
But either way, we're being troopers.
Yolheim. Is Yolheim the only one? No, there's no Preds, right? I don't think I've seen any Preds.
So we could do fire troopers on bugs or arc troopers on bots.
I'm done. Show me the way of the arc trooper. Would you rather do fire bots or normal bots?
Oh, fire bots.
All right, let's do it.
Let's just get our salamanders on.
Yeah, absolutely.
Dude, I'm telling you, like the first time I stuck a flamethrower down a Bile Titan's throat, I was like, all right, Space Marine's dead.
It's great.
Or you can't do that in that game.
Yeah, you can't. Not at all. I don't know why the flamethrower is not a thing yet in that game. It's literally in the main campaign.
Do you care about leaks?
No, not too much. Is it gonna be a thing? I know they said at some point they wanted to.
Apparently, they are gonna add it eventually for horde mode. I don't know how true that is though.
That's cool. That's cool. I'm happy to hear that.
Dude, I'm not gonna lie though. The first time, because remember when like Space Marine came out, fire got nerfed in Helldivers right around then.
Yeah. Yeah.
When I played the flamethrower on the damn rat mission, I was like, this still looks worse than the Helldivers flamethrower.
I agree. The aesthetic of it was terrible.
Dude, the Helldivers flamethrower is actually so good, and I did not know how good it was until everybody complained about it.
I just wanted to have some pushback, because what I hate is when you got a hunter that just flies right through your fire and hits you. It's the worst feeling.
Yeah?
I hate that feeling. So like some sort of like pushback or knockback, just a little bit against weaker enemies, I think would really propel it. I'm talking a game.
I have game chat muted, it's fine.
Okay. We'll probably need
stratagem should we bring Mr. Wood?
I don't know. I'm looking at it right now. I'm like, I feel like we need some AT. Bring a 120 and.
Oh, dude, you didn't really like the Talon?
I'm not as much of a fan of it because I wanted it to be accurate, more accurate. I feel like it's not accurate enough.
I feel like I was slapping headshots with it.
I don't know. I didn't get that same impression. I felt like so often I was like, maybe it's just user error. It's possible. But
I'll be honest with you, I might have gotten lucky. I killed like 3 berserkers in a row with it, and then I was like, okay, I'm never taking this off. But that might have been a one-time thing, right?
Fair. That's fair. That's fair. I just like I was dueling Annie, and I was like aiming at her head, and then like firing, and it'd miss, and I was only 25 meters away from her. So I was like, what the fuck? This feels terrible. I'm gonna bring Tesla. Never mind.
Wait, these are fire bots, right?
Mm-hmm.
You want the salamander, bro.
Oh shit, you're absolutely right.
You're gonna be hovering midair and get set on fire. And like,
yeah, I'm gonna hate life. You're right.
Well, especially with the hover pack though, because they're gonna set your ass on fire.
Mm-hmm.
No, I do like the Deadeye a lot. It's just it's really hard to get used to.
Yeah, I'm in love with it. I can't stop using it. I'm better than you.
I
played a solo game earlier with it,
Maple.
just to like practice with it, and I was like, okay, I think this is just gonna take a lot of practice.
I think it's because I've used a lot of weapons in games that have a very similar archetype. It just feels like a home. It feels amazing on Illuminate. I don't know if you've used it. Like one-tapping overseers.
Yeah, I played one Illuminate game and nothing spawned, and I was like, okay.
Yeah, I also got that when we played one operation, and 2 out of 3 missions had it.
They used to spawn a ton of enemies, at least. Like, people said they were easy, but they at least spawned a lot of enemies.
I think there's something actually wrong. When you get to a certain part of the mission, they just stop spawning. Like, there'll be enemies on POIs and stuff, but there's gonna be like no enemies on like patrolling around to like actually activate a bot drop. Watchers stop spawning, so like you can't get really any more like Lumina forces spawning. It's really weird. I don't know why, but it's a thing.
Well, it's unfortunate because I feel like that happened with the other factions as well.
I'm hoping they look into it. Got an ultimatum for that. I went right through it. It went perfectly right through. I'm so sad.
Perfect.
Alright, that works. Oh my god.
Get ready to jump, battle brother.
That already actually feels really good.
Yeah. Because you don't have to be accurate with the arc thrower.
Oh! Oh, that hell bomb finally went off.
I knew that was going to happen.
Yeah. Yeah. That's funny. Touchdown, dude. Ashley field goal.
Oh, dude, this feels amazing with a Ruptor. Because you could just like stun the Hulk and then tap it with the Eruptor.
That's a cool combo. I've had the opposite experience, at least with bots at difficulty 10, bot patrols everywhere I went. Yeah, it's only for Illuminate. Illuminate seems to be the only one that have like that problem. It's very odd. All right, surely this time I won't miss the Illuminate or sorry, the ultimatum shot. Surely. Oh my god, dude. It's so scary. Those mortar shots are terrifying.
Yeah, they are.
Oh, I just got flinched. Fuck.
Is that another detector tower?
Sorry for the unexpected question out of nowhere, but I'm curious. I can see you in stream 24 hours. Real, yeah. That's that. Oh, it's 2,500 hours now. Now, keep in mind that I do a lot of yapping, so that's not all mission time. I think my mission time is like 1,500 or 1,600 hours. So some of that is literally just me yapping, right? But I don't AFK with the game open very often at all. Like when I'm not streaming, I am like turning the game off, right? So that's like, and if you want to verify, you can actually like look at hours streamed of Helldivers 2 on some websites, and you can oh, uh-oh. Uh-oh. I got a 120 on it.
The convoy.
I don't think there is a convoy on this one. I think the other one has. Oh no! He came around the corner. I'm stuck there. Oh, dude. Heavy armor for the win. How am I still alive? Let me give him some thermites.
Okay, Arc Thrower Ruptor is actually one of my new favorite loadouts.
Yeah, you like that? I'll try it next game.
It's really fun.
I guess you could also do it with the Senator, too.
Yeah.
Arc Thor 110mm rocket pods.
I don't know about that one.
It might work. I mean, it could work,
Wait,
technically.
why 110?
I mean, you keep them still. I feel like 110mm rocket pods, like, their problem is, like, a lot of time that the enemy moves slightly, and then, like, some of the barrage misses. So if you keep them still, more likely to hit them.
Be fun. That could be a use for the new armor passive.
Yeah, true. I think it's going right through his eye. I don't think you need the stun grenades at that point. So Siege Ready increases the reload speed of primary and secondary weapons. Only primaries, not secondaries. Not support weapons. Anyone who says it affects secondaries has not actually done their homework.
Right, I threw supplies here. Shit. All right, we'll step back. Dude, heavy armor with the hover pack actually feels like Space Marines, though, just saying. It's peak.
It's great. I love it. The other will get buffed. How are you firing it so fast? So the thing is with the arc thrower, you can
Is
actually
the hover pack movement like running speed? We should test that.
Oh sure.
Once the board load ends.
Yeah. I think it's about like walking speed, not running speed.
Yeah, maybe walking speed.
Anyways, so with the arc thrower, you can fire it a little bit faster than it leads on to be after the first shot. Right? So you can fire it a little bit faster. So you can actually learn the timing on it to get better with it.
We're stuck.
Oh my god, that was so many dropships so fast. What the?
Wait, I'm diving up the hill. I'm skyrimming it.
Watch out, O3. Uh-oh. Okay!
Oh, man.
Trying so hard.
Going in, Battle Brothers.
Dude, that looks so cool from my angle. You were so high up. Just seeing the like Thor's hammer like lightning bolts going down on him. That looks sick.
I need it from your angle. Oh shit, that's the tower.
I can't believe that Tesla Tower actually survived. They're tanky sometimes. Love the new jetpack, it's so fun. Hey, Super J. It's so fun.
The hell bomb is a little bit close.
Apparently there's another one really close to that base. Sick. Yeah, hoverback with bugs is actually really good. Oh my god, there's another hellbomb right there? Dude, this map has them everywhere right now. I'm used to a lot, but not this many.
Oh, why can't I mantle?
Oh! Oh no. This little anti-aircraft base had like I think it's like 4 hell bombs just surrounding it.
Who puts a base here?
I think the sea forces were trying to bomb it and they missed that bad. Let's throw 120 at it. Is there another dropship? Oh shit. Teammates getting shit. Oh my. Ah, I got tricked.
Damn.
Yeah, I got shit on.
I got breaker incendiaried from like 40 meters.
Yeah. Dude, it's nuts if they get a headshot.
You know, that didn't happen to me once day one.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay, it didn't happen to me for like the first couple of games, and then it randomly like happened, and I was like, "What?" And it was literally
happened to me once. Day one.
it was literally right after I was saying, "Oh, dude, yeah, if you wear the salamander armor, you take so much less damage."
Yeah.
It's an awesome clip. So I just got absolutely clobbered by it. Yeah, it's my #1 reason for like, please remove headshot damage in this game. If you really want headshot damage or to be a thing, just like have it be a limb that like fucks with your vision or something like that a little bit.
I mean, they could totally use the concussion effect a bit more.
Sure, yeah. Unpredictable like headshot damage is just eh. Well, jetpack is for like moving faster. Yeah. So the reason why you use jump pack is like if you want to get in or out really fast. The reason why you use hover pack is to like get to high ground or like get a better angle or to avoid melee damage, things like that, right? Those are like the two use cases basically that are for them.
Me just slowly floating backwards away from the hell bomb exploding.
I've not been sent flying yet. I thought that would happen more often. Like just like getting a knockback and just like flying across the map. I thought it would happen like so much more.
Yeah.
But maybe if I got like a Rocket Devastator version. Oh! Elbow. Fuck.
There's too many hell bombs.
I've never seen this many on an ice planet, I swear. This is like...
I have, but
this
there's
is
too many.
This is so
Yeah, there's
crazy.
another one.
I swear I like passed 4 more that I didn't blow up.
There's another one. They're everywhere.
That's wild.
You guys could throw a resupply up there. I'm on my way.
Oh, I'm
I
fine.
wanna go down-
I literally just had mine.
True.
See, so like that stagger right there is that I don't like.
For you, brother.
Always ice planets. Dude, I do a lot of ice planets, man.
There's another one.
There's so many. It's wild. Dude, these mortar guys are so accurate sometimes. They're scary. Dude, another sensor jammer too.
Supplies over here.
That's crazy. Besides, you streaming 1440p bitrate on Twitch is not high enough. I think when they swap to AV1, I'll probably start. We'll do like 1440p 60 streams. Bingo.
Dude, I like how the snowy planet gets your boots all snowy. It looks cool with the armor.
Yeah, it looks really good. Another one.
He arced me.
Oh, did it? Oh, shit. I thought it was going the other way. Another hell bomb. I think that was 2.
Bot drop.
got a 120 for it. Wherever it goes.
It's fine. I threw anti-tank mine somewhere.
Oh, it's like right on top of us. I'm gonna throw a Tesla in the back behind it. Maybe it'll pull some enemies away. BG does 1440p on Twitch. Who? Fire Gaming? Does he? I wouldn't recommend it because your bitrate just isn't high enough. Twitch really limits you on bitrate, and it'll look like a garbled mess in too many situations. It's fine on Twitch. So
the body's in the way.
I hate when that happens.
Yeah, it wasn't arcing through it, and I was like, all right. And then I tried to shoot through it, and it didn't work either.
Yeah. Yeah. They fix that one day. The invisible bodies.
Dude, if they fix throwing sentries like on top of mountains,
yeah,
overpacked sentry build is gonna be it.
I mentioned that in one of my reviews on this jump pack. I was like, this is like the ultimate like sentry enjoyer. Like find those high cliffs that actually work.
Like you could do that with no, I'm telling you though, the feeling of being hovering midair and just throwing a sentry, like I landed it on that mountain. It actually landed.
Oh,
that
sick!
Was amazing.
Oh, that's amazing.
Yeah.
That's so cool. I mean, I've done some absolute billy goat stuff with the defense missions. I love it. Sitting up there with the quasar sniper.
You could just dive up most of them, but it's a pain in the ass.
Mm-hmm. Saves you a lot of time. Wait for the ships to arrive, and then I'll throw mine. Got a 120.
It's fine. I threw anti-tank mines. They're OP.
Careful. Oh, 120. Careful.
I'm never careful.
Okay. Okay.
I know the pattern.
Kind of sad we haven't got any more cash crop videos like that.
I don't know the pattern.
Because that video was so good. Those are good sticks? Good sticks.
Shit, I died to my own anti-tank mine.
Oh no. We're tickling them to death. I don't really have anything for this Factor Strider. Kind of just zapping them, and it feels like I'm tickling. Did I finish my thought on the Twitch stuff? On YouTube, they allow you to have way more bitrate. So, and I'm pretty sure the majority of time, background is like, obviously he's like a YouTube streamer first. So he's probably just using the YouTube settings on Twitch kind of thing. Because it's just easier that way.
Besides thermite, he should die.
Sick. Yeah, you already took 2, I think, so. There we go.
I think if you thermite the open head, it usually dies.
That seems fair.
Maple, did you hear about the Southwest tack?
I thought that was hilarious.
Crazy, right?
Very weird. Very weird.
Wonder if they fix that, will it make it better or worse?
I'm not sure. I'm assuming it'll just like even it out, right? Like
It'll make it consistent at
yeah,
least.
yeah.
Another bun.
Always. Hydrate.
Dude, also with the hover pack, like mitigating all fall damage.
Oh yeah, so nice.
That is like they need to add that to the regular jump pack at least. Like that at least.
Yeah, if you could like do it mid-air, like you start falling, just activate it, soften your fall. Mm-hmm. You drinking soap? No, it's like some kind of like iced tea, energy tea. I bought it to try it out. It's like all right. It's got some energy stuff in it, some caffeine, and then something else.
Yeah, you
vitamins.
guys are definitely running faster than I'm hovering. Maybe it's just walking speed.
It sort of felt like it was just walking speed, but packaging's cool. It is cool. I mean, it was very expensive though. I just bought it to try it. It was not worth the price. I'll tell you that. You Canadians in beverages and bags. Hell, man. It's a lot cooler than fucking aluminum. It looks expensive. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it wasn't that expensive. I think it was like $1 more than a can. So it's like, instead of it being like closer to like $1, $2, it was like $3, something like that. So it wasn't like crazy, but it was enough that I was like, yeah, I'm probably not going to buy this again. It comes in a lot of flavors, which is kind of cool though. What the fuck? Wait, are they dropping on top of the tower? Wait, what? That's amazing. I love that. That's so funny. I might be killing our teammate. Am I killing our teammate? I don't know. $3 for a sip of tea. Well, it's like, I don't know. A little more than a sip. I mean, I think it's like literally the same milliliters as like a can. But yeah, I mean, it's pretty expensive. I don't know. Felt pretty expensive when I bought a bunch. Just try them out. It's definitely not just tea, but it kind of is just tea. Yeah, it's not like really small, but yeah, I don't know. Didn't feel ultimately worth it. Think using up those reinforcements. Hey man, he's having fun. As long as you don't hit 0, it's fine.
Yo, Maple.
What was that? Yo.
Is that you right in front of me? I don't have HUD on.
yeah, it's me.
You done this yet with the Talon?
What, the spin it?
No, wait. Are you watching? You watching?
Oh, you're gonna go into a quick draw?
This is gonna be super cool. Watch.
Yeah, do it. No, I've not done that.
That's it.
That's great. I was like, dude, you have some tech to be able to do a quick draw in the air with the hover pack, just like the jump pack.
Do you want the quick draw tech midair?
Well, I know you can do it with the jump pack. I just don't know how to do it.
Oh, okay, you already know.
Yeah, can you do it? Can you do it with hover? I was just like,
not with the hover.
With
the jump pack.
I was like, oh man, maybe he has some tech.
No. But with the jump pack, you actually stop midair.
Yeah.
Have you like actually seen it?
We were using that as the go-to for our draw for Texas standoff. So like when the character decided to fall and hit the ground, that's when you shot. It was actually kind of funny. It's fucking Boba Fett. They're right, it is. It's pretty sick. Does this jump pack automatically re-engage when you get close to ground? Yeah, that I'm not doing that. It does it automatically. Wait. Okay, I was gonna say it didn't detonate it. I didn't hear it. Another one. Dude, there's so many L-bombs. It's actually ridiculous how many there are. Super situational, but kiting enemies towards hull bombs and using the forgivable fuses on the dynamite to control when it blows would be awesome. You got a point there. I can see that. Very situational. But yes. Would be interesting.
God damn it. Ran over a mine.
Are they just like your own mines? I don't think anyone took them. The fact that you keep finding your own ones are just hilarious to me. Oh my god, there's so many small guys! Ooh. We're fine. Don't like the small guys. Just imagine they were Hulks instead. Dude, I got sniped by one of the small guys today. You know how there's like two new small guys? There's one with the jetpack and there's ones with like almost like a quasar cannon. I had never been hit by the quasar cannon, like the new guy.
I think it sets you on fire.
It does, but it can also direct impact you and one-shot you in heavy armor. I got fucking sniped by it. Like that guy right there on the left. That guy you just killed. Like, I didn't realize it was that good. If it like...
You know what it is? I think they used a launch enemy model probably.
Maybe. I don't know.
Remember rockets used to one-shot you?
Yeah. I mean, it's either that or they literally just put a quasar in their hand. I don't know.
I think it's that because the predator hunters are just launch hunters.
Oh.
With the new spin attack.
True. Okay. Interesting. If a wild title update info is dropping on Tuesday. Let's go. I'm so excited for that title update. I hope it's good. I hope it's good. I'm very excited. You're a space cowboy and arc thrower is your lasso. That's kind of based, honestly. Wait a minute. I think we can stack.
I wanted to see if we could all go body.
Wait, that'd actually be so funny. Wait a minute. If I'm hovering in air, okay, wait. If I'm hovering in air and then you hover onto my head and land on my head while I'm hovering, what happens?
This is canon.
No, I just missed it. Ah, shh. Nah, we're not gonna have time. He got in. Damn it, 03.
I'm staying here.
Startcountdown beendet. Wir müssen jetzt los. Evakuierung abgeschlossen.
Oh!
I fall through it? No. Oh wait, it's kind of taking us.
Wait, I got flung. Oh, that's funny. Hilarious. You convinced me. Arc thrower feels good. Feels very good against these guys.
Yeah, ARC troopers. Yeah. Well, I think it's just like when the arc gets like fizzles a bunch. If you're in the air, it does that last.
Yeah, yeah.
Wait, I want to find that clip.
Maybe you're not getting.
Me,
No,
like,
I
100 feet
I
in
said
the
hi
air.
to Panic. Panic with a resub. Another one. I think this one starts with a convoy. Yeah. When are they going to start dropping the new scrambler factory striders in like random missions? Not just in the convoy.
Maple, would you fight a factory strider with a stratagem jammer on it though?
Yes.
Okay, good. Me too.
Of course, I think that'd be hilarious.
Everyone else is scared.
I mean, of course, it's supposed to be scary. I would hope so. If it wasn't scary, I don't think it's doing its job.
It's just a jammer though, or a jam.
Scrambler.
Wait,
Scrambler. Yeah, it's not
Almost
that
like
threatening.
It scrambled my brain.
Sometimes it makes it easier to do your stratagems. They're all right arrows. What if I join? Yeah, go for it. Go for it, bud. I'm feeling spicy.
Dude, you know what's crazy?
Yo.
I brought a mech,
Mm-hmm.
and my teammates griefed my first 2 mech call-ins, and then I was like, "Hey, I have a third one."
I like the change to 3.
Depressing. Nah, me too. It's not bad.
It's good.
I think if the current mech just had like car cooldown, it would probably be perfect. Because then it's like, okay, fine. The armor's weak. It doesn't have super a lot of ammo.
Mm-hmm.
But more call-ins is fine.
Yep. I hope they do something to the Patriot mech though. It needs a little love. I feel like I just always.
I think it just needs more minigun ammo.
Yeah. I was saying that like the rockets should probably be at least EAT, or if they're feeling spicy, recoilless level damage, like 3,200, 3,000, something like that.
I think if it had like double minigun ammo, then it would solidify it as like this is for mobbing, but you have rockets.
Yeah. One suggestion I also said is because it's a massive minigun, you could also like bring it to Pen 4 and just keep it really low durable.
That would be crazy. I'd be down for that.
Yeah. Just keep it really low durable. Don't go crazy with it.
No, I would like that too.
Because like right now, I feel like the Emancipator just kind of wins in most discussions. It's like just so versatile. Whereas the Patriot mech just feels like it runs out. Or I thought one other was just like allow mechs to start stomping holes to death and stuff like that. So you don't have to use the rocket to close a hole.
Yeah, the Emancipator like really always wins because it closes plug holes.
Exactly, exactly. So like, let me just stomp. Like, I remember that was a thing in the community for a while. Everybody kept saying that it works. I had to like.
I wonder if this convoy just walks on a hell bomb.
Wait, yeah, I wonder. That would actually be so funny if that was a thing. I got the miniguns. The convoy's coming. Oh, nice. Beauty.
I threw anti-tank mines towards the convoy.
Ooh, oh, ooh. I feel confident now.
Wait,
Then Gara.
the jammer.
Did anyone try anti-tank mines in the path of the convoy? It works pretty good.
Damage. I don't think it gets destroyed though.
Oh, it does. It does.
You can just recoil a set?
Anti-tank emplacement is like 4 or 5 shots. I think it's 4. It's pretty tanky, so I think it might be 2 recoils. Maybe just 1. I don't know if anyone hit it already. Oh no, it's still up. Yeah, it's. I think it's 2 recoils. I could be wrong on the health though. Yeah, my favorite technique is just like intake emplacement at a distance. Just like pop all the turrets on the top and then engage it. It's pretty sick. Yeah, you'll see it like spark red and then it deletes it like that. They had like a whole new effect for it, which is kind of cool. Where do you shoot to kill for the fast TK on a factory strider with the railgun?
Oh, he still has miniguns.
The eye. The eye is the best. Shoot the eye. Oh, that's unfortunate. Damn it, dude. Jerk. Like, what a jerk. Oh, that's actually a really good lineup. Hi, Revo. Fucking sniped. Yeah, I didn't really see it in time. Hashtag mech life. Any other mech enjoyers know that feeling? I can sort of get him.
Oh, is this the final objective?
Yes. If you're northeast, yeah, it is.
Alright. To the mega base.
I'm just kind of clearing it out right now. I got most of it. Had a good angle. Dropships coming. Are you happy with the dropship changes?
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, I'm quite happy with them. Especially the Lumina one. I felt like that one like really fits.
The Lumina one's kind of cool. Yeah.
Yeah, really cool teamwork that can happen. Appreciate that.
I think shooting down bot dropships like looks really cool.
Yep.
But it definitely trivializes the game.
Yep.
But also, I would rather them like add like a gunship convoy that gets called in with them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that would be cool.
That would be really, really cool.
Make it a little bit more challenging too.
Yeah.
Tier 11, right there. Hell bomb, careful.
Now they just need to revert fabricators.
Yeah, fabricators are weird, man. Especially
Fix the damn vent.
Yep, fix the damn vent. Yep. I hate it.
They
Shit,
can't revert
dude.
fabricators before they fix the vent.
Dude, I was on like a mini tangent and Shams came in. He has only ever said one thing on my channel. and the thing is, I don't know the exact quote it was, but I'll get the auto cannon fixed. And then he left. He heard me talking about it. I was just like, oh, fuck. That's the only thing he knows about me.
Sweet autocannon.
Because I think I was using the autocannon at the time. And I was complaining about the fabricator not blowing up to it. I shot like 10 rounds into either one. I was like, guys, look, there's something wrong here. Are you doing public lobbies? Right now I'm playing with a bunch of people I know, but typically I'm playing like public lobbies. The Deadeye is fire unless you got more than a few. I think it's fire regardless. Ah, there we go. Sounds like me with the autocannon. Yeah, it's a problem with the fabricators. It doesn't matter what you shoot at it. You know, it's fucked. There's something wrong with fabricators. Limited dropships also still do it, so. Nade launcher's ass right now. It's a bug. The old Punisher Plasma bullet velocity has been applied to it. Once upon a time, the Plasma Punisher did the exact same thing, or abouts there. Basically, the longer the travel time of the bullet, the more velocity it loses. That's why it looks like the when you shoot the grenade launcher, the bullet literally goes like slow motion in air. It looks really funky. So, it's a mistake. They didn't mean to do it. Spaghetti code kind of moment, I think. So, it should be fixed fairly soon, I'm sure. I don't think it'll be like that for long.
Warning, you're in range of Helldiver artillery.
Ooh, double super credit vault back here. Right on me. Just behind you. Oh! I'm not paying attention.
Oh, I'm closer to A3.
Oh, well that's Thorax. I thought it was you. I looked at T and I was like, oh, that must be you. Why are you a bad person? What? Why am I a bad person? Huh? I'm a bad person. Which secondary is best for the new armor? I think the Bushwhacker Senator. I mean, honestly, like any sidearm that needs greater reload speed is awesome. Reduced recoil would be like the Redeemer. Better handling would basically be like the Senator, I guess. Mostly. Can you stick a thermite on the hover backpack, then release it after activation and launch it at the enemy? Jesus Christ. Okay, let's try this. No. Okay, oh. You're gonna die if you stand anywhere near a thermite. Right? So I don't even think that would work in the sense that like... No, it bounced off. I believe it's bouncing off. I don't think it would work. Yeah, I mean, you could probably stick it on a player, but I mean, you can. I know that for a fact. You ignored Dengar and me. I mean, you guys are like having a conversation. I don't know. What's up? You guys are like having a full-on conversation. I don't. Assad, dude. Hello, Dengara. He gaslit us. He asked to join you years ago. Oh, my bad. I missed the message. Just at me. Make sure to at me. Helps me see. Or just ask more than once. If I don't see it. It's okay. It's okay to type twice. You're at tier 3. You can just join. Oh, come. That mortar. It's so nasty. Karma. And I both did 10 times. Like 10 times. Yes, but Annie, what you do sometimes is you tag me and you don't tell me why you're tagging me. And then I just like, okay, what's up, Annie? Why? It's like, well, why didn't you just tell me in that tag when I read it? I did though. No, you said I'm a bad person or something like that. And then I was like, why? And then I went back to playing and reading other stuff. You just keep saying, I ignore you, I ignore you, I ignore you. Okay, but just tell me what. Because it could have been like a, oh, Dengar wants to play with you. Done. Easy. Done.
You want to call him in, Maple? He's closer to you.
Yeah, I got him. I'm just... Get lit on fire! Because you honestly make it harder when you just start spamming me. Instead of just like one message. Boom. Done. Easy. Oh no. Okay, no, we're good. Ooh. Oh my god, let me turn. My legs, my legs. Already? Wait. Oh, I just got shit on. I thought that tank died. Oh no. I think the rocket sentry shot my legs. Oh my god. I'm getting memed on. What legs? They're gone now, that's for sure.
Oh, motherfucker. I thought I was recording this
I
game.
did. I said Igara asked a while ago. Chat's not been busy. I can't imagine.
Dude, I needed good clips of Deadeye.
When you get to lyric levels.
This would have been such a good game.
Annie, I'll be honest. When you started like just like having a conversation with like Igara, I just let you have your conversation. Like, sorry, what's up?
Could you always dive with the SSD?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Just tripping then. You know what? I think I do remember that because...
You're wrong, not me.
One time
I don't think you're wrong. I'm just saying... Never mind.
Like,
Eddie, I try to do a lot of things right now. And you're not making it easier. I'm just saying how to make it easier.
I was like, how do you drop this thing?
Yeah, I miss it when you could call stratagem in while you held it.
Well, you can go into your menu, like drop backpack and drop SSD. But like for a minute, I was like, what? How do I drop this?
What happens when someone dies carrying the SSD and it's somewhere unreachable in the water or a cliff? A lot of times it'll reset position back to where it was, like where it first spawned. That happens with a lot of things. I believe the skulls also do that, like eggs as well. Sometimes. Not all the time. It's kind of weird. Oh, notice that quick play is putting you in missions completed. Putting you in missions completely effed. I mean, that happens sometimes, for sure. Oh my god, what the fuck just happened? Jesus. That definitely happens sometimes, because some people just, like, quit out of a game, and then the matchmaking just, like, sent... I think it's weird. It just sends you back into that same mission. So...
Do you think that the new sample booster is a hint that they're gonna add something that needs samples?
I hope so. We haven't needed samples in so long.
Yeah, why would they add that?
I guess for like new players, but yeah, it's rough.
But who cares about new players, right? Let's be honest.
Please, do the next tier. We know it's there. You've been teasing us for so long.
The only ship upgrade I want left is the vehicle bay.
Yeah.
That's literally it.
Give me that stratagem launcher.
Yeah, after that I just want weapon customization. I don't know, unless it's something really cool. I think the mortar ping is like the coolest one, even though it's like whoever uses that.
I mean, I'd be down if it did that for all turrets. It just, I don't know. Just
Well,
mortars?
That's like the coolest one though, like the most unique one.
Yeah, exactly.
The rest are just like random cooldown or this or that. And they're useful, like getting all your support weapon ammo or whatever.
Dude, there's so many. Let's fix the Jeep and release the tank. What do you mean fix the Jeep? What's wrong with the Jeep?
What?
Bounces around like a bowl of jello. I don't notice that. How did I not activate that mine? There's no way to cancel the reload of the Deadeye, so you can see, just use like a monitor crosshair. Is there no way to cancel the reload of Deadeye, so you can just see, or just use a crosshair? Sorry. What are we talking about? I mean, you can cancel it by like just swapping weapons back and forth. But I don't think you can, like, tap it. Well, I guess you could shoot, right, to cancel it as well. Yeah, you can't see your crosshair when reloading. Even if you have, like, the always on crosshair, doesn't work. Surprised I like Deadeye as much as I do. It's so fun. Yeah, it's very fun. I love it. I can't stop using it. It's not like absolutely meta or anything, but it's a very satisfying and good weapon. It's well designed. Very well designed. Definitely not too overpowered or underpowered. It just kind of sits right in the middle, you know. It rewards a precise hand. It's awesome.
Dude, I think this. I don't know. You said you always use a 75-meter scope.
Yeah, I always use it.
All right. Well, in that case, try the 150-meter scope and tell me it doesn't feel inaccurate. Because I've been hitting more shots with this scope. Maybe I'm just weird.
Pelikan 1 nähert sich Abholung. Pelikan 1 macht sich zur Landung bereit.
PC's incoming. Nice, Fenny. Excited for that new PC, dude. Excited for you. They're both same. We have an April birthday. Nice. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Railgun Jr. You think so? Kind of does feel like a Railgun Jr., doesn't it? Just need the Railgun to have a slightly better scope. Some ammo. Is the hover useful on bots? It's very useful to get to the high ground and stuff like that. Oh, it's water, man.
Yes, sir.
A swimming pool. Who plans your birthday? I'm not sure yet. I'm not sure. I can barely see that tank. So cinematic.
All right, we can leave whenever you're ready.
I'm ready when you guys are. PvZ is my jam since release. Left for action siege ready makes life easier. I'm down. Let's do one.
Come on, flame troopers, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Flame troopers, right?
Yeah.
Have you gotten in the face of a battle titan yet?
Mm-hmm. It's great.
Yeah, because flamethrower has like crazy damage fall off.
Yeah, it does.
Dude, the hover pack actually makes weapons better. It's so amazing.
Yeah, it's great. I love how it augments so many builds positively. I can't wait for grenade launcher to be fixed.
I know, right?
It's gonna be so fun.
Yeah, dude, grenade launcher is really good when you have the high ground.
Mm-hmm.
Even on bots, because you'll be able to hit hulks and like over tanks.
Yeah.
Oh, dude, that's gonna be great when they fix it. I think I'm officially a heavy armor enjoyer.
For bots, I've always been.
Even bugs.
I can't yet be a heavy armor on bots. I just feel too often I get run down.
So I wear medium padded on bugs usually.
If we got space,
It's
go
like
for it, Dinger.
More speed, but you're still tanky.
Yeah.
But oh no, I've been wearing dude, I just hate wearing light armor on bugs. I just think light armor actually sucks on bugs.
That's fair.
Against the Predator strain too, because you couldn't outrun them even in light armor. So like,
Yeah, it's really tough.
You can't outrun.
Mm-hmm.
If you can't outrun them, you should be tankier.
Mm-hmm. Thanks, Thorax.
I don't know. I think it was Red Warriors though, because whenever they first came out, it would always mess up your timing. Like you'd run around a mountain and reload your something.
Yep. And they'd always catch you. Yep.
Yeah, and you're just like, fuck. I forgot they're that fast.
They're so fast.
But yeah, no, that's what I mean. Like, I don't know. I just don't want to get too tapped by a freaking warrior.
It's very annoying. Especially with the headshot damage.
Yep.
I'm gonna do medium fire. I'm good with everything else. Good morning, Gots. How are you?
Dude, I wish you could melee on the hover pack.
There's a couple things I wish you could do on the hover pack, like melee. Stationary reloads would be really cool. I saw their explanation of why they couldn't get it working, but that would have been so cool.
I mean, that's fair.
Yeah.
Do you really want to reload your medium? I guess, yeah, you do sometimes, huh? Because you'll be safe reloading.
Mm-hmm. Also, emoting. If they could figure out emoting so it doesn't break, I would love to do on a hover pack.
They probably shouldn't add emoting. Because it's going to break. That would be funny, though, just being in the air and doing finger guns.
Vorwärts, Herr Viper. Die Feinde sollen auf Schritt und Tritt über die Kadaver ihrer Kameraden stolpern.
Battle, brother. Where are we going?
I guess just north. Got a nest.
Okay.
Or is that stalkers?
Wait.
Those stalkers.
But I'm using a Ruptor. I have to face southwest.
That's so funny.
We should do a 4-mana Ruptor run and just spawn in the northeast of the map and just clear it out to southwest.
That would actually work really good, I bet.
We probably have to find a mission seed where the final mission is southwest.
Mm-hmm.
We'll just farm it out.
I find it so funny that the hunters can like nip your toes.
Dude, Predator hunters are gonna break the hover pack, I'm telling you.
Yeah, true. Does the hoverback take you high enough to
See
see
about
out
Titan.
spore clouds? I'm not sure about that, actually. I gotta deal with these spears first. Coming! Melted.
I just ulted.
Can't see a reason not to buff the Constitution now that we have the lever action. I just. It's supposed to be bad. It's supposed to be like the trench, right? It's like.
I'm so happy Eruptor like feels really good again. Another Bile Titan, another Bile Titan. Oh, you're
Moving
already on
away!
it.
He's moving away! Gotta wait for a cooldown.
I'll finish him for you, brother.
Nice.
Yeah, Space Marine's dead after this update for Helldivers.
Yeah, I can't really see myself wanting to play it too much unless new mission or...
No, the hover pack, the hover pack.
Yeah. I mean, hey, maybe eventually the assault will feel like that.
Dude. I think the Helldiver devs were like, oh, Space Marine's gonna kill our game, huh? We're adding a freaking assault hover pack.
Such a good idea. It just makes so much sense.
They did it.
I don't know. I mean, makes so much sense now that they have the jetpack enemies. God, Deadeye is so good against stalkers.
You head tapping them?
Oh yeah. First shot to like stagger them, and the second one just on the mouth.
Ah, okay.
Just
that
works
sounds nice.
so nice. Do you think the little fleas get you hovering too? The little fleas? Like the scavengers? Or do you mean, oh, you mean like the pouncers? Probably. They'd probably be able to hit you. Because I'm pretty sure they can go the same height. So. Some ammo. I can't see a reason not to buff the Constitution. Yeah, I don't think they'll do it. Just because they want it to be like it was in HD1 where it's kind of like the challenge weapon. I just... They seem pretty firm on it. Do you recommend the flamethrower or just a goofy ground weapon? Like if I'm gonna use a flamethrower, I typically just take the torture. I find the torture just to be a more... like a more efficient flamethrower just because it's not taking your support weapon. The flamethrower does do more damage, but I think the torture is close enough that I would just say...
Is he spinning in the air at you?
Dude, they're terrifying if they get it lined up.
Oh my god, I'm so close to that bug hole. There we go.
The issue is you don't get the 25% damage buff with the torture. And I think that's fine. Because the torch is a primary weapon, right? I can just bring another oh my god, am I dead? Yeah, I'm dead.
No, you're not, battle brother.
I got shit on. Like, I'm okay with it just because it's like a primary weapon, right? Versus if you're using like the flamethrower, it's actually a support weapon. So it ends up having like less of an effect on your build, and then you can just grab like a support weapon that like does something that like your flamethrower doesn't do, right? So like usually when I'm trying to do that, I'll take like a sterilizer or for some extra CC, or I'll go for a quasar, you know, for some anti-tank on demand. So it just kind of works really well. What up, Butters? Oh, all time. Going for him. Dude, no way, no way. What are the chances?
Wait, I won't. There's 2 Bile Titans.
All right. Just got shit on.
Perfect.
The ball spewer explosion right behind me knocks me right into the ball titan's path. Spits. I think my stuff's right there. Unlucky. Ragdoll. Uh-oh. He was walking away from me. Didn't quite work.
My leg hurts too, Maple. My leg hurts too. Sheesh. That was a butt clencher, huh?
Yeah, that was a lot. I just kept getting farmed by Ragdoll. Oh, I thought that guy lost his head. Oh my god.
There's a... Do you need supply?
No, I'm good.
Maple, you've been killing it on the YouTube streams lately.
I've been liking the YouTube streaming. It's been great.
Yeah, you got your numbers up. I told you you would.
Just gotta keep at it. It's been great. I've been seeing so many people stream though. I love it.
Yeah, yeah. How's dual streaming on like your Wi-Fi?
My internet's
like
fine.
Network connection.
Yeah, no problems.
It works well.
Oh, yeah, no problems. I still haven't messed around with like doing like different like levels of quality and stuff like that. That's something that I kind of want to mess around with since YouTube will take it. So.
Oh yeah, you could run up to. You could run any bitrate on YouTube, can't you?
They can take a lot. I don't know what the limit is, but.
I
yeah.
think if you do 20k bitrate, I think that's like a good level. That's like a lot more than Twitch.
Oh yeah,
it
it's
won't matter much
literally double. So yeah, I was thinking about doing a 1440p stream.
I don't think it'll matter beyond that though, if I had to guess.
Yeah, until you start doing like 4K streaming.
Yeah.
Which is ridiculous. Nobody really will want to watch that, I think. But 14.
I don't know if anyone will.
but 1440p, I think it's worth it.
Yeah, 1440 is cool.
I think there's enough people that would like that.
I wish I could, dude. My internet is trash.
Oh, really? Oh, fuck.
I have T-Mobile internet, and it's based off like the frickin' T-Mobile cell towers.
Fuck. That's rough.
It's like it's either that or Spectrum. I'm not getting Spectrum.
Yeah. You can always try those like restreaming services, at least to get a second multi-stream going, or multiple. Because you like essentially just send it to them and then they restream it for you.
Yeah.
Because they'll send it different places. So I think that's what Cloud was saying that he uses.
Isn't there a lot of delay though?
Yeah, I do think it adds delay, which is unfortunate.
You know something else too? I stopped using Streamlabs OBS, and I started using regular OBS, and it seems way less laggy.
Yeah, I also use normal OBS over Streamlabs. Oh, I'm stuck. Oh no. Well. How many Deadeye shots to a spear? 3. 3. It's 2 for a ball spear. So ricochets off head on shots on the Hulk supposed to mean that the Eruptor is that a bug? I mean, the... How do I word this to you? The shrapnel will always ricochet. Only the main projectile got more pen. Does that make sense? Only the main projectile. So what you want to do is make sure that main projectile hits the head. The shrapnel and the explosion both don't have pen. Oh no. Dick! No! I thought I could move over to the left faster, but I couldn't really
I set
tell.
myself on fire and didn't stim.
I should have held left.
Oh wait, you were dead? Shit.
Yeah, I got messed up by a fault and I was trying to... He spit at me.
In the zone.
Yeah, he kind of spit at me like super close.
I was in the zone. I seen 3 Bile Titans. I was like, I gotta get these.
Oh, nice. Okay. I'll throw a 120 on that. As long as the main projectile hits the Hulk, it's still doing damage. So the only way you can deal damage to a Hulk is either shoot its like radiator, or you shoot its eye, right? Well, okay, you can shoot it elsewhere, but like those are like the 2 places that I would actually aim for, right?
Dude, I had no deaths before this mega base. The corpse killed me when it fell.
Oof. So you want to aim at the eye of the Hulk. Oh my god, where'd you come from? Leave me alone.
Oh my god, there's 2 more.
Yeah,
Aimed it on them.
we kind of annoyed the nest. I forgot to go for the Bile Titan. Hole. I got mine. Like, you can shoot it anywhere, but the main thing is you want to shoot the eye or the radiator. That's a new sidearm. Better take for Senator. It's like the Senator has higher pen, so in a lot of situations, it'll actually just do more damage and maybe be more useful. But obviously, you have to deal with the reload, you have to deal with limited ammo, right? Whereas with the Talon, you're not having to do a lot of those things. I'll be putting up my video for like my review on the WARBOND, like after stream today. So I'll explain more in that. What situation would you take the Deadeye over the Slugger? So the Slugger is more for like close quarters. That's why it has like a larger magazine. And, you know, you don't have to deal with as long of a reload, right? Stuff like that. So the Slugger would be really good for those situations where you're dealing with many more enemies, right? So like technically it would be better bug weapon. And then the Deadeye would be more for like your, you know, longer range encounters, your like more distant enemies. Because the Slug has like a lot of, unsurprisingly, a lot of damage fall off because it's a Slug. I was
Do you
surprised.
think we could do a one life game?
Yeah, and
we
you?
only get one reinforcement each. Maybe like me, you, and
I think so.
Clay and someone else.
I think so. Play it safe. Very safe. Spam the
We
stims.
can't play too safe. We can't play too safe.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I think we could.
Just be cracked out of your mind. Kill everything. And only die once.
Snort some G Fuel beforehand.
Did you say snort some G Fuel?
Damn right. Gotta be juiced.
You gotta get juiced up. Always remember, kids, it's better to snort G Fuel instead of cocaine. Use code MAPLE.
Damn right. It's my IRL stim. Well, I get classified the weapon as a marksman rifle. It's not as unwieldy as one, and should be quicker to snap to. Sure. I would say like the way I've likened it is like the Deadeye is like a mixture of like the Dominator, the Slugger, and the Counter Sniper all put together in like, and it takes like parts of it from all of them. But it comes to like a happy medium in a bunch of different ways, right? Takes a bit of the Dominator's like stagger. It takes and the damage. It takes a bit of like the Slugger's like round reload, and like general usefulness against like a lot of the same enemies. And then it obviously has like the, you know, marksman rifle type range, right? It's got some clear downsides, but it has some clear upsides. Like it's.
Oh my god, what happened to that charger?
I think it's well positioned. Do a Western shoot? Yeah, I got you here. It's fun to charger. Me and my...
Is there another impaler?
It always feels like there is. I don't see one. I think you're good.
Well, the one died and the tentacles kept coming.
Yeah, I hate when that happens.
Yeah, but it was like a long time.
It's becoming my favorite weapon. It's really fun.
Brother, I've collected you a ton of corpses.
Dude, look at them all. There's so many. It's already answered. Curious about the effectiveness against halts. How many shots to the eye? How many shots of what? The Deadeye? Doesn't have enough pen. Doesn't have pen, buddy. It's medium pen. It'd be wild if they gave it that much pen. That'd be insane. I had a friend that hated whenever I called him buddy. Why? Does he just hate Canadians? Draw emote. I'm surprised I survived. How the fuck did I just survive that draw emote with an ultimatum? I have no idea, but I'll take it. That's how you use the draw emote right there. Hoverpack might be one of my favorite additions to the game. Yeah, that's great. It really changes how you play with a lot of weapons. I think it's well balanced. I don't think it's like overpowered or anything like that. It has some pretty clear downsides. Obviously won't let you use like back weapons. I think it's well done. It's good. There's a new hover pack versus bots. Getting high ground on bots can be very, very useful. Incredibly useful. Jump over him, quick! Oh, that was close.
I'm a gamer.
So you playing chicken with him.
Cooked.
Oh, look at that body. You playing with? That's thick. Thick fillet.
Well, there's no more enemies for about a mile. It's about time this cowboy went home.
Countdown läuft. Bereit machen zum Abflug. Verstärkungsbudget ist aufgebraucht.
This build with orbital gas is all I'm gonna play. It's fun. It's very fun. It's very fun. The hover pack's great. Fantastic, in fact. Can you repeat the hover pack versus bots thing? Grabbing high ground is very, very useful, especially against like giving you cover, and also it can make it easier to shoot certain enemies, like tanks and stuff like that.
GG's, bro.
G fucking G's. Thanks for playing, dude. Pleasure.
Thanks for having me.
No, thank you. Watch out, bud.
Later, bro.
Alright, chat. I'm actually going to call it there. I got to go handle some stuff. I will see you guys tomorrow for more. Saturday, right? Got more for Saturday. Have a great morning, evening, afternoon, night. We'll get that video posted for the Hell or the WARBOND today. We'll probably record the tier list video tomorrow. Basically just I'm gonna upgrade or update all of my tier lists for the weapons. I'll probably get the tier lists like organized off stream, so I'm not like spending like 20 minutes setting them all up on stream, and we'll record it on stream. Yeah, let's go ahead and find someone to host. Let's see who's on, and then I will bid you a farewell. But yeah, stick around. Let's see who's on. Let's show some love to another
Hello.
streamer.
Yeah, stick around.
I can hear myself. I hate it. All right, let's see who's here. Who's here? Oh, we got Cloud. He's streaming. Oh yeah, we're hosting Cloud, right? Is he still playing? He's not ending stream, right? You normally end stream right now. We're gonna extend it at Cloud. Show Cloud some love. He'll probably raid like pips or background, so it works out. Much love, everybody. Peace out. Thank you for watching. If those of you are on YouTube, Cloud plays. Go check him out. He has some awesome news. Go check him. Much love. Bye, 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 bye. Say hi.